How about now? It says it's working when I go finally. Oh my goodness. Alrighty. How about we do this? Let me take this off. Good heavens. All right. Welcome. Sorry. No clue. No clue. I've had this set up for so long. So I don't know. I am Debbie, your host at Alternate Juror. I was saying I am a non attorney, trial streamer from the Midwest, small town. Uh, Only give opinions here. I do not give legal advice because I cannot. I don't have any to give. I view trials and I do not do a whole lot of information like research or stories or anything beforehand. I just come in so I can view it as a jury's viewing it as they are supposed to and come to my decision with what they were given to come to their decision. My goal is to help people understand what's going on in the courtroom from a non-legal perspective and to maybe change their mindset of just because the police charged them or the prosecutor is prosecuting them, that they still give the defendant the benefit of the doubt and that they still get back in that mindset of it's innocent unless proven guilty. It's not guilty unless proven innocent. It's not the defendant's burden to prove their innocence. It is the state's burden to prove their guilt, and we need to hold the state to it. So, that being said, we are on day 2 of the Matheau Moore trial. This trial takes place in Ohio. Matheau Moore is accused and on trial for unaliving his wife, Emily, and staging it to look like she self-deleted. And if you're new here or you're watching on Rumble and not YouTube, understand I cannot use certain words on certain platforms. And yes, Carmen, you told me it's a Monday. I thought Monday was bad. Whatever. It's got to get better, right? So, day 1, we saw the opening statements. There was 4 witnesses that day. Emily's sister, who I didn't think helped or hurt the defendant's case. I can't remember. She was the first one. I don't remember who the second one was. Then we had the officer who was the responding officer to the scene after Matheau called 911 to report his wife missing. I didn't think that hurt Mathew's case at all. The house was spotless. Everything was in its place. There wasn't any sign of any struggle, nothing. And he let that officer go wherever he wanted. He turned over his firearm to him. I mean, he answered everything. I thought he was very thorough. And I didn't see anything in that. The 4th witness that day was Mathew's neighbor, who she's also on the body cam video with the officers, and she talked to another officer, and she was in court, and the state asked her to point out Matheau Moore, and she started looking all around that courtroom, even at the jury. She couldn't identify him. I mean, I'm not so sure the state wasn't like, he's over there. Yes. They played Where's Waldo, as Kim said when she was in here. I have never seen anything like that. I'm like, who do you think you're here for? Now, he looked completely different than he did in the body cam footage because in court, his hair's it's like almost just a little bit longer than a buzz cut, and he's pretty much clean shaven. on the body cam video, long beard, hair in a ponytail. I mean, he looks different, and she had no idea. So I don't know if he has been in custody. I think it took him a year to arrest him and charge him with this. Emily, it took them 4 months to find her. She was in the woods. And I'm not sure yet how they have come to the whole staged self-deleting scene yet. I don't know how you find evidence 4 months later. And it was hot. It was summer. She went missing at the end of May and was not found till mid-September. So it was not a good scene. So I like the defense attorney. She's very confident. She's very strong. She's not overbearing like some of them get. But she's just like, when the state got done with their opening, actually, she looked like she wanted to tackle the prosecutor when he was giving his opening. It was kind of funny. But when they got done, she stood up and was like, they said this, I'm going to prove, these things they are not correct on. So I hope she can. I mean, don't put it out there if you can't, right? So we are going to go into day 2. And, I'm curious to see what's going to be going on. I'm going to put it and speed up just to 1.25. So if it gets too fast, let me know. I'll slow it down. I did do a sound check, I guess, except for my mic earlier. So court is boosted. Let me do that. Let me do this. And they're coming into court right now, and I think it sounds like the defense attorney has something she wants to put on the record before they bring the jury in. And hopefully y'all can hear this.
Court's been advised that counsel like place something on the record.
Yes, sir.
Please let me know.
But I'll be brief. Appreciate the time. Kristen, we'll start with yesterday there was testimony from a witness where she indicated that she had sent an email to Detective Grubbs on September 18th, 2020 with attachments of pictures of Matt Moore's shoes and how he tied his shoes.
This is Exhibit A you're referring to.
Yes, you're on. Thank you.
Okay.
I had emailed the state last night. I believe that's Brady material. I asked him yesterday to send it to me. I haven't received that yet. I think just on behalf of Mr. Moore, I need to start building a record of this. I would just ask the state provide those pictures to us forthwith. And like I told him yesterday, Your Honor, it's actually something I didn't want to put on the record, but I haven't received them yet, and I would like that.
Any response to the
Those, we're not giving any evidentiary value. The detective does not have that email in his email account. He's asked the IT people at the City of Westville to see if they're able to recover that out of the archives. If we're able to do so, we'll provide that, but we do not have those photographs.
Okay, so you believe that there were
Is that better?
photographs?
Yeah, but as the detective described them, they were zoomed in shots of
Shoes.
tying shoes, which didn't have any connection at all with what the cord would look like on the scene. So we're trying to see if it's possible to recover those images, but the state does not have them right now.
So the state's position would be, for the record, you don't have it, but you're looking for it actively.
At this time, yes, we're seeing it for
WPD is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Your Honor, I think it's also important to note this email was provided to the defense in discovery ages ago.
With the shoes, pictures of shoes?
No, it never had the shoes.
Well, that's not what she's asking about. She's asking about the shoes.
I just want the record to be clear. This isn't an email counsel just got.
That's not the controversy. That's not the question here. So we will accept the fact that Westerville is going to check the archives, quote unquote, and find out if those are there, and then upon finding those, we'll deal with it
Thank you.
accordingly. Okay.
As the court knows, Brady is not the obligation of the defense, and I just think I heard the prosecutor say the way Matt tied his shoes did not connect to the way the USB tied, which leads to my Brady argument.
I want to make sure the record's clear. That's not at all what I was saying. What I was saying is that the way shoes are tied have nothing to do with
He was
the
smiling.
manner in which the cord is wrapped around the shoe. Just so the record.
Well, we'll cross that tie when we get to it. All righty.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's bring the jury in.
Oh, no, a few more things.
You got other things, sorry.
Yep. Your Honor, I know that there's a separation of witnesses, just kind of given the tenor, and I don't know your practice. I want to make sure, Your Honor, that it's my understanding in my practice in other cases that where an expert is going to testify, they can listen to the expert testimony of their counterpart expert. Is that not the court's understanding?
Well, I'm open on that. What are your thoughts from the state? No, in other words, you're asking that that's the exception to the rule.
That's correct. Like I think Howe might testify later today with respect to cell phones, and I would ask the court that my expert be allowed to listen to that particular testimony.
Well, I will simply say it's going to work for both sides, whichever way you go. So how would you like to do it?
That's been our practice too, Your Honor. An expert can listen to other expert testimony before they testify.
All right, that's fine. If you both agree to that, then that's fine with the court.
I think that's pretty
Your Honor,
standard.
just, for the record, I sent an email to the state last night. I have not to date received any CCHs or criminal records for any of the civilian witnesses. There were 2 civilian witnesses that testified yesterday. The state has indicated that they orally asked the witnesses. I think maybe one is being asked now, but Celeste was asked and she doesn't have any prior record. I would ask, though, Your Honor, that we're not just relying on witnesses and that the state provide criminal records checks for all civilians, even if they're clear, just so that we have those for our records. But also, Your Honor, I just want to make the court aware that we will be filing a motion of limine for inclusion. It has been a constant issue between the sides whether or not Emily Noble's counseling records will be allowed into evidence. I have an affidavit with respect to the custodian issue, and the state is objecting to the relevance of those. I just want to let the court know that motion is forthcoming, and I would ask the court that that issue be resolved before Detective Grubbs testify, who I believe is going to be, potentially one of the later witnesses. I just want to put the court on notice because I anticipate that will be an issue that will require some argument.
You're referring to the utilization and possible admission of medical records?
I am, Your Honor, yes.
Okay.
And then also, Your Honor, I just want to proactively talk about some hearsay. I think there's in particular a witness testifying today about statements which she is going to say Emily Noble made to her in or around 2019. Your Honor, rather than waiting, I would like to address the hearsay rules now with respect to the admissibility of Emily Noble's statements. I think there's also an issue with the state showing text messages which are purported to be from Emily Noble. I understand 803 and 801, and also, of course, 804. I just don't think that, for instance, text messages that are between Emily and a dentist's office come in under the hearsay rules, nor do I think the anticipated hearsay statements come in under the testimony of state witness Zink. I just want to be proactive because, of course, this court knows once the bell is rung, it can't be unrung. But I see the exceptions under 803 and 804. And I'm just Emily's statements, just because she's unavailable or deceased.
Why would what she said to her dentist have anything to do with her, unless she told her dentist, hey, I would never self-delete, so if anything ever happens to me, you'd have to have a pretty close relationship with your dentist to give them anything that could possibly be relevant in this case. That's kind of strange. But also, when the state kind of came after this defense attorney, I was like, you better watch out. She will get you. She will come right back.
Doesn't mean they all come in.
Okay. She's kind of laid out the table here. Do you understand what counsel's referring to?
I talk about the dentist text messages. I think that's one big issue that I know we're talking about. The rest of it was a little vague. I'm not entirely sure even what statement she's seeking to exclude. But let me talk directly about the dental text messages. We do have a witness here from Westville Dental Associates who's going to testify. These are a record that is kept in the ordinary course of their practice. that they do communicate with patients via text in order to schedule cleanings or other dental treatments. I think that the hearsay exception 803.4 would come in that the statements that Emily Noble makes are for the purposes of medical treatment.
What is the statement that we're referring to?
She reaches out to Westville Dental Associates asking to schedule a teeth cleaning. They respond back about what scheduling is available. She ends up originally making the appointment for sometime in July. There then is a further communication that they had a cancellation for May the 27th, and Emily Noble then on May 22nd schedules a teeth cleaning at the dentist for May 27th. Those records, not only do they come in as the business records, but also her statements would give context to the statements from the business and also explain why the business scheduled her a dentist appointment. They didn't just pick that date and time out of the blue. It was because of the direct communication from Emily.
Well, the relevancy of this is for what purpose?
The
I
state
agree.
will certainly argue that someone who is intending to commit suicide doesn't go through the...
All right, so you want to simply get in the fact that she set an appointment
Cares.
on May 27th.
Right, and that she did so because she initiated that contact with the business and scheduled it herself. It wasn't, just a random 6-month follow-up that had been scheduled.
Isn't that just total speculation that somebody that was going to self-delete wouldn't make an appointment? Maybe she wasn't. I don't know what people are thinking when they do that. I think they probably think about it for a long time, but not. I think the act is probably very spur of the moment. Maybe. I mean, that's total speculation on my part. So who cares that she scheduled a dentist appointment? What difference does that make? Like, yeah, that's defense. You can take care of that one. If he allows it in, you can get it, because that means nothing. Again, if somebody ever said to you, yep, I knew they were going to do it, I knew they were going to exit the earth, then you should have done something. That person should have done something. People that choose to exit, everybody's always surprised by it. So the fact that she scheduled a dentist appointment, who cares? That proves nothing.
In advance of those
All
times.
right, okay. I'll just tell you up front, that's probably going to be okay.
For purposes of the record, Your Honor, 803.4 is statements for purposes of medical diagnosis or treatment. I know the court is well aware of the rule, but they're statements made for purposes of medical diagnosis or treatment and describing medical history. Your
That I
Honor,
did.
I want to say for the record, because this has now become a real issue, we have an ongoing objection to any statements or text messages that are purported to belong to Emily Noble with respect to the admissibility of those. Also, Your Honor, I just want to say, I don't have any issue with her dental records. These are text messages that were part of a report, or they're screenshots of text messages. So with respect to business records, there's also an authenticity issue there for me as well. I'll bring it up.
We need a foundation.
We do.
That would establish that it is what it purports to be. But other than that, I'm probably going to allow that to come in. Although we don't need to go into a lot of detail. I mean, the point is, what the state's seeking is Emily Noble scheduled an appointment on May 27th. You can make the argument you want after that. That's the point we need to make. I'm not sure how much beyond that is probably going to be part of this case.
I don't expect that this witness is going to be long, and I'm certainly not going to ask her to opine as to what she thinks this means. We're just going to say that this was scheduled. Right, absolutely.
It's direct evidence that you want to create circumstantial evidence from. That's fine. Anything else either one has? Anything else you would like to cover?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Okay, thanks. Okay, bring the jury in.
And get your robe on, Judge. Oh, that's a nice camera view. Good job, Lawn Crime. There we go. Can we raise that up a little bit so we're not just staring at his crotch? Weird. I wonder if that's how the day's gonna go. They're still talking. Yeah, I don't think her dental records are gonna do anything. Like, ooh, somebody got in trouble. Sorry, I was talking over it. I don't think we should be hearing what we're hearing right now. I don't know if you guys can hear it or if I just hear it in my whatever these things are called. I always want to call them earphones, but earbuds, whatever. I'm not with the young hip terms anymore. Yeah, I think the defense attorney will be able to handle those dental records. I know I keep saying that, but you got to fight and try to do whatever you can to not get stuff in, but if you don't want it in there, but I don't think it's going to hurt her. All right, Jerry, come on. How far away are you? I might try to speed them back up to 1.25 once they start questioning people. I think they'll start speaking slower. I think they were just all talking fast, trying to get through so they could bring the jury in and get started. Every once in a while, does it not look like he just looks right down at the camera or straight at the camera? I don't think he knows where it's pointing. I think it's accident, but I think it's just where he looks at that time, but it's almost some like he just stares right into it. All right. There we go. Finally. All right, I'm going to speed it up and we'll see what happens. If I need to slow it down, let me know. This is a long day, 8 hours. Hopefully I can finish it. It's kind of creepy, Carmen. I hope he's not staring into your soul. He just looks like he's kind of like, what are you guys watching?
Thank you. Please be seated.
Oh, Judge has his robe on.
Good morning, members of the jury. Everyone followed the court's admonition last night, as well as the extra advice. Welcome. State ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense ready to proceed? State may call the next witness.
State call Sarah Johnson.
Oh, wonder who this is. As good as this court's audio is, their use of computers and showing that way so we can see what they're, marking and doing all that stuff on things like the park map, which isn't going to hurt anybody to see, they are kind of terrible at.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Sarah Johnson.
And are you employed somewhere?
I am. I work at Westerville Dental Associates.
And what is
we're
Westerville
starting right
Dental
off.
Associates?
It is a small dental practice in Westerville with 4 doctors.
And what is your title or position at Westerville Dental Associates?
Office manager.
So what does the office manager do?
Everything and anything. Overlook everybody, make sure that the schedule's filled, supplies, make sure everybody's happy, clean up, everything.
All right. You said Westerville Dental has 4 doctors there?
Yes, sir.
And you also employ dental hygienists, other people as well?
EFTAs, assistants, front desk, call center. So we have about 20 employees.
And What generally does Westerville Dental do? What kind of services it provide?
Hygiene visits, we do cleanings, root canals, place implants, extractions, fillings, crowns, dentures,
So
pretty much
all-
everything.
All
Yeah.
the sort of typical dentist office stuff.
Yes.
Any idea how many total patients go to Westerville Dental?
I do a report every month, so we have roughly about between 4,700 to 4,800, depending on where it kind of drops through the month.
Okay. Are there methods in which Westerville Dental can reach out to patients in order to schedule?
We've got a couple of different ways of doing that. We report list that for people that are past due, and we call them to let them know that they're past due for their visits. We also send out text messages. That's been something we've done for probably about like the past 4 or 5 years. That's going really, really well. Convenient to people texting. We also send out postcards to let people know when they're past due for cleaning visits, and then we call to confirm all their appointments.
So I want to talk specifically about the text message system. Can you tell us how that works from the business side?
There is an automated one that will go out to let people know how far past due they are every 3 months. So-and-so, you're 100 days past due, please give us a call. It also sends out text messages automatically a week prior to your dental visit to remind you you've got a dental visit. And then it does another one the day before. And it also has the option of for patients to text us if they have any questions, or if they want to get scheduled and they're not able to give a call, they just text our regular phone number, which makes it really easy for them to do that. Or if we've got openings on the schedule, we'll text the patient and say, hey, I've got an opening available. Do you want to come in? We have a sooner list. So for people that can't get in right away, they're scheduled out. They're like, hey, if you can get me in sooner, give me a call or text me. And we use that quite a bit with that. It makes it really easy for patients.
And so the communication system is two-way. You can both send things to a patient, and the patient can send things to you.
Absolutely. It doesn't have to be prompted in any way. They can just put in our phone number and text us, and it comes through to all the girls at the front desk. A thing pops up on our schedule to let us know that somebody has texted us.
Do you keep or maintain those records of those communications with patients?
Yes, sir. We're able to pull those up.
And is that something that you have access to as the office manager?
I do. I have access through my computer, and also everything is through my cell phone because I live 24/7 at the dentist office. So.
All right.
Oh, I don't think that's true.
I want
Is
to
she
talk to you
cute?
briefly about Emily Noble. Do you know that name?
Works so
I do know the
hard.
name.
And did you know Emily Noble?
She had been a patient for roughly about like a year, so I knew who she was in a good way. Sometimes you tend to remember the patients that are a little bit more rough, but I recognized the name whenever she was on the schedule.
Did Emily have a dentist appointment for May 27th?
No, rephrase the question.
Are you aware of Emily Noble having a dentist appointment in May of 2020?
Yes,
And you remember what date that was?
it was Wednesday, the 27th at 8 a.m.
Leading objections always make me
And
laugh because they're like, so
Did
what'd
Emily
they do?
Noble show up for that dentist appointment?
No, she did not.
And what, if anything, did you do as a result of Emily not showing up that day?
Standard procedure is whenever a patient is 15 minutes late to their appointment, we give them a call to ask them, is everything okay? Can we get you, the typical phone call would be, this is Sarah with Westerville Dental Associates. We had you down at 8 o'clock this morning. I'm hoping everything's okay. Please give us a call to get rescheduled. And that happens for every patient that no shows on the schedule. We don't text it, we verbally call and do that in case they're driving or something along those lines.
Were you able to communicate with Emily Noble on that day?
No, we left a message because we keep notes on the schedule. So whenever a patient cancels, we can make a gray block to say who the patient was that no showed and that we left a message.
Did you hear anything else about Emily Noble from other sources around that time? I'm not asking for the content, I'm just asking then what it led her to do. So do you want
Well,
to
she can answer yes or no to that question.
Did you hear anything else about Emily Noble from other
Yes,
sources?
yes, sir.
And what source was that, without saying what was said or what you heard?
Source was the television.
Okay.
We have a TV out in our front room and in the girls' rooms too.
Based
That's
on
it? Because you sound like you were
what
asking
you
a
saw,
question.
what did you do with the information that you had?
Whenever we saw it come up on the news, one of the girls notified the front desk, isn't that one of our patients? And I said, yes, actually, she missed her appointment this morning. So at that point, then, that's whenever we called the Westerville Police Department, just to let them know that we had had contact with her the previous Friday. She was having her teeth cleaned in the next 2 weeks.
This is what she said overruled.
He never
Were you
sustains
able
hardly at
to
all.
go back then into your system and look at the communications that Westerville Dental had had with Emily Noble?
Yes, yes, sir.
Are we on 9?
I'm Right, same exhibit, that's fine.
I'm approaching handy what's marked as State's Exhibit 9. It is, for the record, 5 pages, if you could take a moment to look at those, please.
Okay.
So if you're just joining, before they brought the jury in today, they had an argument. The defense was saying they were arguing against bringing this in. It's basically just text messages saying that Emily had scheduled an appointment, just like she said, a couple days before she went missing, and that proves that she wasn't going to self-delete, because why would anybody? And the little fuzzy-headed state prosecutor person, he's not a thing, said to the judge, well, that, anybody that's going to exit isn't going to schedule an appointment. I think that's really weak, and I don't think that's even necessarily true. So, but obviously the judge is allowing it, and that's why she keeps objecting, the defense attorney. And I didn't mean to call him a thing.
Okay.
He's a person.
It's from the office, yes.
Take that back. Let me ask a couple questions about it. Does that appear to be a true and accurate copy of the communications Westwood Dental had with Emily Noble, specifically May 22nd, 2020, through a couple of days later in May 2020?
Yes, I recognize, whenever we text a patient, it comes up with our initials as to who was part of the conversation, and 2 of the people's names on there. I recognize the initials.
And is this a true and accurate copy of the records of those communications?
Yes, sir.
And is it also an accurate copy of what was provided to Westville Police Department at the time?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd ask to publish State's Exhibit 9 to the jury.
All right. Such is noted.
Did she
You ever see
just
that, okay?
respond with send?
Ma'am, for the record, I'm showing you the bottom of the first page of State's Exhibit 9. Is there a message there at 5/22/2020?
Yes.
And can you tell us what that is?
Oh,
Hi,
no,
can I
never
schedule a
mind.
cleaning?
And
that
was
comes
that
from
coming
Emily.
from the business or from someone else?
No, it comes from Emily, because you can tell it's got her name up.
Your Honor, it calls for speculation that it comes from Emily.
She can discuss what is on the screen, but beyond that, just what's on the screen.
It came from her phone because it's got her name on it. It's linked with our computer system. So through EagleSoft, whatever cell phone number is underneath that patient's name is what shows up on there.
And so that's generated by your system based on what you have as a phone number for the patient?
Yes.
Okay. And so the initial conversation about this cleaning was not initiated by the dentist office. It was initiated by,
Objection is deleted.
who initiated the initial conversation?
She did, because the previous text was just telling patients that we were closed due to COVID and all that, and then we were going to be reopening and all that. So she initiated that conversation, because there isn't a text before it stating, can I get you scheduled?
Okay. Is there then a response from the business?
Yes. We always ask, is there a good day or a good time? So that way we can kind of narrow down what they're looking for.
And what was the response that was received?
She's very flexible. The next 2 weeks, what do you need filled?
And did Westville Dental have anything available at that time?
We did not. Our next available opening wasn't until July.
And was there further conversation then about scheduling a dentist appointment for July the 10th?
So yes, she ended up taking the July appointment that we did have, but she does ask if she could be put on our cancellation list, which a lot of patients do.
And
We get it sooner.
is that what, I think you said sooner earlier?
Is what we call it. It's a sooner. So that way, whenever patients, like I said, get scheduled out, they'll ask, if you get any cancellations, please give us a call. And we have a whole list generated for that. But she's verbally asking for that in the text.
Now showing you page 3 of the exhibit. Is that the discussion you're saying that I'll take 8:15 a.m.?
The 8:15 on the previous one was the appointment in July.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
so she
That's-
took an 8:15 in July.
And so as a result of that initial conversation, she was going to be scheduled for July 10th at 8:15 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Did the business then reach back out shortly after that?
We did. We ended up getting a cancellation that Wednesday, the 27th at the 8 a.m. appointment, and her name popped up as, well, one of the girls had the conversation earlier, so she thought right away, oh, I talked to Emily.
Objection, Your Honor, and what someone else thought?
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Within 2 minutes, they had a cancellation.
Inadmissible, so please disregard that response. Next question.
I want you to talk about what other people said or did. I
Okay.
just want you to talk about what the business did as a result of these communications. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Was there communication from the business back to Emily Noble about a cancellation?
Yes, sir.
And when was that for?
That was for Wednesday, May 27th at 8 a.m.
And did the patient then indicate that they would accept that date and time as an appointment?
Yes.
Now showing you the top of page 4 of the exhibit. Was there communication then that date and time was being put into your system as when the appointment was going to occur?
Yes.
And then there's an message there from May 24th, 2020. Can you tell us what that is?
Wishing her a happy birthday.
And how does that happen from your system?
It's automated through the computer system. It can read off of the EagleSoft system that we have as our dental software, and then it just texts patients whenever their birthday pops up.
And then finally, this next message goes on to the second page. Was there another automated message sent out by your system?
Yes, it's the one that happens right before the appointment, just as another reminder, and then we also are reminding patients to wear masks due to COVID.
And so you had some type of COVID
Automated.
restrictions going on at the time?
Yes.
One more. I have no further questions this time. Thank you.
Cross, please.
Good morning, Diana Nash on behalf of Matt Moore. Showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 9, just so we have a frame of reference here. Would you agree with me that the blue bubbles, if you will, are coming from Westerville Dental?
Yes, ma'am.
And none of the text messages have your name on them, correct?
No, ma'am.
So you're just the office manager that pulled these text messages?
Yes.
I noticed, though, that you didn't pull all the text messages.
Uh-oh.
Like, for instance, this begins cut off with March 27th of 2020. So this is actually an incomplete record of the communications between the office and Emily, wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
But I do note, since we're just talking about color, so if there's a blue text message, then we know by definition that Emily's text messages, or rather text messages coming from a number that says Emily Noble, would be white. Is that right?
Yes.
So we have up here, not included in your records poll, a blue bubble. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes.
From March 27th, 2020. And it appears there's no response to that. Right?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a blue bubble, no response from Emily. Blue bubble on April 6th, 2020. Is that right?
Yes.
And, it seems the next white bubble from Emily is May 22nd of 2020. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes.
So there is no response to the 4/6/2020 text message for how many days?
Well, close to a little over a month.
So a month would be May 6th, and then 6/22.
So if you read that on 4/6, right, that she's talking about, it says their office is closed till May 1st. They need to reschedule her appointment to a later date. Please call or text the office so they can get that taken care of. And she did not respond. And I'm wondering if she's going to pick up on the fact that the happy birthday messages, I noticed, were green. So that's different. I noticed that. I'm sure she's going to touch on it, but that's what that text message says that she's talking about right now that she didn't respond to until 5/22 and just said, can I schedule a cleaning? So obviously she wasn't too worried about getting in there quickly or anything like that at that time. So, which again to me shows nothing relevant of if she was planning to exit or not exit.
So we got about 6 weeks later,
Okay.
you get a text from her, right?
That's pretty standard, yes.
Standard. And are you, tell me when you talk about standard, you have a whole policy at your office with respect to cancellations?
Yes.
Okay. And when you talk to standard, I assume there's no one in your office that kind of is measuring metrics, right? as to what individual persons do with respect to communications? Right, there's no data like that.
No.
Okay, so then I want to go to the second page that you were asked about. 522, there's a white bubble from phone number Emily Noble, would you agree?
Yes.
And then a blue bubble and a white bubble, correct?
Yes.
And then let's go to page, we can, of the state's exhibit, 22, where you're wishing her a happy birthday. I'm sorry, 524, do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and after the green bubble is another green bubble?
Yes.
No white bubble.
No.
And Emily Noble, is it your testimony was a patient there for about a year?
Roughly about a year. She'd
And-
been in for a couple of cleanings.
A couple cleanings in a year?
Yes.
And the text messages that you pulled on the behalf of the state of Ohio begin on March 27th, is that right?
That it shows there.
Yeah.
I didn't go any further back because we were dealing with the situation that took place of her starting to ask for a cleaning. That's why I didn't go any further back.
Let me ask you this, when you say you were dealing with the situation, and I'm sorry, tell me if I'm wrong, you're the office manager, but you're not law enforcement, is that correct?
No.
One last question for you, just a common sense question. Would you expect someone that was of the mental mindset to kill themselves, to cancel a dental appointment? in
Objection, Your
advance of
Honor.
doing that?
Objection, speculation.
Move to withdraw.
I'm not.
Nothing further, Your Honor, thank you.
So if you heard her argument before they brought the jury in this morning about this whole thing with these text messages from the dental office, she said, the defense attorney said, once you ring that bell, it can't be unrung. And you'll hear a lot of attorneys say that. Like basically, once they say it, you can tell the jury to disregard it. But it's like somebody telling you something and then saying, never mind, you've heard it. It's there. So she said, you can't unring that bell. And then she just rung it by that statement, knowing I'm sure she knew that was going to get objected to. Now it's out there. But every time this defense attorney comes up and cross-examines somebody, I always think, I cannot imagine if she was my mother and I was in trouble. I would confess to everything because she would just, she just would know. And if she didn't know, she'd make you confess to it anyway. So let's see if they got any cross-exam or redirect. And then we get to the jury questions, which, by the way, if you did not see day one, the jury gets to ask questions in this trial. And some of them have been really good, and some of them have been quite interesting. And I still don't know why they asked it, but they did.
Why did you specifically pull only this set of messages to provide to law enforcement?
Because we were dealing with the appointment that was scheduled that day. I guess I didn't pull back further because we weren't dealing with something that happened 3 months ago. We send text messages out to patients all the time and they don't always respond. But I only pulled it from the date because that's what we were dealing with at that time.
So all of the communications that related to that specific appointment that was scheduled and missed is what was pulled and provided.
Yes, sir.
So any part of the record that's quote unquote incomplete
Your Honor, leaving?
is
I haven't heard all the question yet. Rephrase the question.
Is there
I
any
haven't heard
part
it all,
of this
but
record that is quote
rephrase
unquote
it.
incomplete with regard to the communication about this specific appointment?
No, sir. The dates show the previous in March. It had nothing to do with May.
All right. I have no further questions. Thank you.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. You folks have any questions you'd like to ask this witness? Okay, I
I
don't see any
would-
responses, so I don't think we have any questions. Is that fair to say
Really?
at this point? Okay, thank you. You may step down. Thank you. Call your next witness.
The state would call Jessica Selfridge.
They asked that lady what kind of shoes she was wearing, and they don't have anything for this woman? That's disappointing. Look, that woman's like running out of the courtroom. She didn't like, please don't let them call me back.
Do you swear? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
She's got to hurry up and testify before she has that baby.
Pull that microphone up to your mouth. Can you please state your name?
Jessica Selfridge.
And can you state or spell your last name?
It's SELFRIDGE.
And Jessica, do you work?
Yes.
And did you work in May of 2020?
Yes.
Where where did you work in May of
I
2020?
worked at the Old Bag and Nails in Westerville.
And so, speak up just a little bit again.
The Old Bag and Nails in Westerville?
In May of 2020, how long had you worked at the Old Bag?
3 years, I believe.
What did you do there?
I was a bartender.
Please stop spinning in your chair.
You
I can
worked
do
there
that, but
during
I'm
the
not on the
COVID
stand.
times?
Yes.
Was there a period of time where Old Bag of Nails was not open?
Yes. Yeah. We closed in March
Of what year?
of 2020.
And when did you reopen?
May of
what year?
2020. Yeah.
What was business like in May of 2020?
It was really slow, and it was because people were just unsure if they should go out or, you know, things like that. We had to wear masks. The employees had to wear masks. So
Were you working on May 24th of 2020?
yes.
Do you recall that day?
Yeah, it was a Sunday, and we were pretty slow. It was one of the first Sundays we reopened, I believe. And we kind of got like a little lunch business, and then there was like a slow period around like 3 or 4. And I was there all day, so I opened. I was there at like 11 until 9 o'clock at night that night.
For the record, I'm showing council for mark that 6 exhibits 10, 11.
I know she's just nervous and she doesn't even realize she's spinning in that chair, but I just want her to stop, like sit still.
And I hand you what's been marked as its exhibits 10 and 11. Take a moment and look at those, and when you're finished, look up at me. Do you recognize individuals in these pictures?
Yes.
And did they come to the Old Bag of Nails on May 24th of 2020?
Yes.
And now, are these pictures taken at the Old Bag of Nails?
No.
But do the photographs accurately, to the best of your recollection, depict the individuals in the photographs as they were at the Old Bag of
Yes.
Nails?
Yep. Mhm.
Your Honor, permission to publish? No, Judy.
Go ahead.
Placing States Exhibit 10 on the overhead. And placing States Exhibit 11 on the overhead. Now, Jessica, these are 2 individuals that you served at the Old Bag of Nails on May 24th of 2020.
Yes.
Do you recall about how long were they there?
Probably like 45 minutes to an hour, I would say.
Did you get to interact with them?
Yeah, yep. I was behind the bar the whole time. Like I said, we were pretty slow. They were the only people I had for those probably like 45 minutes that they were there. So yeah, I definitely interacted with them.
Did you get to observe them then as well?
Yeah, yep.
And how would you describe the female's demeanor?
She was in a really good mood. It was her birthday, she told me. They told me that they had been bar hopping a little bit and just like general conversation when they first got there, interacting with me when they first got there.
And do you recall, did they eat and drink at the Old Bag?
They did, yes.
I'm going to show the witness what's been marked as States Exhibit 12. Take a moment to look at this, and when you're finished, look up at me. It's a double-sided exhibit. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
And what does it appear to be generally?
That is their bill from that day.
Well, is it a bill
Or it's
generated at
their,
the Old Bag of
yeah,
Nails?
it's their receipt from that day, yeah.
Their receipt.
Yeah.
And your recollection is that this is the couple's receipt that was depicted in the photographs?
Yeah, yep.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to publish to the jury.
Any objection?
No.
Go ahead.
I don't know what
States Exhibit
that's
12
going
on
to
the
show.
overhead. We will just walk through this generally. Can you explain to the jury what is at the top that I'm pointing to with my pen of this document?
So it says like we were at the bar at the top, you mean like where it says 700?
Yeah,
Or-
just generally what is this? This is
Okay.
just saying the date and the time.
Yeah, so that's just saying like what seat they were at the bar and then what time they were there, where they were sitting basically at the main bar of the Old Bag, yeah.
All right, and what is the date and time?
It was May 24th at 6 o'clock p.m.
And then how do you record what people order?
So basically we just it's a POS system, so the point of sale. So you just type it in, whatever they ordered, you type it into the computer, and then it gets sent to the kitchen. So they ordered food, so the kitchen knows that they ordered the fish and chips, and it records everything that I serve them. So I serve them. It says Ryan Geist Bubbles, which is a beer, and then a Maker's Mark, which is a whiskey. So that's what I serve them, and then I ring it in, so I'm able to charge them for it, basically.
And then if they order something again, you ring it in again?
Yeah. Yep.
All right. And so, from your review, this receipt is a fair and accurate depiction of what you rang in on that day?
Yep.
And then it looks like there's also a mark at 6:28 p.m. Can you explain what that is?
Yeah, so basically how it works is you ring everything in, and there's a timestamp on it from the moment you ring it in until the moment that you cash out the check. So basically it's just keeping track of everything I'm ringing in and the times I'm ringing everything in. And then at the end, it will have a timestamp of when we cash them out, basically.
And then again at 6:38?
Right. Yeah, so if I ring something else in, it'll have like a timestamp of what time I rang everything in.
And is this receipt a single bill or a split?
It was just one check.
And then finally, what's the last entry on the back of this exhibit, the time?
It is 6:47 p.m.
And the total?
The total was $44.25, and then the service charge is the $10 tip that was left.
One moment, please, Ron.
What does that prove at all? They went out. He said they went out the night before. It was her birthday. Or I don't remember what day she disappeared, but what, he didn't spend enough? He spent too much? What's the, who cares?
Do you recall
It's
anything
like
else about your interaction with them that evening?
Yeah, it was, I don't want to say it was interesting because they had told me that they had been drinking a little bit.
Yeah. We don't want to talk about what things people said to you.
Okay.
But did you make any other observations?
Yeah, so it seemed like they had been drinking a little bit when they came in. And as a bartender, you kind of want to be cautious. You don't want to overserve anyone. So since they ate and they only had 2 drinks each, it was fine to me. They weren't acting like super belligerent or anything. They weren't super intoxicated, so it was fine. They had a couple of drinks, they ate. They were kind of, because they were sort of intoxicated, they were kind of going back and forth where they would be kind of like lovey-dovey towards each other, and then they would be kind of like a little standoffish towards each other, which isn't like super uncommon, isn't anything that I hadn't noticed before of other customers. So, but since they were the only people that I had at the time, I did observe a lot of their behavior. So,
And fast forward a couple days.
Yeah.
Law enforcement reaches out to you and speaks to you about what occurred on May 24th.
yes.
Thank you, I have no further questions.
Cross, please.
Yes, thank you. Just wanna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 11, but first let me introduce myself. Jessica, good morning.
Good morning.
Diane Menashe, on behalf of Matheau Moore. State's Exhibit 11, just wanna, and you sat at the bar. I know you witnessed them they were there for a little less than an hour. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Let me focus out a little bit, just so that this is, maybe the other picture is more clear. And it's hard to tell on this picture, but Emily was wearing 2 necklaces, was she not? There was a shorter one and then a longer one. It's hard to tell from that picture, but happy to show you State's Exhibit 10 as well. But I'm assuming that you have independent recollection since they were.
Objection to the whole comment, we have a question, please.
Well, let's finish the question.
Sure. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 10. Also, do you see Emily? It appears Emily's wearing 2 necklaces, does it not?
Yeah. It's kind of, yeah, it does.
And Matt, if you can, showing you now State's Exhibit 11 again. It appears from that photo, you can see both of his hands. Would you agree with me on that?
Correct.
And he's on his cell phone?
Yes.
Or on a cell phone?
Right.
So it appears in that picture that she's the one actually taking that selfie of them?
Probably, yeah.
And State's Exhibit 10 and 11, those are actually, they're from different vantage points, are they not? One's straight on and one's from the side?
Right.
I want to ask you about, I think if I recall back when you guys were open, showing you State's Exhibit 12, that Ryan Geist was on tap was it?
No, it was in a can.
Oh, because the bubbles wasn't on top?
We didn't have it on tap now.
So I want to talk about Rhine Geist bubbles for a second. Comes in pink cans, is it not?
Correct.
And the liquid inside of Rhine Geist bubbles is like a pink peachy color?
It's considered like a rosé.
So rosé ale?
Yes.
And so to my question, because it's considered a rosé, it has like a pinkish color to it, does it
Correct.
not?
Yep.
And not assuming that you know the alcohol of every beer, but do you know Rhine Geist bubbles, about 6.2% alcohol?
I honestly don't know, but it could be. I don't know if it's that strong, but
And let me ask you one other thing. Beginning time 6:01 p.m., is
Yeah.
that correct?
yes.
And then tab, its transaction ends at 6:47 p.m. on May 24th of 2020.
Right.
And total tab 44.25, tip is $10.
Right.
Nothing further.
We ready?
Nothing further, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Do you have any questions you'd like to ask? Becky, we have a question.
Oh, we've got questions. Yay, jury questions. I don't know. Her whole thing about them having a conversation, they've had some stuff to drink, so they're lovey-dovey and then they're a little bit standoffish. Normal. Like, if they weren't just, going at it, fighting, then she even said herself, it's normal. But I love how the defense attorney was kind of like, you have an independent recollection of this, right? Like the state didn't help you. That's what she was insinuating. The state didn't help you. Well, that was short. We'll see what we got.
And you noted in Exhibit 12, the nature of the drinks that were ordered. Did you see who had each drink?
Yeah, so the gentleman had the Maker's Mark, and I believe it was Jack Daniels. And then the woman had the 2 bubbles drinks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Questions from the state?
One moment, please. Nothing further, Your Honor.
You wish any questions?
Yes. Just with respect to Emily drinking the Rhine Geist, as you served it there, you opened the can and poured it in a pint glass?
I don't recall. I know it was in a can, and I served it to her, but I don't remember if I poured it into a glass or not.
And based on your receipt, it was 2 cans of Rhine Geist bubbles, that rosé ale you talked about.
I believe, yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. May sit down.
She doesn't recall that, but she recalls all these other little specific things why? And why does she keep saying Jack Daniels and Maker's Mark? Aren't those are 2 different things, right? Maker's Mark is Maker's Mark and Jack Daniels is Jack Daniels. Not that it matters. This whole testimony did not matter. What they were just trying to get in was that they were a little bit standoffish with each other that night. That's all they were trying to get in right there. Otherwise, who cares?
So, well, Suzanne Kavanaugh.
I mean, she said they weren't intoxicated and then said they were intoxicated. I don't know. I don't know what we were supposed to get from her other than that they maybe were a little bit standoffish, if I could say that word, that'd be great, with each other at some point, but nothing major. Not like they were fighting. She looks kind of serious.
You raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
Suzanne Kavanaugh,
Can you spell your first and last name, please?
SUZANNECAVANAUGH.
And can you pull that mic up a little bit or scoot up a little bit?
Oh, sure.
Raise your voice up so everyone can hear you.
Okay.
Where do you live, ma'am?
I live in Columbus, Ohio.
And how long have you lived in Columbus?
I moved back in 2018.
Did you live in Columbus before?
I did. I originally lived here in 1986 when I came for college.
And where'd you go to school?
Ohio State,
And what'd you study there?
criminal justice.
Did you graduate from Ohio State?
I did.
And then, did you stay in the Columbus area after graduation?
I did for a while, and then I moved back home to Baltimore and came back here. I've moved a couple of times back and forth across the country. I have family all over, so I've moved to be near family several times.
What years was it that you were at Ohio State?
I started in 1986. I left in 89, went back in 91, and graduated in 93.
During your time at Ohio State, did you know somebody named Emily Noble?
I did.
And where did you meet her?
We met, oh my goodness, we met at a party the week I moved here. Ohio State is known for having giant, we call them yard parties, front yard, backyard full of people, and I met her at one of those.
And did you guys hang out in college?
We would see each other when we were out, but we weren't particularly in each other's friends circle. We'd see each other at shows or at parties or things of that nature, but I knew who she was and we had a lot of mutual friends, but we connected later.
Did you stay in touch after college?
We didn't, no.
And when did you reconnect with Emily?
We reconnected in 2016.
And can you talk to us about how that happened?
I'm sorry?
Can you talk to us about how did you reconnect with her in 2016?
I was in a car accident and my car was totaled. So I put a post on Facebook. If this was before GoFundMe was really a thing, and just put it out there to all of my friends. If anyone out of the kindness of their heart would like to help me purchase a new car, please send me a message. I'll give you my address.
So let me back you up for a minute. So I asked if you stayed in contact with Emily after college.
I did. I'd run into her occasionally. We had a lot of mutual friends, and so I'd see her and we would say hi and exchange conversations. But it wasn't a matter of I went to her home, she went to my home. We just knew one another.
And were you Facebook friends?
I believe we were, yes.
Okay. So not somebody that you were seeing in person, but you did have mutual friends and were friends on Facebook. I'll make sure I understand.
Yes, and I would see her out at time to time. Like, for example, if I'd go to a concert, I'd see her with her group of friends and my group of friends, and we'd get together. We both frequented a local bar called Dick's Den, and we would see each other there quite a bit.
So after you placed that message on Facebook, what happened?
Within an hour, I received a private message from Emily, send me your address, I'd like to help. And I just seemed kind of out of nowhere, but it was most appreciated.
What happened as a result of that?
That's when we reconnected and really became friends. We began speaking. I was able to purchase a car. Several other friends reached out to help, so I was able to purchase a car. And a couple of months later, I sent a note to Emily and said, you know, your generosity was so unexpected and really appreciated, and I would like to repay the favor. So I invited her out on what we used to refer to as a girlfriend date.
And do you remember where you went?
I do. We went to the Palace Theater to see The Price is Right live, which was as absurd as it sounds.
And do you remember roughly when that was?
I believe that was in late January or early February, maybe, of 2017. I remember it was very cold.
After reconnecting, going to The Price is Right live, did you begin to see Emily more or less or the same?
We were pretty much connected at the hip. Like, that was a moment where we just realized this is a really good friend. This is someone I have a lot in common with. And we just were Lucy and Ethel. It was almost like from that point on we were best friends.
In 2017, early 2017, were you aware of somebody named Matt Moore?
I knew that she was communicating with someone named Matt. I don't think I knew his full name at the time, but I knew that she was communicating with him.
But at that time in 2017, was she single or married or something else?
She was single, very single.
Did you, let's talk about, from 2017 on, how long did you live in Ohio from that time when you really reconnected with Emily?
I lived here, I moved in April of 2018 to Northern California, and I made it exactly 100 days. And then I moved back here in August of 2018, where I currently reside.
So that time between early 2017 and the time you moved to California, was the time when you said you and Emily were super close.
Correct.
And then, when did you come back from California?
I came back in mid-August of 2018.
And do you remember anything that was going on in Emily's life around that time?
Well, we had spoken weekly while I was in California. We stayed in a lot of communication. And she indicated that,
Objection as to what Emily indicated?
So, I'm not going to ask you to say what she said. I just want to know if you were aware of what was going on at that time.
I knew that she was dating.
Okay. And when you returned back to the Columbus area in August of 2018, where was Emily living?
At Abbey Cross.
And was she living there with anyone else at that time?
I was not aware that she was living with anyone else when I moved back.
When you came back, what happened next in Emily's life?
I was back for a week, and Emily came over to my house. She would come over after she went to the gym, and so she came over to my house, and she held out her left hand and said, "No to any."
Objection as to what Emily said?
Held out her left hand and showed.
To anything she said.
I know it's hard, but
I understand.
I want you to talk about the things that you saw and observed without saying.
I noticed the
she said.
wedding band on her left hand.
Okay. And when about was that, if you remember?
Late August. I had only been back about a week or two.
Did you know who she had gotten married to?
I later learned.
And was that Matt Moore?
It was.
Did you meet Matt Moore at some point after that?
I did.
And where do you remember meeting him?
I first met Matt at the pool, at the condo. We all went swimming.
And do you remember around the time of year or what year that was? Any of those things?
It would have been August. Unsure if it was before or after they were married, because it was a very short time from when I came home to when they were married. It was roughly 2 weeks. I may have gone swimming the first weekend I was back. I don't exactly recall.
So just make sure I understand, when you met Matt at some point after you returned from California?
Correct.
So we're talking August of 2018?
Correct.
You're just not sure whether it was before or after they got married?
Correct.
Okay. Did you observe anything about the way that Matt and Emily interacted with each other?
I did, in that I had noticed Emily more demonstrative with her affection in previous relationships than I noticed in this one.
What do you mean by that?
I didn't observe them being touchy-feely or in the throes of a new relationship, as you would expect.
After that interaction at the pool, were there other times that you were together with Matt and Emily?
Yes, there were 2 occasions where the 3 of us were together.
Can you tell us about the next interaction that you recall?
The next one that I recall, Matt and Emily came to my house and picked me up, and the 3 of us went to a rock show at a local bar.
Okay. Was just the 3 of you that went together?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you observe during that time the 3 of you were together?
Matt was already intoxicated when they got to my house. I wanted to drive because I felt uncomfortable with his state, and he was adamant that he drive. So I got in the back seat and thought, okay, I can always Uber home if I need to.
And were the 3 of you together then at the
Would
concert?
have always
Yes.
Ubered there
And
if you
what,
needed
if anything, did you
to.
observe about the way Matt and Emily were interacting at that time?
He was never more than 2 feet away from her and would hold her very closely, not my arm around you, your arm around me. It was very, I'm holding you close. And it felt very,
Objection as to how it felt relevant.
Well, she hadn't answered that yet, so it felt very, so that's the next question.
Was What did you observe about the way that Emily was acting?
Nothing out of the ordinary, but she was never far from that.
Was that the same or different than how you had seen Emily act in the past?
Objection is irrelevant.
This is in 19,
18 or 19, yeah, she's not.
18 or 19?
After
I'm
this,
saying
after
that.
this. Any other times you saw interactions between Matt and Emily?
I was invited to dinner at the condo that they were preparing, and they invited me to dinner
And that, when you say the condo, where is that located?
at Abbey Cross. I'm sorry, yeah. It's the condo that, Emily's condo.
And so that time when you went over to the condo, who was living there?
Matt and Emily and Matt's son Joey.
And what, if anything, did you note about the interactions between Matt and Emily that time?
It felt tense when I arrived.
Can you describe that for us?
Just the way you can read a room or take the temperature of a room when you walk in. It felt tense.
Did you see Matt that evening?
I did.
And anything that stood out to you about the way he was acting?
He was drinking vodka straight from the bottle.
Is that the last time that you remember being with Emily and Matt together?
Yes.
Did your relationship with Emily begin to deteriorate or change?
Most definitely, yes.
And can you tell us how that started?
I had expressed reservations to Emily prior to my leaving and returning from California. I was aware that they had previously dated and that he ghosted her.
Sustained. Next question.
I want to make sure I understand what part of that was.
Just ask the question again.
The judge was like, I sustained something, ask something.
What caused the beginning of the deterioration with your relationship with Emily?
I had concerns about Matt.
And did you communicate those to Emily?
I did.
And were those concerns based on these observations that you've talked about or something else?
Objection is deleted.
Overruled. You can answer.
Okay, I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question, please?
The reservations that you had about Matt that you expressed to Emily,
Yes.
what was the basis of that?
The fact that he'd already broken up with her before, and I knew she was upset about that. We had several discussions about their prior relationship. And I always felt as though, and I still,
Objection is to how she felt. It's not relevant.
We don't even know what.
Rephrase the question. You can continue on and ask the question again.
You're talking about
Well,
discussions that you had
she's shaking that prosecutor up.
during that time period when you first reconnected with Emily.
correct, yes.
And so at that time, Matt was not around. He was not in the picture.
No, I didn't know him. It was just a general conversation about never going back to an ex. They're an ex for a reason.
Okay. And so you had expressed some reservations to Emily while you were in California.
While I was in California, I was not aware that they had reconnected.
Okay. So I just want to make sure we understand. So then when were these reservations that you were expressing to Emily?
2017, I remember a conversation.
So prior to them getting back together.
As far as I am aware, yes.
Okay. Now, I understand that part. Now I want to talk about your conversations with Emily after they're married.
Okay.
Okay. And did you have other conversations with Emily about Matt?
Yes.
And What kinds of things did you express to her at that time?
Objection, Mr. Relevant.
I don't know what the answer is. I'm not sure I can answer that question. We'll hear what she has to say at this point.
Sorry. Is anybody else having a hard time believing her? She seems like she's trying really, really hard to get to the part where she can throw Matt under the bus here. The other neighbor that testified that we watched on Monday, she was very quick with her answers. She didn't have to think about them. It wasn't confusing. There wasn't, they weren't lovey-dovey, but he wouldn't let her out of his sight. It can't, okay. She was never far away from him, but how do you know how they felt about each other, for one thing? But two, she really just feels like she is trying so hard at her answers, where the other neighbor, they just flowed out of her. This is what we did. That other neighbor called Matt the love of Emily's life. And I'm sorry, people break up and get back together all the time and they work it out. I mean, yeah, some exes are exes for reasons, but doesn't mean every ex has to remain an ex. There are some that should, and obviously some that shouldn't. I know people that have broken up and gotten back together and then they got married and they're still married like almost 30 years later. So they worked it out.
We had discussed both her relationship with Matt as well as her relationship with Joey, because they were both living with her. And Emily and I both lived alone prior to Matt and his son moving in with her. And just the transition of having two men living in her house was a lot for her. We discussed that.
You talked about some of the things you noted about their interactions together.
Yes.
Matt and Emily.
Yes,
Did you ever communicate those observations to Emily?
I did.
And without going into what she said, how did she react when you raised those issues with her?
She became very defensive.
And did your relationship change or stay the same or something else after you?
It was very strained any time the subject of their relationship would come up, because I did not approve of Matt for her. I did not think that they were a good match.
But it doesn't matter what you
It's
think,
an
lady.
existing-
That's it. Come on a second. We don't need more.
It doesn't matter what she thought about it. And maybe your relationship was strained because Emily didn't agree with you. I mean, I don't know. I wasn't there. But maybe she just didn't like what you had to say. Nobody ever said she had any bad feelings about Joey that eventually became her stepson. Everybody, when he exited the earth by his hand. Uh-oh. Oh, I thought he was dismissing the jury. She was devastated. So I don't understand this woman at all. I believe the flip-flop lady from Monday much more than I believe this woman today.
Do you recall when the last time you saw Emily was?
The last time I saw
He
Emily,
lost.
I believe it was late winter, early spring of 2019. Late winter 2018, early 2019.
If I had one moment.
And she went missing in 2020?
Early spring 2019
Yes,
is when you thought that might have been?
yes.
Okay. Did you observe anything about Emily on that date, the last time you saw her?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
I observed bruises on her arms.
Without going into the conversation, based on observing bruises, did you ask Emily about it?
I did.
And could you describe for the jury her emotional state based on what you asked her about the bruises?
I'm not sure I understand your question. I'm sorry.
So I'm not asking you what was said. I'm asking you just to describe emotions, demeanor, if you can.
Very defensive. Our conversation became very heated.
And again, without going into what was said, how did the conversation end?
The conversation ended. The conversation ended with Emily leaving.
Okay.
Very upset. I was very upset. And it felt like the end of our friendship.
She better be ready for the defense attorney.
After the last time that you saw her in person, did you have any further communication with Emily?
The last time that we spoke directly, not via text or private message, the last time that we spoke over the phone, she called regarding Joey.
And again, without getting into the details of the conversation, what was the general topic you said about Joey?
Joey had died, and
Do you remember the time frame of when that conversation occurred?
July, I believe it was 4th of July, actually. And I assumed she was calling to wish me 4th of July. Happy
And
4th of July.
Do you remember what year that was?
2019.
July 2019? Mm-hmm. And was that the last time that you had a verbal conversation with
Yes.
Emily? No. One moment.
Am I the only one struggling with this witness and her seeming credible?
Please. Certainly.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sue, Diane Menashe on behalf of Matheau Moore. Got some follow-up questions for you. I want to really make sure of the dates here. The call when Emily called you to let you know that Joey had killed himself was 4th of July, as you remember, of 2020?
No, 2019.
2019. 2019, and then before that testimony, you had talked about, the prosecutor asked you when was the last time you saw Emily. And I want to make sure that I've got the date right. So you said late winter of 2019 or early spring of 2019. Is that right?
No, it was spring of 2019.
Okay, spring of 2019.
Well, late February, March, April, around it. I would say probably February
Okay,
of
so-
2019.
And I wanted to give you a chance to really pinpoint it. February of 2019 is the last time you see Emily in person. Is that right?
Yes.
And then July of 2019, you remember, based on your testimony, sometime around the 4th of July, she called you and let you know that Joey had killed himself.
That Joey was dead.
Oh, but she didn't tell you, did she tell you how he was dead?
No,
Okay. She didn't share that information with you.
she did not.
And you didn't ask?
And that was the last time you spoke with Emily.
Correct.
And it is, what's today's date?
August 17th.
2022,
Correct.
obviously. And you're aware that she went missing on May 25th of 2020.
Correct.
I want to go back then about the 3 times that you saw Matt and Emily together, now that we kind of have that bookend at the end. You saw them the first time at the pool in the complex, is that right?
Yes.
And you noted that they weren't that touchy-feely. I think that's what I wrote down.
Correct.
And, I mean, you guys were at pool
Yes.
swimming? And then the next time you went to a rock show at a local bar.
Yes.
And I presume at the rock show, it was like a concert with a bunch of people there,
It was at a bar, a music venue.
and you were drinking?
Yes.
And then the last time you mentioned was when you had dinner over at their house.
Yes.
and I want to make sure it falls in the timeline, because you indicated that Joey was there when you went to have dinner.
No, I did not indicate that.
No, so, okay. So it was just you and Matt and Emily?
Correct.
Joey was not there?
Correct.
And when's the date of that dinner?
I don't recall specifically the date.
But it had
After
to
they were
be-
married.
And it had to be sometime before the last time you saw Emily, which was February of 2019.
Obviously, yes.
Yes. So sometime before February of 2019 was the last time you saw Matt Moore with Emily.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Well, she didn't go after her as hard as I thought she was going to.
Can we approach her on our own?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, we're having a little sidebar. I'm just not sold on this lady. Fast forward a little bit here. I really thought the state would go a little bit harder on her than what they did. Maybe they just didn't feel like they had to. And if if you think your relationship is good and your friend keeps coming over and telling you how it's not and she doesn't approve and this, that, or the other, are you going to remain their friend? Is your relationship not going to become strained? Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's a good time to take a morning break. So we'll
There
take a
we go.
10-minute break. Remember the court's admonition. Thank you. We'll be back shortly.
Interesting, interesting. What if they're going to do anything on the record? If they're going to take an actual break, I can fast forward through, or if they're going to discuss something. I agree, Carmen. I don't think they've done anything one way or another. On court, or you're not court TV. Are we taking a break? Oh, it looks like we're going to get jury questions.
Thanks, Epsi. Okay, cross-exam, please.
There were jury questions.
Oh, you didn't have any problems? You finished up, and you don't have any more questions? Okay, all right.
Well, he must have lost his little sidebar there. All right. She's still getting the questions here. I'm always curious what they're gonna ask. I think if I was in Ohio and I needed an attorney, I would hire that defense attorney. I hope to never be in Ohio and need an attorney. Boy, these are long. Looks like there's quite a few questions for her. Here we go.
For you, ma'am. When you were invited to dinner, was Joey, Matt's son, present at the condo?
No, he was not.
Okay. Another question, did you ever meet Joey?
Yes.
Do you know someone by the name of Celeste Groen?
Yes.
You do? Okay.
Do you
And
like
I think
Celeste?
you indicated, but the question is, was Joey at the dinner before February 19th?
No, he was not at dinner.
When you folks went to the rock show at the bar, did Emily drink alcohol before going there?
Not that I witnessed.
Okay. Did Emily drink alcohol during the dinner, the condo dinner?
Probably. I believe we both had a beer.
Okay. And did Matt or Emily drink alcohol at the pool party?
Yes.
And you talked about Matt drinking a vodka out of a bottle. Did Matt continue to drink vodka out of the bottle during dinner?
Yes.
Okay. Does that raise any questions for the state? Follow-up questions?
Do you know where Joey was during the dinner?
If I recall correctly, I believe he was at work.
Okay. So he just wasn't physically present in the condo when you were there for dinner, is what you're saying?
Correct.
You were asked about whether you know Celeste Groen.
Yes.
How do you know her?
I met her at the pool at Emily's condo.
And then you were asked a question about drinking during the pool party, and it was kind of a compound question, so I'm not sure what you meant. Was Emily drinking while you were hanging out together at the pool?
Yes.
And was Matt drinking while you were hanging out together at the pool?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
And you were drinking at the pool,
Yes.
and at the concert,
Yes.
and in the house.
Yes.
Just want to be clear again about dates. When Emily showed you her ring, we know, based on your prior testimony, that she got married at the end of August in 2018. She was just moved back, right?
Yes.
And then we know from your prior testimony that the last time you saw Emily was February of 2019.
Yes.
So August 2018 to February 2019 is when you talked about these 3 instances of when you saw Emily and Matt together.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Let me sit down. Thank you very much. Call your next witness.
St. Paul Brandy Zinc.
Well, she wasn't as serious as I thought she was going to be when she walked in. I don't know what the point of her was other than trying to get some sort of abuse allegations in there. This must be a big witness. This is the guy that did the opening. Maybe their witness is lost. Well, she came back without a witness. There they come.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Ma'am, can you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
My name is Brandy Zink, Z-I-N-K.
And are you currently employed?
No.
Were you previously employed?
Yes.
What did you do when you were previously employed?
I was a paralegal secretary at a law firm in Detroit, Michigan.
And how long were you a paralegal?
From 2009 till 2014.
Okay. And did you go to school to become a paralegal, or what education did you have to do that?
I worked as a volunteer and an intern at a firm in Columbus, and so I learned on the job.
Okay. Where did you grow up?
I grew up partially in New Jersey, and then my family moved to Florida.
Okay. And how did you end up in Detroit, Michigan?
I had a job opportunity, and I moved from Columbus.
Okay. So talk to me about the time period that you lived in the Columbus area.
I lived in Columbus from 2000 till 2009.
Okay. And then from 2009 until present, you've lived where?
In Detroit, Michigan.
Okay. At some point, did you meet a person by the name of Emily Noble?
Yes.
And how did you first meet Emily?
I met Emily in the summer of 2001. We were both volunteers at the community festival, where we worked together at the Volunteer Central.
Is the community festival, does it go by something else?
It's called ComFest
Okay. And where does that take place?
at the Goodale Park in Columbus.
Okay. And how often does that take place?
It's every year, the last full weekend of June.
So tell me about meeting Emily back in 2001.
When I met Emily, we were assigned to work together at the Volunteer Central, and we hit it off. She's very warm and friendly. She's very funny personality. And so we worked together every year at the Volunteer Central. We just clicked and became fast friends.
Other than working at the community festival every year, did you have interactions with each other between those time periods?
Yes, we would get together. Sometimes I would go swimming and staying with her at her apartment. I believe it's called the Tivoli Apartments in Columbus. And we get together for dinner sometimes, and we would go to see music together.
Okay. How often would you say you would get together with Emily to either go to an event or to do something?
Nearly weekly for a while.
Okay. And did that continue until you left the area, or did it end previously to that?
When I moved, she would visit me in Detroit.
Okay. So when you moved to Michigan, would you still see Emily frequently?
Well, she would come up to visit me 2 or 3 times a year, and I'd also come down to Columbus, and we'd get together. I'd see her when I come down.
Okay. And in between those times you would physically see each other, did you remain in contact other ways?
Yeah, we'd talk on the phone. We'd send pictures, text messages. She loved photography, and we shared pictures together, and we'd also communicate on Facebook.
And how often do you think you were communicating with Emily during that time period?
Fairly frequently.
Okay. You mentioned that you would get together and volunteer at the community festival every year, and that was done with Emily, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did that stop or did that continue?
When I moved to Detroit, I did come back for ComFest a few years and still volunteer, but I stopped going. I think 2012 was the last time I went and volunteered at ComFest.
Okay. And when was the last time that you physically saw or physically got together with Emily Noble?
It was June of 2019.
During your knowing Emily Noble, dating back in 2001, did you ever meet her first husband?
Yes, I went to their wedding.
Do you remember what his name was?
It was Mark.
Okay. And were you around the two of them together during that time period?
Yes.
Okay. How would you describe their relationship, if you can?
Objection, Your Honor, is relevance. On a marriage,
What is the relevance of this?
2001.
This has been a question that's come up with other witnesses that even defense has asked questions about, so I think this witness certainly can give an opinion based on that circumstance as well.
I don't think they've asked about that marriage.
I'm still not following you.
That's fine. I'll move on. At some point, did you learn that Emily's first husband died?
Yes.
And how did you find that information?
Emily told me.
Okay. Are you aware of how Emily's first husband passed away or how he died?
He took his own life.
Okay. And were you around Emily during that time period?
I believe I had already moved to Michigan.
Okay.
I believe I was in 2011 when Mark passed.
And did you have conversations or discussions with Emily during that time period?
Yes.
Okay. And did it relate to Mark and his sudden passing?
Yes.
Did you talk with her during that time period about suicide?
Objection is irrelevant. It's the conversations that took place in 2011.
Well, suicide is obviously an issue in this case, so I'll permit it.
And I'm just setting some foundation, Your Honor. Thank you. Ma'am, did you have conversations with Emily during that time period about suicide?
Yes.
And during that time period after her husband committed suicide, did she give to you any of her then existing state of mind or beliefs about that?
She was.
Yes or no?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And what were her then existing state of mind? What did
Judge.
she tell you about that?
Objection, Your Honor, is irrelevant and also hearsay. It doesn't need the exception.
That 11 is remote, so I'm going to sustain that.
But you did have those conversations with Emily?
Indeed, yes.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you meet someone by the name of Mathew Moore?
Yes.
And how did you first meet Mathew Moore?
Met him with Emily at Comfest in June of 2019.
Okay. And if you know, what was
He's
the
like, "I
relationship
guess."
between Mr. Moore and Emily in 2019 when you first met him?
They were married.
And prior to you meeting Matt, were you aware that the two of them were married?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you find that information?
Emily came to visit me, and we in Detroit in August of 2018, and she told me that she was considering getting married to Mathew.
And did you have conversations about that?
Yes.
Okay. When you first met Matt in 2019, you stated that was where?
She was visiting me in Detroit.
When you first met Matt?
I'm sorry. When I first met Matt, it was in Columbus, June 2019.
Okay. And what were your interactions with Matt at that time? How were your interactions with him?
I was uncomfortable. I was uncomfortable when we tried to take pictures. He would want to force his way into the picture, and he was uncomfortably affectionate physically towards me. And I just met him, so I did not feel comfortable.
That was the first time you physically met Mr.
Yes.
Moore, correct? Did you have any conversation with him prior to that, or is that the very first time you spoke or saw him?
First time I saw or spoke to him.
Okay. Did you witness any interactions between the defendant, Mr. Moore, and Emily during that event?
Yes.
And what do you recall about witnessing those interactions?
He would interrupt her when she'd be speaking. He seemed to just want to put himself in the middle of us so that if I wanted to sit next to her or be with her, he would want to sit or stand in between us.
Were either Emily or Matt drinking during Comfest?
Yes.
What do you call about that?
Matt was drinking a lot of beer, and Comfest, they have giant 20-ounce beers.
What about Emily?
She was not.
Was that the only time you had met Mr. Moore?
I met him, well, that was the only time. I did go to their condo after Comfest and spent time with him there.
During that same time period in 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you recall about those interactions back at the condo?
He was drinking, and I brought some food. Emily and I had planned on going on a trip together, so we had some food, and I cut a big melon, and we were sharing the fruits and snacks that I brought. I did spend some time with him in the morning, and Emily had gone to work very early in the morning so that she could get some hours in at the office before we were going to leave on our trip. So I spent a few hours with Matt alone, and I wasn't entirely comfortable with him.
Was anyone else living in the condo at that time?
Yes.
And who was that?
I'm unclear. Did she stay the night there? Why would she be there in the morning? Because if she didn't stay the night there and she was uncomfortable, why go? And if you were staying the night there, maybe go find something to do in the morning if you're that uncomfortable with him. I mean, I would have just been like, I'm going to go for a walk or something. I don't know. It's summer, right? They were at that park thing. Had to be nice weather.
Matthew's son, Joey.
Okay. did you have the chance to speak with Joey?
Yes,
Okay. And did you see any interactions between Joey and Emily and Matt?
yes.
What were the interactions like at that time between Joey and Emily?
We were just standing around their kitchen island, eating snacks and, getting to know each other. He was very pleasant. He was kind of sweet. And it was a pleasant time.
And was that the first time you'd met Joey?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see Joey again after that?
No.
Now, you mentioned earlier in your testimony about planning to take a trip. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about the trip you had planned and when that was occurring.
We had decided, I wanted to come to Columbus to visit Emily and other friends, and we decided that we would get a cabin in Hocking Hills. So we had several phone calls and emails and text messages trying to determine where we'd like to go. So Emily had booked a 5-day stay at the chalets in the Hocking Hills.
And when you say we, who was going on this trip?
Emily and I.
Okay, so just the two of you?
Yes.
What was the purpose of the trip, if there was one?
I believe Emily had a difficult time.
As to the purpose of the trip?
Well, as to what Emily said, I'll sustain that.
Did you and Emily have a conversation about planning this trip?
Yes.
And was there a particular state of mind she gave to you as to why she wanted to take this trip with you?
She was aggravated with the responsibilities of dealing with Joey and his mental illness and needed to get away from that.
Okay. And so then this trip was planned to go to Hocking Hills?
Yes. As a girl's getaway.
And how long was this trip supposed to be taking place?
We were supposed to be there for 5 days.
Now, you said you were supposed to be there for 5 days. Did that change? Did you stay for less time or more time?
We only stayed for 1 night.
Okay. And can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened during that one night that you were there?
Emily received a text message in the morning, about 8 o'clock in the morning, after I had prepared breakfast. And the text message she received from Matthew was...
Objections to what the text said?
It's the defendant's statement, Your Honor. Came from the defendant.
Not to law enforcement.
Well, this
Your
is,
Honor, I believe that
what are you offering this for?
to explain what happens afterwards, why they could only stay for one night, and secondarily, I don't think it needs to come from law enforcement if it's the defendant's own statement.
Ladies and gentlemen, the answer to the question is to provide context as to what she did next. It is not being offered for evidence of the truth of what the text was about. So I want you to understand that. You can answer the question.
What did the text state, ma'am?
Joey is gone. He is dead. He hung himself.
And were you with Emily when she received that message?
Yes.
And can you describe what her demeanor was like in that moment?
She was in shock, wondering if this was a sick joke or if it was the truth. She was pacing and panicking and wondering what to do. She tried to call Matt, and Matt, multiple dozens and dozens of times, and I tried to call him as well, and he would not answer the phone.
Okay. Based on that information, what did the two of you do next?
I thought that we should probably take it seriously because no one would make that kind of a horrible joke. So we packed up, and I'm unable to drive, or else I would have driven. I have epilepsy and I have poor vision, so Emily was stuck with having to drive us home all the way from the very bottom of the Hocking Hills, and it took us several hours to arrive home. And she had to take a lot of breaks to stop and pull off the side of the road so that she could compose herself to be able to drive home safe.
And eventually, did you get back to the condo?
No, I was dropped off at a friend's house in Bexley.
And was that the last time you saw Emily Noble alive?
Yes.
After that time period, did you remain in contact with Emily?
Yes.
And how would you remain in contact with her?
Through texts and phone calls and Facebook.
Up to that point, you had still been getting together with Emily at least yearly, if not more than that. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Did that stop?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know why that stopped?
Objection is to speculation.
Well, she can answer yes or no.
Do you know why that stopped? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. Did you attempt to schedule meetings or events, things to do with Emily?
No.
Okay. And how often would you speak after that last time you saw her in person?
It was much less frequent than before.
At some point, did you find out that Emily was missing?
Yes,
And without getting into what you heard or saw, where did you find that information?
on her Facebook page.
And when you say on her Facebook page, what do you mean by that?
There was a post that said, this is from Matt, and Emily has gone missing, and it was a plea for help to find her.
Did you, based on that information, reach out to people, talk to anybody, or what did you do?
I reached out to multiple common friends that we had, begging that, I lived in Detroit, and I felt like I couldn't do anything to help find her, so I reached out to multiple friends. And I also made a phone call to Detective Grubbs.
When you say you felt like you couldn't do anything, was that based on your inability to drive or something else?
Yes, I felt like I was helpless, other than trying to share the information as it came, and asked local people to help find her.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
So she can't drive? Did he say her inability to drive? So far,
No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ross, please.
so far the two witnesses that have had anything bad to say about their relationship, one, she doesn't live there, doesn't see her all the time. Two, the other lady didn't live there or see her all the time until for a while, and then she moves back. But I was wondering if that was the woman that, oh, okay, Carmen, I didn't hear that part that she couldn't drive. Do you remember when the neighbor, Colette, was testifying about the person they got in an argument with, or she got in an argument with, not them, about the woman that was swimming at the pool that wasn't supposed to be swimming at the pool? I was wondering if that was that last witness. But those are people that didn't seem to be around Emily and Matt all the time. Like Colette seemed to be around them, and she didn't really have anything bad to say about it. She certainly didn't have any abuse allegations. So I don't know. I don't know how you judge somebody's relationship when you're around them just for these snapshots of time, because you might catch them at you might catch them at a bad time. Maybe they just had an argument and they're not talking to each other, or, who knows? But when you aren't seeing people all the time, you don't know what's going on. Even when you do see them all the time, you don't have any idea what's going on behind closed doors, but certainly not when you're just seeing small snapshots of the relationships.
One moment, Your Honor.
Good morning, Brandy.
Diane Menashe on behalf of Matt Moore. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. I've got some follow-up questions. I just want to be sure about the timeline. Confess in Columbus with Emily and Matt. I heard you testify on direct that was in June of 2019.
Yes.
And we know Confest, being from Columbus as well, is always in June during the summertime. Okay, and so the trip with Emily, and let me be clear, that's the first time you met Matt was at Confest. You just testified to this jury, is that right?
Yes.
June of 2019. And Joey dies, kills himself while you're together with Emily.
Yes.
And that's July of 2019.
The Confest was the last weekend of June every year. And so the date after Confest is when we went. So that weekend, I believe, was the 28th through the 30th. And I believe Joey passed on the 1st.
And so that's what I wanted to be clear about for the jury. Your period of time from meeting Matt for the first time to going to the condo to being with Emily when she hears Joey killed himself is literally a few days.
Yes.
Okay. So you're at Confest the last weekend in June, 28th, 29th, and then you're in Hocking Hills with Emily on July 1st when she gets the text from Matt, right?
I believe we were there the 30th and the 1st.
Okay, and then you're there with her when she gets this text message, and she drives you home, and then she drops you off at someone's place in Bexley, and then that's the last time you saw her.
Yes.
Nothing further.
as those areas, and you agree, right?
No additional questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any of you folks have any questions?
So she's basically basing her opinion of him off of 2 days?
Julie's going to be asking questions now.
I mean, have you ever met somebody and you didn't like them at first? And then you did once you got to know them? Or you did like them and then didn't like them once you got to know them? But not in 2 days. All right, get up to the judge so we can hear what you're going to say. I assume they have questions, that's why it's taking so long. But I guess for me, if I'm sitting on the jury, I'm going to believe somebody that was there all the time, like Colette, versus these two people who were in and out of her life and weren't there all the time seeing the day-to-day stuff. All right. Get to the sidebar. There we go. Sometimes like opening gifts when these jurors have questions like, is it going to be a good gift or a bad gift? You know, like they educated us on flip-flops. Carmen apparently looked those up and said they were very expensive and looked really uncomfortable. I have not looked them up. All right, here we go. Time for some jury questions.
Ma'am, a couple of questions for you. Do you know how old Joey was when you made?
I believe he's 19.
Okay, thank you. When you last saw Emily in June and July of 19, did you see any bruises on her arms, hands, or elsewhere?
No.
And did Emily attempt to schedule any get-togethers with you after July 1, after the notification of his death?
No.
All right, thank you. What was the nature of your call to Detective Grubbs?
I called him to give him details of when we received the text message that Joey had been missing because
Objection as to why she called? Different question, right?
What did you say to the detective?
I told the detective the details of how Joey was found dead because I was worried that Emily may have been found the same way.
Final question for you is, can you explain what made you physically uncomfortable with Matt being affectionate towards you?
Barely knew him, and I felt it was inappropriate.
All right. Thank you. Any questions from the state?
You were asked about worried that Emily would be found the same way. Why did you feel that way?
Objection as to why she felt that way?
Yeah, that's an opinion, and I think beyond the ken of what the jury needs, and that was also staying the objection.
No further questions. Thank you.
Dang, I kind of wanted to
Any
know
questions
why
from the
she felt that way.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, give me a second. Thank you very much.
And if she thought that she was gonna be found the same way that Joey was found, which it sounds like they were found in similar fashions, is she insinuating that Matt also unalived his son? Because why else would you think that? Nobody has ever, that we've heard in this trial, questioned if he was suspected of having anything to do with his son's passing. So if she thought that she might be found in the same way, is that what she was insinuating? They needed to look into everything?
Call your next witness.
Just moving fly through witnesses here to give me 5 minutes, make sure they're out in the hallway, the next one.
Absolutely true. We'll get him.
5 minutes. I can't tell if I can. I'll just do it this way. Sorry, that's annoying. Let me. There we go. Then you'll have to hear it. Oh, look. He's there. Never mind.
Stay called John Craig.
Thank you.
Wonder who this fella's gonna be.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please say your name for the record?
John G. Kramer with a K.
Hey, can you spell your last name, please, for us?
Kramer.
And where do you live, sir?
I live at 8 Spring Lake Court, Delaware, Ohio.
And how long have you lived in Delaware?
I've been here since December. Moved from Westerville.
And whereabouts in Westerville did you live prior to this?
51 Abbey Cross Lane.
And who'd you live there with?
My father, I was a caretaker for him. He recently passed away at 94. And he had some problems, hips and stuff of that nature. He needed help and assistance.
Okay. And so how long did you live at that Abbey Cross address?
Approximately 8 years.
And so do you remember around about when it was that you moved in there?
No, I don't recall, sir.
Okay. And you said, when did your father pass away?
December of last year.
Of last year?
Yes.
And he was 94 years old at the time?
2 days before his 95th birthday.
I'm sorry to hear that, sir. So how old was your dad when you moved in with him at Abbey Cross?
Do the math. 25. He was about 87, 88.
Okay. Did your dad live at 51 Abbey Cross prior to you moving in there?
Yes.
And how long prior to that did your dad move to that address?
Approximately 15, 20 years prior.
So, all told, high 20s, how long your dad lived there, both alone and then the times when you lived there with him?
Right. Pretty much when my mother passed away, I moved in.
Okay. And when did your mom pass away?
I knew that question was
in
coming.
88.
Would you go and visit your dad there?
He's got to nail this time down because that defense attorney has been all over the dates that he's trying to get out of his witnesses so far that have been kind of all over the place. So he's trying to nail this guy's timeline down, and I don't know that he is going to get there. He tried, though.
In the neighborhood?
Yes.
And then, did you talk to a lot of the neighbors and the people who lived around?
Yes, I was very familiar with the neighbors. During the summertime, my father would go down to the clubhouse and once a week would supply tomatoes he grew.
Do you remember meeting a family with the last name Noble?
Yes, sir.
And when did you first meet them?
Well, the mother, about 3 or 4 years ago, she moved in. I talked to Amy and her mother. They coming through looking at condos. She purchased a condo and then was not present a whole lot. She had the whole house refurbished. So I knew Emily's mother and obviously Emily also.
Okay. Do you know what happened to Emily's mother?
Yes, I'm to the understanding she passed away hitting the backside of a semi.
And after Emily's mom died, did somebody else live across the street?
Yes, Emily moved in pretty quick.
Just so we're clear, where was 51 Abbey Cross in relation to the address where Emily was living?
I do believe that was 46. Yes, it was directly across from our condo.
After Emily moved in, how often would you see her?
I would see Emily probably, it depends on the week, but at least 5 or 6 times a week, at least. Quite often I would see her out there working in the yard, and we would talk, and whenever there was a storm or clouds moving in, Emily, you'd see her out in the middle of the street taking pictures. She never went anywhere without a phone. She was quite adamant taking pictures of everything.
When, was there something that brought you outside of your residence a lot?
Yes, I am presently a smoker, and I smoked out in the garage.
Is that where you smoke all your cigarettes? You didn't smoke inside the house?
I did every once in a while. I did have a hip replacement and a knee replacement, and yes, I did smoke in the house.
Would you say you smoke more often in the garage or inside the house?
In the garage.
And would you see Emily and other people when you were outside smoking in the garage?
Oh, yes. Neighbors walk around there quite often, walk their dogs or just take walks. It's an elderly community, retirement community, and yeah, a lot of people would take walks.
Do you know if Emily smoked?
I seen her with a vape.
Okay. And can you describe what a vape is?
It's an e-cigarette. I don't know much about them. All I see is people taking in the smoke, and either they give a whole bunch of smoke out or just a little bit.
Fair to say not the same kind of thing you smoke?
No.
That's
All right.
very true.
You smoke traditional cigarettes?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
old school.
All right. Did anyone move into the condo with Emily?
I do believe Joey moved in with them, and Matt Moore moved in with them.
And who was Matt Moore?
The gentleman placed over here.
Let the record reflect the witness identify the defendant.
Well, at least he knew who he was.
You want some more details on
Okay, so noted.
it? Okay. Thank you. Did Matt smoke?
Yes.
And do you know what he smoked?
He vaped and he smoked cigarettes.
So this time frame after Matt's moved in with Emily across the street from you, can you describe Emily for the jury?
Emily was outgoing. Actually, she introduced herself to me, and we became friends then. And we quite readily would talk. Her taking pictures. Every once in a while, we'd sit out there and shoot the breeze and have a beer. But yeah, very, very nice, outgoing lady. I was supposed to leave to go to Lake Erie shortly before Emily went missing, and my father would go with my sister, and she told me, John,
All right. I know it's difficult, but you can't talk about something that she said to you, okay? But can you just generally tell me what,
she would look after my flowers.
okay. She would take care of the place when you were gone.
Right.
Okay. Again, talking about this time frame after the defendant moves in with Emily, before Emily disappears, can you describe Matt?
Matt didn't come out very often at all. It was normally Emily out working in the yard. Matt really wasn't present for that. I really didn't talk to Matt a whole lot until Emily went missing.
Okay. So I want to talk to you a little bit about that time frame. Do you remember when that was that Emily went missing?
The time frame she left.
Need to remember when that was, do you remember what date it was that you became aware she was missing?
I think it was the 24th of May,
Remember,
day after Labor Day.
You remember what year?
It was 2 years ago.
Okay.
He's like, could you not just say
And
2020?
that week or two before that time frame, what, if anything, did you observe or hear between Matt and Emily?
Yes, one evening when I was out in the garage smoking, I did hear Emily and Matt very vocal and screaming. Sounded like an argument. I don't know the particulars, what they was arguing about. I didn't want to be a nosy neighbor. I turned around and went back into the house. So what was actually said during that argument, I don't know. And yeah, you can't say anything more on that.
Where were you when you heard that argument?
I was out in my garage.
Smoking?
Yes.
Okay. When I talked to you then about, I think you said Labor Day. You mean Labor Day or Memorial Day?
Memorial Day. I flip them back and forth.
No problem. So I want to tell you about Memorial Day of 2020. Do you remember what you did on Memorial Day?
Yes, I got up and I went to Wendy's, went down to Hoover Dam Park, ate breakfast. I came back home and got ready for a party at my sister's house. Excuse me.
And did you go to your sister's house that day?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned taking your breakfast to Hoover Dam Park.
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
I enjoy fishing. I go up to Lake Erie quite often and fish. And I enjoy watching people actually catch fish. So I sit at the picnic table and watch people around me in the park fishing. I would go to the end of basically Polaris, and they have a park there. So I would drive down there and have my breakfast and then return home.
How many days a week would you say you were taking your breakfast and going out over there?
Yeah, at least 4.
Do you have a time normally when you'd be doing that?
No.
Just whenever you decide to go get breakfast?
Who remembers what they did for breakfast 2 years ago? I can remember what I did for Memorial Day or Labor Day 2 years ago, but I can't tell you exactly what everything I did. That's kind of nuts.
Wake up and I'm ready for breakfast, have my father all situated, and yeah, I take off and get some me time.
When you were getting up in the mornings and going for breakfast, would you see Emily?
Sometimes, rarely. Normally when I was coming back, I might see her out in the yard doing different things. She was an early bird.
You said you went to your sister's house on Memorial Day 2020?
Yes.
And where does your sister live?
She lives in the area of Cook and 71.
Okay. And do you remember what time you came back from your sister's house?
Yeah, 6-ish, maybe 6:30, 6:45.
And do you remember anything unusual when you came back to your house that day?
Yes, when I returned home, I noticed a police cruiser in front of Emily and Matt's condo.
And what'd you do then when you saw that?
Well, I pulled in, and before I could get my father out and me, the officer came over, and he asked me if I seen Emily. And I asked, what's going on? And he told me she was missing, which kind of put a shock on me right there. And he asked me if I seen her.
And what'd you say?
And originally I said, yes, I talked to her last night, and I think I may have saw her, well, no, I didn't say I think. I said I saw her between 9:30 and 10. Now, as I brought my father into the home.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Hold on a second. So I'm gonna back you up. So you said that you had seen Emily the night before.
Yes, we talked a little bit.
And what do you without going into what you discussed, just what do you remember about seeing Emily the night before?
It's, hello, how you doing? And would return, she goes, well, I'm going on a walk, John. And I said, well, you have a good time, Emily. And I returned into the house.
Do you remember anything specifically about what she was wearing when you saw her?
No, but I'm sure it was black.
And why do you say that?
She constantly wore black. I think she owned one pair of blue jeans I've seen her in one time. But when she's wearing something different or colorful, that you notice that.
Okay. So you saw her the night before, and then told the officer that you had seen her that morning, the same morning that officers were at the condo.
Yes.
Okay. And make sure I understood, you said that you believe you saw her between 9:30 and 10 o'clock.
Correct.
Okay. After you had that conversation with the officer, what did you do next?
I took my father in, got him situated. During that time, I started thinking, and I see Emily almost every day, and I'm like, was this morning? Was it yesterday? It could have been a couple days later. I was not 100% positive I seen her. I am 60 years old, and sometimes our memory does fail. So I went back to the officer and told him that I'm not positive that I seen her this morning, but I know I seen her last night because we talked, and he asked me to repeat it. I told him again, and he acknowledged it.
Did you, skipping ahead,
But he remembers what he did for breakfast 2 years ago. That doesn't add up. I mean, I understand him being that confused about, well, was it then? You know, maybe overthinking it, whatever. I would say his first answer was probably right. But now you're all confused, but you weren't confused about what you did 2 years ago for breakfast?
a little bit, did you talk to other officers on the phone or in person throughout the investigation?
Yes,
And
Detective Grubbs.
And did you communicate that same information to them about not being sure if you saw her the morning of Memorial Day?
Yes, I communicated that with Detective Grubbs and Amy.
And when you say Amy, just so we know, who are you talking about?
Emily's sister.
After Memorial Day, when you came home and the officers were there, did you have any conversations with Matt?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember what the first conversation was that you had with him after that?
Well, as I was talking to the police officer and gave the timeline of when I seen Emily, I don't know what Matt told the police officer, but as soon as I mentioned, you know, it was dusk, I don't have an exact time, the officer got out and confronted Matt. Now, what was...
What I want to talk about is your interactions with Matt. I want to talk about any of the law enforcement. So let's go beyond that day, beyond Memorial Day.
We was at that time we was talking. As a police officer left, I do believe, I'm not positive. He made statements like, "Oh, she's just mad, and she'll be back here in a couple of days. She'll be walking in this door," and I'm like, okay. Still have an open mind then.
So after that day, did you have any interactions with Matt?
Yes. The following day, I was out in the garage smoking. Matt came over and asked me if I could buy, I was going to Kroger's anyways, buy him a fifth of, Jack Daniels and a pack of cigarettes. And he then told me, because I'll buy you a carton if you do this for me. And I'm like, at $80, I'm not going to do that. And then he said, I'll give you $20. And I did take the $20, and I gave him the change afterwards.
Did you go and buy the booze and cigarettes?
Yes, with his money.
And what'd you do after you purchased them?
I returned home and gave it to him. He thanked me
Where did you give it to him?
at his door front. I knocked on his door and he opened his door for me.
Did you make any observations at that time?
Yes, I noticed cigarette smoke in the house, which really depressed me.
Why was that, sir?
That's when I started thinking Emily's not coming home,
It depressed
Why did cigarette
you?
smoke make you think that?
because Emily would not allow anyone to smoke in the house. That she's a pet peeve with cleaning, keeping everything in order, and she always wanted her place of residence in very good shape and would not allow people to smoke in her house. So that led to the conclusion, he knows she's not coming back.
I'll sustain that statement. Juries will disregard that comment. I sustain it.
And is it possible if they got in a fight and she left that he just smoked in the house to piss her off? Why would that lead you to believe somebody wasn't coming back? I mean, if they just constantly did it, I guess after that, if he went over there every day and he was smoking all the time, I guess, maybe.
After that interaction, which you smelled smoke inside the condo, did you have other interactions with Matt?
Not really, especially after that. He did come over at one time, and my father answered the door, and he asked if I was home and if I would like to go shooting with him. And my father told him I was not there.
Okay. If it's not something that you didn't have that conversation, I don't want to get into it. Okay. I want to talk about, did you specifically interact with Matt?
No.
Okay. Did you see anyone else come to visit the condo after Emily was missing?
Yes, there was a gentleman, I do believe it was one of Joey's friends, and he would come over usually on Tuesdays or Thursdays. And what they was doing, I don't know. But they would, and it seemed quite regularly. But then all of a sudden, about 2 months into it, he quit showing up.
Okay. Were you aware if there were any efforts to try to locate Emily going on? Any search parties that you were aware of?
Oh, yes.
And can you tell us, did you have any interaction with those search parties?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do?
I went to the sign maker and had some enlarged signs. I do believe they was 2 foot by 3 foot, and put it on County Line and Westville Road. And these signs were large enough so people could read them and see Emily's picture. I did purchased 3 of those. I placed one there, and I placed one in front of the condo, which only lasted a day or two.
Okay. You put one out in Westerville, one in front of your condo, and anywhere else you could put a sign?
The third one I gave away to one of Emily's friends, and where she placed it, I have no idea.
Did you ever see Matt at any of the search parties?
No, I did not.
Other than talking about somebody he thought might have been Joey's friend, do you remember any other visitors that stood out to you in the condo across the street?
I would see, at one time there was a couple of vans out there, which was out of the ordinary, and his father would come over. Other than that, no. At one time, there was a party out in the driveway with some boy playing a guitar, and it was a little party, and to my understanding it was celebrating Joey's birthday.
Again, if he would have went to all the searches, he would be a suspect still because he's inserting himself into it, the investigation. If he doesn't go to the searches, he's a suspect still because he didn't go to the searches. There's no right answer there for him at all. He's looking at the jury like, are you guys going to ask me questions?
Did you observe Emily going on walks a lot?
Oh, yes. Yes, quite often. I could say almost once a day.
And were you able to observe when she went on those walks whether or not she had her phone with her?
She always had her phone. Every time I was around here.
And the other question I have, I want to make sure I understand the time frame. When was it that you smelled smoke inside the condo?
When did I?
Yeah, when?
Yes, during the time of my knee and hip replacement.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh.
I'm not talking about you smoking inside your condo. I'm talking
Okay.
about when you smelled smoke in 46 Abbey Cross, in that condo.
Okay, I have never smoked in the condo. I knew Emily would not allow that.
And so when was it that you smelled smoke in there?
The day after Emily went missing, when he told me, asked me to get him a bottle of Jack Daniels, a fifth to be exact, and a pack of Marlboro, I call them Reds, they'd be regulars.
And so that was the day after law enforcement had been there?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. John, how are you this morning?
I'm just fine, ma'am. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Diane Menashe on behalf of Matt Moore. We've never met before,
No, we haven't.
but you have met with my investigator before. Have you not? Came to your house on December 19th of 2020, when you still lived at 51 Abbey Cross. Do you remember that?
I remember a gentleman coming in, I'll call him a child, but
Well,
a
I'm
young
not telling
adult.
you said that.
Yeah, a young adult.
Yeah, a young adult came in, and I think you let him in, and he asked you some questions about, very similar to what the prosecutors asked you about.
Correct.
About the day that Emily went missing.
Correct.
And you were kind enough to let him in and answer the questions. I'm going to ask you about that, but I just wanted to jog your memory there if we can. Let's go back to the night before Emily went missing. You remember speaking with her at 8 p.m., do you not?
You know, I cannot give an exact time. It was dusk.
Okay, and dusk, we're talking Memorial Day weekend, right? So sort of, obviously.
It would be in the 8 o'clock range, give or take 15 minutes.
And it wouldn't surprise you to know then that you had told officers it was 8 p.m.?
I do believe I used the word dusk.
And so dusk it is.
Okay.
And so you saw Emily on the night before, and you spoke to Emily that night at dusk?
Yeah.
You had a
Yes, I
conversation?
did.
And she said that she was just going to go out and go for a walk, as
Yeah.
you recall?
Yes.
And that wasn't unusual for Emily. I think you just told us your Emily went
No.
for a walk every day.
No.
And so I want to talk then about, so we know that you had the conversation with the walk, and then the prosecutor asked you about Memorial Day itself and how you began that. And I think was it McDonald's or Wendy's? My fault.
Yeah, I go to Wendy's and then sometimes McDonald's.
Okay.
I change it up a little bit.
And so you go to one of those, and you get breakfast, and then you go to Hoover.
Correct. I go to a park.
And sort of, that's something that you do. I heard you say maybe 4 or so times a week.
Oh, yes.
And as you remember, I'm sure the weather was good that weekend.
Yes.
It was warm and clear. It wasn't rain. It was one of those Memorial Day weekends where we actually didn't have rain.
You're right.
And so you go to Hoover Dam, and as you told the jurors, you're kind of people watching or watching people fish.
Yeah, watching them fish. Hey, families enjoying themselves.
Sure, because it was a holiday, and so people were out enjoying themselves.
Correct.
And then you go to your sister's for a bit on Memorial Day?
Oh, yeah. It was there. We had dinner and sat around for a little bit afterwards. My sister, brother-in-law, my dad, and me.
And you remember that time and event and who was there?
Yes.
And then as you come home, you pull into Abbey Cross and you see that cruiser sitting in front of 46 Abbey Cross.
Correct.
And that wasn't hard to miss because of that the houses are so close.
Right.
And that street's not particularly wide, is it?
No, it's not.
And so as you pull in and before you even, do you pull into the garage?
No, I didn't. I pulled into the driveway. It's kind of difficult to get my father out of the car sometimes. So I pulled in later.
Okay, so you just pulled up onto that, the cement there that's in front of
Right,
your
the
driveway?
approachway.
And before you could let your dad out, the police officer approaches you?
Correct.
And heavy set, black male, that was the officer that approached you. Is that correct, John?
Correct.
Would you have, that's sound like a good description of him?
Yes, I could pick him out of a lineup.
Okay, because your memory's good like that. So tell me, the officer comes up to you and asks you, does he not, when is the last time that you had seen Emily? Her that morning, you thought at 9:30, 10 o'clock.
Yes.
And at that time, John, that's the very first time in your driveway when that heavy-set black officer asks you, when is the last time that you've seen Emily? You said 9:30 to 10 a.m. today.
Yes, 9:30 to 10.
Right?
Correct.
And then you testified as to later, you went back to the other officers and you said now that you had taken your dad inside and
Yes,
had some
getting
time to think.
situated.
So some time passed and you went back out and you told the officer that you weren't 100% sure. Is that right?
I said I wasn't, yeah, I don't say 100%. I said I am not sure because I see Emily almost every day, and almost every day she's wearing black, and I'm not positive it wasn't the day before.
Okay. And when she's always wearing black, she was always wearing tennis shoes, wasn't she, John?
I really didn't notice that part.
Oh, you didn't notice her shoes. Did she, like, when she was going for walks in May, she would kind of wear that tank top, wouldn't she, with, like, the straps on it? Do you remember that?
I remember
Black.
the outfit.
Okay,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, an outfit. I remember her wearing that at one time or another.
Okay.
To say she was wearing that at that time, no.
Okay, and she would always just wear something that was black.
Yeah.
And so then I want to fast forward to when my investigator came and talked to you and you let my investigator and again, asked you about when you saw Emily last. And you told the investigator, did you not, about seeing her the night before Memorial Day? And you remembered that because you talked to her and it was around dusk or 8 p.m., right?
Right.
And then when my investigator asked you, how sure were you that you had seen her the same morning she went missing, you told my investigator, did you not, on December 19th.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach? Sure.
Can we approach? I don't like this answer. I don't like where this is going. You know, that defense attorney, she's like, I'm smiling at you, but I'm reeling you in. Like, I just casted a line and I'm smiling at you. I'm reeling you in. Don't try to figure out where I'm going because you won't. Oops. All right. I mean, why would they have a problem with what he said to her investigator? Is her investigator not allowed to ask questions? Their investigators are allowed to ask questions.
Sorry, John. Hang on.
Hey, that's okay.
Oh, sorry. Becky, sorry. You okay? Perfect. Thank you, good. Sorry, John, let me pick up where you left off.
He lost.
And you know what? Let me step back because I want to make sure for the jurors. At no point since, do you remember his name being Officer Hollis? The heavier set black male?
I'm terrible with names, and no.
Fair enough. That officer. From the moment the officer approached you as you pulled into your driveway to today, fair to say you've never written a handwritten statement about what you recollect seeing?
Or maybe
No,
he
I
didn't
have
lose.
not.
Okay. So you were interviewed or asked some questions by the black male officer.
Correct.
Right when you pulled in. And then you subsequently have talked to Detective Grubbs. Is that fair?
Yes, I have talked to Detective Grubbs
Sure.
on numerous occasions.
And then, and taking us forward, and then there's this conversation with my investigator when you, and I being nicely let my investigator in and talk to them
I
about
think
what
he
you
lost.
remember as one, right?
I do believe the guy said he's representing a company.
Ready Investigations. Do you remember that, sir?
I have the card at home.
Perfect. He left you his card. So I just want to make sure that there's not a written statement of yours anywhere.
No.
Okay. So, and then let me go back to where I was, John. When you asked, my investigator's asking you about the conversation with Emily the night before, and then on Memorial Day, seeing her at 9:30, 10 a.m., and he asked you, did he not, how sure you were? And do you remember telling my investigator that you were 90% sure?
No, I don't recall.
Okay, fair enough. One moment, Your Honor. You talked about a young man, Joey's friend, that was at 46 Abbey Cross, kind of in the days that followed. Do you know that boy or man, young man?
Yes.
Yes, to be Cameron Kissel?
I don't recall. I was told his name a couple times by Amy.
Okay. And would it surprise you to know, or,
It was one of Joey's friends.
and let me describe him, maybe that'll help. He kind of had curly, light brown hair, tall, not, but like skinny
Yeah.
kid. And if you remember, because like, you're right across the street, did he drive a Volvo, John?
It was an odd-looking car. It stood out. Very well could have been.
Okay. And so it was that young man that we're talking about that was at the house for the month or two after Emily went missing.
Yes.
And you remembered him being Joey's friend.
Yes.
And it would surprise you to know that he was there doing searches with Matt for Emily?
No.
Okay, all right. And Cameron Kissel, how many conversations have you had with Cameron? Or the man that you saw at the house, the young man that would go there that was Joey's friend?
Oh, okay.
Did you ever talk to him, John?
One time, when I placed a large poster in front of the condo, him and Matt came over, and Matt wanted to thank me, and he was just going, thank you so much, John. Covering his eyes, one tear in his eyes, and he went out to embrace me, but it's COVID, and I did not want to embrace him at that time. Not just because of COVID, it is because I was upset.
I understand, and there's not a question as to why you didn't want to embrace Matt. I just wanted to know that if you had a conversation with the man that you say was Joey's friend, that you would see at the house with Matt.
Yes, I do believe Matt introduced him.
Okay, so at some point, he's introduced to you. I want to go back to, how many times have you talked to Detective Grubbs since your very first conversation with the heavier set black male officer?
I would say maybe 6 times. I would let him know when something suspicious, something out of the abnorm would show up across the street.
That's a lot.
Like I said, I smoke in the garage, and when I see something out of place, I would call him.
Yeah, and you have his cell phone number, do you not? So you can just call the detective directly?
It rings into the office.
Okay, and then was there times when he would call you back and you would tell him things that you would see, would you not?
Yes.
Yeah, like the one time you called him and you said you thought there was this black suspicious car there, and you even gave Detective Grubbs the license plate. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I've given him a few license plate numbers.
And so you look out there, and then you see the license plate, and then you provide those to Detective Grubbs.
Yes, that turned out to be his father's car.
So one of the cars that you thought was suspicious was actually his own father's.
Yes.
Just want to make sure, this testimony that you gave the jurors about the 5th that Mr. Moore had you buy, and I know you've never written a handwritten statement, right?
No, I haven't.
Okay. And you've never, no recorded statement?
No.
Okay. I presume that's something that you would have told to Detective Grubbs in all those at least 6 times, would you not have?
I didn't talk to Officer Detective Grubbs. Yes, I did.
You did.
I did, and I told Amy also.
And so you would have told Detective Grubbs that information?
Yes, I would have.
And what date did you tell Detective Grubbs that information?
I do not recall.
John, I asked this just kind of as a person, and I think you said you were 60, but I don't say it to
No, that's fine.
I'm about to turn 49, so I'm not far behind you, John. Would you agree with me, though, just based on your experience, that memory doesn't get better with time?
No, it does not.
Nothing further.
Are you ready?
He's like, do I have to? Do I have to go up there? Don't want to. I like how the defense attorney, she turns like she's thinking, and then You know she's not. You know she's already got the question, and she already knows the answer.
All right.
Yeah,
Thank
they
you.
were
Any
like-
questions from the panel?
There's got to be questions for this guy. He tried to add in some extra stuff, it seemed like. I mean, she did a okay job of cutting him off, but I was surprised she didn't kind of cut him off earlier. He's like staring down the jurors. Calm down, John. Be all right. You can go back to your garage and smoke in a minute. Dang, dude. It's like staring Matt down now, too. I mean, obviously he's convinced he did something, or he wouldn't have tried as hard as what he did to get some stuff in there and to maybe change up some stuff. That was long. Come on, show the jerks, show the lawyers. So I can see when they're walking away. There we go.
Sir, I have a couple questions for you. Sure, you'd like to ask you.
Yes, you have.
No particular order here. Where was the sign placed in front of the condo? Was it your condo or across the street?
It was my condo. Well, it was my father's condo.
Right, but we understand. It's where you
Okay.
live.
Yes.
Okay. And why did the sign in front of the condo only last a day?
It was a day or two. Somebody complained about the sign, so the condo community asked me to take it down.
Okay. And do you recall the date that you heard the argument between Matt and Emily that you
I
retreated from?
have no date, especially being 2.5 years old.
Fair enough.
No, I do not.
Okay.
I do believe it was about a week and a half to 2 weeks prior to her going missing.
Okay. Fair enough. Have you had occasion to meet someone by the name of Celeste Groan? Name sound familiar to you at all?
No, I'm terrible with names, but I've been involved in the walks and stuff of that nature, and I may very well have.
Okay. You testified that you had seen Emily around dusk the evening before the police
Correct.
came out. What was her mood at that time when she was going to go for the walk?
It was normal to me. I can't say she was overwhelmed or excited, but in the same part, it wasn't. If she's down, she doesn't converse that much.
But she was normal as you
She
would-
seemed normal to me.
Okay, fair enough. When you had indicated in your testimony that you had heard the two of them arguing sometime, did you ever hear them arguing before that time?
No, I have
So
not.
this is the only occasion you heard, is that the answer?
Correct.
Okay. And,
It was very loud.
right, the time you testified to?
Yeah.
Okay, but that was the only time?
Right.
Okay. Had Matt or Emily ever asked you to purchase anything like that in the past that you indicated Matt had asked you to purchase? Had that ever been requested before?
No, I worked for a Budweiser company, and I was able to get free beer, and voluntarily, I brought over and would leave on their doorstep.
But not at their
They-
request?
they- Not at their request.
That was your choice?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Did that raise any questions for the state?
Mayor, thank you.
Defense? Okay. Thank you, sir. You may sit down.
Time for lunch break?
Yeah, you want to do that now? Okay, yeah, that's high noon. I'll let Mr. Kramer exit here before.
So somebody on the jury, I don't know if it's the same person, obviously, but keeps asking has asked every one of these witnesses that are friends of Emily's if they know Celeste Groan. He seemed to be the obvious answer to say yes to that. As much time as he spent out in his dad's garage, it seemed like he kind of saw a lot of stuff going on, and I guess he said he was bad with names. So, maybe.
State, we call the next witness.
They call Lieutenant Alloway.
The room I'm sitting in is freezing today, so I may turn into a popsicle right before your very eyes. And you'll all be amazed.
Or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Yes, it's Lieutenant Justin Alloway,
And spell your last name, please.
Alloway.
And what is your current occupation, sir?
I am the Detective Lieutenant at the Westerville Division of Police.
And what does that mean?
I am in charge of the Westerville Detective Bureau, overseeing the day-to-day operations and the long-term operations of the Bureau.
And how long have you been the detective lieutenant?
Approximately a year and a half at this point.
Did you have law enforcement experience prior to that?
Yes, sir. I am in my 22nd year of law enforcement at this point.
Okay. Can you tell us how you got started in law enforcement?
I can. I attended the Ohio State Highway Patrol Academy for my basic training back in 2000. From there, I spent about 5 years as a patrol officer working the street, answering calls for service. From there, I went in as a school resource officer for about 4 years. And then I was promoted in 2009. We had corporals at the time. I worked as a corporal for about 10 years before I was moved into the Detective Bureau as a sergeant.
All right, if he doesn't slow his little testimony down here pretty soon after
All of your law enforcement experience,
all
about
his
22 years old at Westerville?
qualifications,
Yes, it is.
I'll slow him
I
down.
want to take you back to May 25th of 2020. What was your rank at that time?
At that point, I was assigned as the sergeant at the Detective Bureau.
And so what
If I
did a
need to.
detective sergeant do with that?
I was tasked with reviewing all of the reports that came in on a daily basis, determining whether those cases would be closed out or whether we were going to assign those to detectives for further investigation.
And so what does that process look like? Walk the jury through how you look at a case and decide if a detective's going to do.
Absolutely. So every case that we have that comes in on our computer. We read through that case, determine what the probability is that we can solve that case. A lot of different factors that are associated with it, whether there's been a suspect identified, whether we believe we can identify one or not, and then make that decision whether we're going to pass that on to a detective.
Does the Detective Bureau jump into every single traffic stop or law enforcement interaction that the patrol officers have?
No. While we'll read through every report, we will not assign every one of those cases.
How do you get those reports? Is there some sort of daily briefing or some sort of summary sheet? What do you get that you're looking at?
We do have a briefing sheet that is sent out to our division that gives a basic overview of what had happened the day before, as well as on our computer system, our records management system. We have a list of all the reports that have been unassigned and that are still open that we can review.
And so is that, at the time as a detective sergeant, is that generally how your day started, reviewing reports and seeing what needed to go to a detective?
Yes, it is.
Well, I turn your attention to May 26th of 2020. Were you on duty as a detective sergeant on that day?
Yes, I was.
And did you review that summary or briefing sheet of the prior day's law enforcement interaction?
I did, but I had actually been approached by Detective Grubbs prior to me reviewing the cases that he had seen a case that he had interest in.
And what was that case specifically?
That was a missing persons report reporting that Emily Noble had been missing.
And so that was based on the interaction that the patrol had the day before?
That is correct.
Now Sergeant Hollis, who had been dispatched out to the scene, you were aware of those general facts and information at the time then when you're looking to assign a detective?
That is correct.
Do you assign a detective to every single missing person report?
Eventually we will. A lot of times we'll have missing kids that are runaways that they honestly just don't want to be found, and so we'll take a little bit more time before we get to those, or people that are just running away for whatever reason we don't know. But no, not everyone gets the attention immediately.
This one did get, well, Detective Grubbs, you said, had expressed interest in it. Did you review the initial information on the case?
Yes, I did.
And did you determine that a detective should be assigned?
Yes.
And did you assign Detective Grubbs as the lead investigator?
Yes, I did.
Did you have at that time a general understanding of what had occurred with the initial patrol response?
Yes, I did. I've read the initial report and had a general understanding of it.
And what was that general understanding?
Just that a 52-year-old female had gone missing from her home. There wasn't any other type of extenuating circumstances, no notes left that she was going to leave or harm herself, and that it just seemed strange to the patrol officers.
And were you aware about the location of Emily Noble's belongings, those types of things?
Yes, I was. I was told that her wallet, phone, and keys were left at the residence.
And were those all factors you considered in your decision to assign a detective to investigate?
Yes, they were.
To your knowledge, as of May 26th, had there been any, again, we're talking morning of May 26th, right, as you're assigning the case, had any areas been searched at that time?
Yes, I had been told that the patrol officers had searched the immediate area around the residence.
And as of that time, Emily was not located?
That is correct.
When you assign a case to a detective, is that detective then responsible, or is that, let me back up, is that detective going to conduct the entire investigation by themselves?
It depends on the case. Any larger cases, they are kind of responsible for the overall delegation of tasks that need to be completed during that investigation.
And so Detective Grubbs was appointed as the lead investigator?
He was.
And did you periodically interact with Detective Grubbs about how the investigation was going, stay involved, that kind of thing?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I want to talk first about initial, let me put up the map here.
At least I think we're finally going to get into the meat of this investigation. Start getting into it anyway.
Lieutenant, can you see that
what
okay?
it's all
Yes, I
about.
can.
Okay. Can you tell us, for the record, this is Defendant's Exhibit D up on the overhead. Can you tell us generally what it is we're looking at here?
Yeah, absolutely. This is the neighborhood to the northeast of the intersection of State and County line.
Okay. Is that neighborhood the neighborhood where Emily Noble lived?
Yes.
Did you have any knowledge generally of the area that had been looked at the previous day?
Yes, I did.
And where was that?
I was told that the officers had searched along the wooded area along the bike path that runs north and south on the rightmost part of that.
And you can actually draw right on the screen by touching that if you want. So.
Right in this area.
Did you discuss with Detective Grubbs what the kind of first steps of his investigation were going to be?
Yes, I did.
And what was that, sir?
The initial task that we wanted Detective Grubbs to complete was to go out and talk to Mr. Moore to gather more information and see if there had been any updates from the previous day to the next morning.
Is there a phrase you use to describe that kind of law enforcement interaction?
Sure. In law enforcement, we call it a knock and talk. Basically, we're going to knock on the door and just talk to somebody.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did Detective Grubbs go out to do that knock and talk with Mr. Moore?
Yes, he did.
Were you involved in setting up anything with the investigation there on May 26th?
Yes, I was. Due to the nature of the missing, we wanted to get a bloodhound involved in the case as quickly as possible to see if Emily might have walked off someplace. So we contacted actually the Delaware County Sheriff's Office to begin with because I knew that they had a bloodhound in the past. From there, we were referred to the Crawford County Sheriff's Office, who did have a bloodhound, who sent their dog down to help us.
And what was the idea of getting a bloodhound involved?
A bloodhound is typically able to track someone based on the scent of that person. So we wanted to see if Emily maybe left the condo and walked in a certain direction that would lead our searches to a certain direction.
And were you able to locate a canine bloodhound from Crawford County?
Yes, they did respond to the scene.
And did you go out to the scene when that canine arrived?
Yes, I did. I accompanied them during the search.
Generally speaking, can you describe where you went as a result of that bloodhound coming?
Yes, we left out of the residence and worked to the east. May I mark on the exhibit?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, let me clear all that so we know where. Okay, go ahead.
We started at the residence here and came to the east. And we had two different dogs throughout the process that we'll talk about. I can't remember if the Crawford County Bloodhound came through here or around here, but came up this way and through these woods and stopped at that driveway there.
In addition to that, let me back up. Did you then search that area of the woods up north of the condo as a result of the bloodhound going that direction?
Yes, we did.
And was anything located?
Nothing was located there.
Were there other searches you also participated in on May 26th?
On the 26th, I don't believe that there were any others at that point.
Were there other searches conducted by other people you weren't personally involved in?
Yes, I was told of many that occurred.
Were you aware of any searches that were done by the Westerville Fire Department?
Yes, I am.
And where was that location that was being looked at?
They checked the area to the southeast of State and County line, down in this area. And also, you can't see on this map, but there's a wooded area to the northwest corner as well that they searched up in through here.
So more towards on either side of the intersection of State Street and County Line Road?
Correct.
Lieutenant, are you familiar with the location where Emily was ultimately found?
Yes, I am.
And can you show us generally on the map where that was? Did the Westville Police Department have anybody specifically into that area of the woods on the May 25th or May 26th?
No, we did not.
I want to turn your attention to the next day, then May 27th. Did you receive other information about Emily Noble on that day?
We received information constantly. We had tips coming in all the time about this, and we did have a meeting about the case that morning.
All right, not to be gross. How did nobody that lived right there? It's summer. Like, she went through the heat of the summer out there in the woods. How did nobody smell that? Because think about when you pass a dead animal on the side of the road in the summer. Like, that stinks. I would think somebody would have smelled that. I'm surprised that, I don't know, I didn't see exactly where he was showing where the dog searched. I don't know how close they were, if they would have pulled that way to that area, if they didn't search it. So they don't know because the defense said in their opening the cadaver dogs did not hit in the house. So did anything happen there? Because if not, then she's been there that whole time. If so, then he did something in the house and then put her out there eventually. Because that doesn't make any sense. Okay, so the dogs went in from the other direction where she was found. Why did they not search right there, though? I was trying to see, because they had his condo marked, or her condo marked. I was trying to see how far away that was, because I couldn't remember. I don't know, it's so strange that they didn't find her.
Did you receive any kind of a call from a local dental office?
Yes, I did.
And what do you recall about that?
I had received a call that morning from a dental office saying that Emily had a dentist appointment earlier that day. I believe it was supposed to be at 8 o'clock, that she did not show up for.
And did the Westville Police Department obtain records from the dental office related to that?
Yes, we did.
What was sort of the next step in the investigation then at that point?
The next step we wanted to conduct was a search warrant at the residence, because that was the last place that we knew Emily to be, and we wanted to make sure we could secure any evidence if there was any there.
And was a search warrant obtained to go and search the condo?
Yes, it was.
Is that a one officer kind of an event?
No, when we have a search warrant of this nature, we have pretty much all of our detectives that are available assist with that.
And how is a plan put together for what to do and what kind of job duties are assigned?
Before we go out on the search warrant, we'll sit down, all the detectives that are going to go out, and we will assign different tasks, whether it be taking photos, laying out room letters, or whether it's actually the search that they're involved in, so they know what their duties are before they go out.
Were you aware of what Detective Grubb's plan was going to be during the execution of the search warrant?
Yes, I was.
And what was that, sir?
He and Detective Peachy were going to ask Mr. Moore to come back to the police station and discuss the circumstances.
Were other officers then going to remain on scene and conduct the actual search of the condo?
Yes, there were.
As the condo was searched, were there photographs taken of that location?
Yes, there were.
And were you on scene at the condo during the search warrant, or what was your role?
I was on scene during the search warrant. I did a quick walkthrough of the residence, but then my position was out front, just assisting with anything the officers needed as they went in and out.
On May 27th, was there also another canine that was involved?
Yes, there was.
And what canine was that?
That was a human remains detection dog that we requested. We have a trainer that we work with for our canines that he was familiar with, a canine that had human remains detection ability in Cleveland, and we'd asked for her to come down and participate in that search.
And do you know who that was?
Her name was Danielle Fate.
And when, if you recall, did she get to the scene?
I believe it was about an hour or so into the search warrant, she came down and met us.
And did you have a conversation with her?
Yes, I did.
And did she walk her dog around in a certain area?
Yes. I explained to her the general circumstances, and I asked for her to walk the dog through the residence as well as around the cars, and then there were some wooded areas that we would like for her to check.
And so did the dog check the cars in the area of the condo?
Yes.
Any indications or anything stand out that way?
There were no alerts there.
Did you go with that canine for the other search areas?
Yes, I did.
And so can you tell us where you went with that canine?
Yes, we went east on County Line Road from crossings, right through this area, right along the sidewalk, and then up the bike path. And she had the dog go up to the woods during this whole time, during this walk.
So you said along the sidewalk. Can you describe what that area looks like?
Yes, you've got the 4-lane County Line Road.
Can you
then
show
there,
us?
a little grassy strip, the sidewalk, and then it goes directly into the wooded area.
And where was the dog deployed as you were standing there?
We actually walked from the residence down to County Line, and we walked, and she began her search right in this area.
At any time as you walked with that dog, did the dog go into the woods?
No, the dog went up to the woods, but did not walk into the woods.
So along, would it be fair to describe that as along the tree line,
Yes,
in between the sidewalk and the tree line, but not actually into any of the woods?
that is correct.
And any alerts or anything during that process?
No, there were no alerts there.
After those initial searches in the first couple of days, what were you involved in next?
Next, we contacted a group called Texas EquiSearch. They are an organization based out of Texas. They have chapters throughout the United States that have volunteers that are willing to come together to help search in missing person cases.
And who makes a decision to involve that type of organization?
I did.
And what is the purpose of getting someone like that involved?
Well, it allows them to conduct the searches for us. I met with their director, their regional director, Dave Rader, and he mentioned to us that he's trained his people that if they should find anything, to leave it alone and call us immediately. So that allowed them to do the searches while we focused on the other aspects of the investigation.
Did you meet with the chapter president?
Yes, I did.
What kind of information did you communicate to him at that time?
We just give him a basic understanding that we had a 52-year-old female that had walked away, presumably from her residence, and that's all the information we had at that point.
Were there, did you talk to them about what areas to be searched?
No, I really didn't need to. Dave was able to look at maps of the area based on his training and experience of searches that he has done in the past, and found areas that he wanted to have his team search just based on his knowledge in the past.
And at that time, were you under the misconception that somebody had been into all of the wooded areas that were nearest the condo?
Yes, I was.
And was that true?
No, it was not.
So where did Texas EquiSearch focus their efforts initially?
So they started a broader area. They worked out toward Alum Creek Park, Hoover Reservoir, even up Route 3. If they saw any areas that were like you could pull off your vehicle, they would look in all those different areas as well.
And did those searches continue then at the end of May?
Yes, they did.
Were those just manual searches, or were there other things involved?
There were other things involved. Texas EquiSearch not only brought 25 to 30 volunteers with them, they also brought drones to look through the area and also sonar boats to be able to check any bodies of water in the area.
The Texas EquiSearch, is that a one-time thing, or were they involved on multiple days?
No, we had multiple searches that they were involved in.
Were you aware of another search they conducted on June 7th?
Yes, I was.
And can you tell us a little bit about what you remember about that search?
I know that they conducted another one. That one, I believe, was primarily at the Alum Creek boat ramp area on Africa Road. They did countless searches for us all over the area, but unfortunately, we're not able to find anything.
How would you describe this area of Westerville and the community in general? Is there all residential, or are there a lot of wooded and water areas in that?
I'll permit you to answer the question. Go ahead.
So this area of Westerville is fairly grown up with residences. However, just to our north is Genoa Township that has a lot of wooded area, and there are a lot of ponds in the area. Even in Westerville, there are a lot of ponds that people don't realize, near Bob Evans, near Chase Bank, all over the place.
So a lot of places where people were looking.
Absolutely.
Was there another canine that was brought in during the investigation?
Yes, there was. On, I believe it was June 5th, I had spoken to Dave Rader, and he expressed interest in bringing a second bloodhound into the search that he had good success with in the past. And she drove in from Alabama to help us with the search on June 7th.
And so, just so we're clear, we're talking again about a bloodhound, not a human remains detection dog.
Correct.
And where did, were you present when that canine was deployed?
Yes, I was.
And where was that?
We started right at the residence at 46 Abbey Cross.
And where did you go that time with the canine?
This was basically the same path of the other one. And again, I can't remember which one went between the buildings and which ones went around, but generally started here, came up through, and ended at this driveway again.
And anything located as a result of that search?
No, there's nothing located.
In addition to these searches, are you involved in other parts of the investigation?
Yes, I am.
Did you have contact with other law enforcement agencies?
Yes, I did.
Why did you do that?
I was contacted by the chief from Shawnee Hills Police Department, who runs a search party in Delaware County. He expressed interest in bringing a sonar boat down to, again, to check some of these water areas that, or the ponds or lakes that we have, to make sure nothing was located there.
And did that occur as well?
Yes, it did.
And again, anything come of any of those searches?
No, unfortunately, nothing was located.
Did you have contact with other law enforcement agencies about any unidentified remains, things of that nature?
Yes, we did.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes, Detective Grubbs had informed me that they had gone to Buckville, Ohio earlier in the day, so I started making some phone calls to the Athens County Sheriff's Office to see if any bodies were located down there. They said they had not, but I believe it was Perry County, did have an unidentified female that they knew about, so I made a phone call to them. However, that body had been found on April 27th, so it was unrelated to ours. And I basically called every sheriff's office between Columbus and that area.
And again, nothing came of any of that?
Nothing did.
At some point during the investigation, was there a neighborhood canvass conducted?
Yes, there was.
And did you participate in that yourself?
Yes, I did.
And what is that process of?
So what we did in that instance, Detective Grubbs and I went out to the Abbey Cross neighborhood, just knocked on all the doors in the area. We wanted to talk and ask if they knew anything about Emily, knew anything about Matt, and what they could share with us that might be able to help with our investigation.
Was there at some point in the investigation a press conference about Emily Noble being missing?
Yes, there was.
And can you tell us what kind of information was released and what that looked like?
Of course, in these instances, we just release basic information. We'll release a picture and the general circumstances that she went missing, the date and time that she left, to solicit any information that we can from the community if they had seen her.
And do you provide a way for the community to contact you about such a thing?
Yes, we do. I believe in this instance we gave Detective Grubbs' phone number, but we also have a tip line in Westerville that they can either email or they can call into that phone number to provide anonymous information if they'd like.
And can you describe for the jury the volume of tips and things that would come into the tip line?
More than I've ever seen in my career. We had tips coming in all the time from people that thought they saw her in different states, people that saw her in what they thought was her in the city of Columbus, to psychics and mediums that wanted to give their input onto what had happened.
And did you participate in some of the follow-up on those tips and things that would come in?
I participated in the fact that I forwarded all of them to Detective Grubbs, and our direction was that we were going to follow up on every single one of them.
Any of those tips turn up any leads? Or
Isn't that always kind of the answer? We received more tips than I've ever seen before. Or this was the worst thing I've ever seen. Like, it's always the answer. Yeah, I'm a little confused on the dogs not smelling her. Still. I don't know if he moved her. Try not to move my progress here. You know, I don't know. It's so weird that you think that the dogs would pick up on her, but they didn't.
or anything else?
No, they did not.
The investigation continue into September of 2020?
Yes, it did.
And what do you remember about September 2020?
I remember During the day on September 16th, we received another tip that someone had located what they believed was a grave marker in the wooded area to just the west of the bike path. And Detective Grubbs, Detective Peachy, and I went out to check on that.
And where did you go into the woods that time?
So we entered the woods from the bike path area here, and approximately 100 yards in, we were able to find a small ceramic angel that was just sitting out in the open in the woods.
Did you notice anything around that area?
No, we didn't. We looked at the ground to see if it had looked like it was disturbed, but couldn't see anything that looked suspicious to us or out of the
No,
ordinary.
somebody could have just went there and put
Can you
it down
describe
and
to the
walked
jury
away just to mess with
what the
them.
woods look like as you enter
People
them
do that kind of
from
crap.
the bike path?
So as you enter the woods from the bike path, they're actually surprisingly open when you get into the trees. You can see pretty far. And as you continue west, this area and through here is fairly open. And then as you get into about this area here, it almost hit like you hit a bunch of bushes and brush that you can't get through. So we checked that entire area east of that kind of barrier that was there.
And so, for the record, you circled the area.
Be honest. You didn't try to get through. You circled, like you're saying. We circled around. We didn't want to get scratched up, so we didn't go in. We didn't go in right where she was.
On the eastern edge of those woods.
That is correct.
And so, between the eastern edge of those woods and the location where Emily's body is found, is that large area of overgrowth that you were discussing?
That is correct.
Were you working on September 16th, 2020, later in the day?
Later that day, I was off approximately at 3 o'clock that day.
Did you receive a call later that evening?
Yes, I did. I received a phone call from Lieutenant Dickinson, who was one of our patrol lieutenants, saying that they had found a body in the woods, the same wooded area that we've been circled here.
What was it? The eastern edge of the woods off the bike path where you've been in before?
No, it was not.
Now, where was the body found?
Approximately in this area here.
On the other side of the overgrowth that you didn't go through when you entered from the east.
I was actually joking that they didn't go through it. They didn't go through it.
It was on the
Good
west
job.
side. It was, if you're coming in from the east, you would not have been able to get to it. You would have to go around and come in from the south.
When you responded to the, I guess I haven't asked this yet. Did you respond to the scene?
Yes, I did.
And how did you go into the area where the remains were found?
So I came in, actually tried to make entry into the woods several places through here and had to ask one of the patrol officers how they actually got in to get down there because it was so overgrown.
Any kind of easy path or anything like that leading off the side
No,
down there?
there was not a path going through there at all. It was heavily overgrown. You had to move branches out of the way and kind of duck through. And then it dropped off pretty quickly, going downhill fairly steeply as well.
And where's that downhill grade?
Just as soon as you get into the tree line.
Who was at the scene when you responded?
We had several patrol officers there. Lieutenant Dickinson was there. Officer Pickert was there, as well as Officer Quinlan and Officer Hollyfield. Those two are no longer employed with us, though.
When you have a scene like that, what happens next?
In a scene like this, when I got there, I saw obviously a badly decomposed body. I made the decision at that point, we were going to obviously rope it off as a crime scene. We were keeping all the officers at a good distance away and keeping any of the public out at that point. Then I made the decision that we were going to call the Bureau of Criminal Investigation in to process that scene for us.
Is there something that's done to prevent people from coming and going from the location?
Yes, there is. We'll put crime scene tape up to have an actual physical barrier so people can't cross.
And then is there any record kept of who's coming and going from that location?
Yes, there is.
We all know yellow crime scene tape is magic, and you cannot go in or out of it while it's up because it will not allow you to do so. That's kind of a dumb answer and question. But if what the defense says is true, and there was no marks on him, and he showed the police, like, here's my arms, like, pulled up his shirt, whatever, voluntarily showed everything that he didn't have a scratch on him, how's he get a dead body into that thick of area that he's describing that you couldn't just get into? That would be horrible. Trying to move dead weight into that kind of an area and you don't get a bruise, you don't get anything.
We'll have an officer that's assigned to keep a crime scene log, and they will note whoever is coming in and also the time they come in and the time they leave.
You indicated that BCI was going to be contacted. Can you explain to the jury what BCI is?
So BCI is the state investigations, basically. They have a crime scene unit that all they do every day is process crime scenes. So they are experts at it.
And so how do you get in touch with BCI if you're asking for them to be dispatched?
We'll contact their dispatch center and notify them of what we have, what the request is, and then they will dispatch their investigators.
Generally speaking, what will BCI's role then be at the scene?
So BCI will usually photograph the scene. They will collect any physical evidence that is there, and they will provide that evidence to us before they leave the scene.
Anybody else that you contact when you come across a dead body?
Yes, in this instance, we contacted the Delaware County Coroner's Office.
And what's the purpose of contacting the Delaware County Coroner's Office?
The Delaware County Coroner's Office is going to be responsible for determining the cause and manner of death.
And how do you contact the Coroner's Office?
So we contact the Delaware County Sheriff's Office, who will then contact the on-call investigator for the Coroner's Office.
And did an investigator with the Coroner's Office come out to the scene that evening?
Yes, he did.
And what was that individual's name?
His name is Charles Carlson.
Were you still on scene when the coroner investigator showed up?
Yes, I was.
And were you still on scene when BCI showed up?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall who from BCI was dispatched?
I believe Chad Holcomb was there, and another agent. Her name was Asia. I do not recall her last name.
At some point then, did you leave the scene?
Yes, I did.
Was that crime scene maintained after you left?
Yes, it was.
And were you able to see that on the crime scene log?
Yes, that would all be noted on there.
What was the reason why the crime scene was maintained overnight?
So BCI was able to do a lot of their investigation that night that they needed to, but we wanted to have the benefit of daylight the next day for them to see everything around there to make sure nothing was missed.
Were the remains collected from the woods?
Yes, they were.
And what happens to them next in that kind of situation?
So in this specific situation with Delaware County doesn't do their own autopsies, so the remains were sent to the Montgomery County Coroner's Office out in Dayton for the autopsy to be completed there.
Based on your training experience, if there is a body that needs an autopsy in Delaware County, is that generally where they go?
Yes.
And I guess I should ask you for the record, is the location where these remains were found in Delaware County, the state of Ohio?
Yes, it is.
Westerville spans, the city of Westerville, is that all contained in Delaware County?
No, it's not. We split between Franklin and Delaware County.
Were you familiar with the remains going to the Montgomery County Coroner's Office for an autopsy?
Yes, I was.
And were you aware of where the remains went after that?
Yes, I was.
And where's that?
Due to the severe decomposition of the body, Montgomery County Coroner's Office asked that the body be sent to Ohio State University so the anthropologist there could assist with the autopsy.
And were you aware that the remains were in fact transferred to Ohio State?
Yes, I was.
Were you aware of a report being authored by the anthropologist at Ohio State?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall when that report came out?
I don't remember the exact date. I know it took a very, very long time. I believe it was January of 21 before we got that report.
So remains were found in September, as your recollection was January before you had a report from the
Correct.
After that report came back, what were the next steps?
Once that report came back, it involved a lot of archaeological terms. So we wanted to sit down with the author of it and also consult with the prosecutor's office and another expert to be able to interpret that information that was presented to us.
And was another expert asked to take a look at everything?
Yes, he was.
And who was that?
Dr. William Smock.
And did the Westerville Police Department provide to Dr. Smock any of the items that he requested to be able to review the investigation and the evidence?
Yes, we did. Anything that he asked for was authorized to be given to him.
And did Dr. Smock author a report in this case?
Yes, he did.
And do you recall when it was that you received Dr. Smock's report?
That would have been We were into probably May at that point by the time we got his report back.
May of 2021?
Yes, sir.
I have one moment. I don't have further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ross, please.
All right, let's see if his memory holds up.
One moment, John.
Sometimes detectives lose their memory all of a sudden when it's time for cross-examination. I do wish they were showing us the map. I don't know why they're not. Unless we can't see the marks
Good
on it.
afternoon.
How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Good to see you. I've got some questions. I'm sure you can imagine. I might just be using it back and forth. Can we, thank you, appreciate that.
Oh, here comes the first sip of water.
Just want to, I'll jump around a
Great
bit, but I want to
racing
really
water.
start, Lieutenant, just kind of, in terms of individuals in your department. I know you talked about on May 26, 2020, and just to orient the jurors, what day of the week was that?
That would have been a Tuesday.
So Tuesday was the first time that you had seen sort of the case packet, if you will, of Emily Noble gone missing.
That is correct.
And it was your testimony on direct that in advance of seeing the packet, Detective Grubbs had come to you and said, I want that case.
That is correct.
And Detective Grubbs is assigned generally to what type of work?
All of our detectives are assigned to general case. However, Detective Grubbs also specializes in juvenile crimes.
Juvenile crimes is his sort of specialty, right?
In addition to all of our detectives are responsible for any type of case that might come their way.
So I want to talk about just generally, you reviewed, did you not, Detective Grubbs's report or his progress of investigation report in this case, is that right?
I did.
And in fact, we know that you've reviewed it because your electronic signature as the supervisor is on the end of that report.
Correct.
And it's pretty meaty. Let me see if it's page numbered. It is. It appears to be 80 pages. Does that sound about right?
It does.
Because I want to make sure I'm understanding some things you said about the searches.
Objection, Your Honor. You had a question, sir.
Hey, Kim. You haven't missed much.
You were asked, showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 4. And I should ask, since you reviewed, why does this not work that well for me? Since you reviewed Detective Grubbs's report, I'm assuming, and tell me if I'm wrong, I'm assuming that wherever your name was mentioned as being a participant, if that was inaccurate, you certainly would have let Detective Grubbs know that that was inaccurate.
Correct.
All right. And so this is getting to my question now. I thought on direct examination, you were asked if on 525 or 526, you or any other officers searched either this area or this area here. Do you remember being asked that question on direct?
I do.
And I thought you said no. Tell me if I'm wrong.
I was under the understanding that patrol officers had already searched the area along the bike path and along County Line Road.
Okay, so it's your understanding, let me just be clear, your understanding that patrol officers had searched sort of this area here.
On the 25th, that is correct.
Now, let's take this in phases. It's a missing person. And I think kind of from your direct examination, we learned that this isn't the first missing person report under your 20-plus years, right?
Correct.
Children go missing, adults go missing. Sometimes they're found right away, sometimes they aren't.
Objection, compound question.
I'm not sure I've heard all the question yet. Please finish.
I'll rephrase. Missing persons are something that is kind of part of those happen, right?
They do.
And once you get a missing person report, wouldn't you agree with me that literally, by definition, searches are searching for the person?
Yes, they are.
And usually, because of that, you have a, hopefully best case, you have a picture of the person, right?
Mm-hmm.
Physical description, are they tall, short, height, color, hair, right?
Yes.
Because you and those searching want to know what you're looking for, right?
That is correct.
So searches are looking for a specific someone.
And in this case, wouldn't you agree that as of May 25th, 2020, the person being looked for was Emily Noble?
Yes,
You had a description,
we did.
physical description. You had a hair color.
We did.
You even had information that she might always be wearing black.
We did.
You knew her height, weight, so you knew what you were looking for.
Correct.
And so you would agree with me, and just kind of a common sense question, that if I'm searching for a person and I'm only walking on a sidewalk, but there's a wooded area next to me, I might think to look into the wooded area for the missing person.
Yes.
So on the 25th, we know that patrol officers searched this general area, and I've indicated the county line, the bike path there. But from your review of Detective Grubb's reports, I just want to make sure. Tell me if you remember on May 26th at 0944, which I think that would be 9 a.m., 9:44 a.m.
Yes.
That you, Detective Peachy and Detective Grubbs, searched the woods along where Matt said he and Emily walked. We did not find anything of evidentiary value. Do you remember that experience?
Yeah, I do remember that we did walk the bike path. I know we started on the bike path at County Line and we worked our way north. I don't recall going into the woods. As I remember, we had the three of us, kind of one in the middle of the bike path and one on each side, looking on both sides of the bike path to see if they saw anything.
Okay, but my first part about that question is the date. 9:44 a.m. on the 26th, so Tuesday.
Correct.
Because you were asked on direct, I want to make sure we're clear. Do you remember on May 26th at 0944 searching with Detective Peachy and Detective Grubbs? Let's start there.
I do remember that now.
Okay, so that's on the 26th on Tuesday. And tell me, and if I'm wrong, you know, I know you'll tell me, but I'm assuming that when three officer personnel of the caliber of you, Detective Peachy, and Detective Grubbs are searching together, you're not just the three of you walking the sidewalk and just kind of talking.
No.
You're searching for Emily.
Of course.
And that's true of when you walked County Line,
Correct.
right? When you walk County Line, and you remember that electrical box right there?
Mm-hmm.
You walked that exact area.
Yes.
And I'm assuming you were not looking straight, that you were, even if you're on the sidewalk, you were looking into the woods.
We were.
So that's on the 26th. Now, I want to talk to you about, and you had information, did you not, that Emily liked to forage and walk in that general area?
Yes, we did.
Thank you.
So I want to just go through the searches, if we can. And I've got some maps marking this as defendant's exhibit. I believe we're on E, Your Honor. E? Mhm, thank you. And Lieutenant, these maps you will see, and the state has been provided with these maps, have some arrows on it, but tell me, feel free to tell me or correct as we go through the testimony. You can use that screen. The canine search on 5/26, and you wrote a report in this case?
I did.
And in your report, fair to say, you detail these canine searches.
I did.
And canines are, as part of your experience in law enforcement, are a tool that can be used to locate bodies.
Yes.
There's certain dogs that can follow scent,
Correct.
and there's certain dogs that are specifically trained to locate things that are dead.
Yes.
And those are called cadaver dogs.
Correct.
And then you were talking during your direct examination about search dogs, right?
Bloodhounds, correct.
Bloodhounds.
Yes.
And bloodhounds, if I can use another lay word, scent dogs.
Correct.
So we've got the scent dogs that are tracking for an individual based on scent. And then we've also got the cadaver dogs.
Correct.
Just want to make sure that the jury understands there are different types of dogs trying to sense different things.
Yes.
And based on your experience as a law enforcement officer, fair to say that canine dogs are trained specifically for either as a bloodhound or as a cadaver.
Correct.
And let's talk about the bloodhound dogs. Because they're actually trying to track a scent, isn't it true that as an officer or law enforcement generally gather items that may belong to the person in which they're trying to track their scent?
Yes, we will.
So essentially you're giving the scent to the dog, so the dog learns this is the scent I'm supposed to track.
Correct.
And that's part of the process with a bloodhound, is it not?
Yes, it is.
So, give me one moment. Yes, perfect, thank you. So the search of May 26th, let's talk about that with respect to, you mentioned the Claremont County Sheriff's Office. Those were bloodhounds that came to the scene on May 26th, is that correct?
Correct. Just as a matter of correction, it was Crawford County. I know it was written in a report someplace that it was Claremont County, but that was mistaken.
Okay, I'm
But-
only as good as.
I understand. But yes, it was a bloodhound that was brought in from Crawford County.
So it's a bloodhound, and the bloodhound comes to the scene at 11:24. Does that sound right?
Yes, it does.
And you, at 11, you're there, Peachy's there, Detective Grubbs is there, right?
Correct.
And the dog, as part of the protocol, is given the sense, if you will, that they are asked to track.
Yes, they are.
And you've used bloodhounds before, certainly during the course of your work as a law enforcement
Yes,
personnel.
I have.
Sometimes, fair to say, bloodhounds can actually track a scent, and sometimes they can't.
Correct.
So in this case, I want to start initially with the dog begins at 46 Abbey Cross.
That is correct.
And based on, and you included in detail where the dog went in your report, but does this look, based on your recollection now, the dog traveled in this direction on Abbey Cross?
Between the two bloodhounds, I can't remember which one went all the way to the end of Abbey Cross and which one came up in between the two condos there.
Okay. So, and that actually takes me to the next one, because there was actually two bloodhounds.
There were.
And each of them is given the scent that they are being asked to track.
That is
right?
correct.
And tell the jurors how the dog handler actually, does the dog handler lead the dogs, or do the dogs lead the dog handler?
The dogs lead the dog handler.
They're in charge.
Yes, they are.
So you're not sure if one dog goes this direction or through here, but would you agree with me that they both end up in this back area here?
Yes, they did.
And then, do they not? They end right here where this dot is.
They did.
And that dot right there, Lieutenant, this is actually a house, is it not?
It is.
And I know that you were there with the dogs, but fair to say that this is, you can walk this area right here, can you not?
Yes, you can.
And in fact, this is kind of some mowed grass in this field right here.
Yes.
And as you pop out here, let me clear it so jurors can see it. This is actually a driveway, is it not?
It is.
Going, not so much. Going straight to State Street.
Yes, it is.
And the dogs stop right here at the driveway.
Correct.
I want to, those are the bloodhounds. I'm going to go, sticking with the bloodhounds. And we can talk about them being different, but I just kind of, for the jurors, want to stick to the same type of dog. It might be easier. There was a additional search, I'm sorry, F, defendants, marking what's defendant's exhibit F, Your Honor. Again, these maps were provided to the state. F, and let me move this up. Why does this not get a little closer? That was a good assist from the state there. There was on June 7th, there was another search by bloodhounds, was there not?
Yes, there was.
So, again, 2 dogs on the 7th,
No, I believe there was just one on the 7th.
2 dogs on the 26th of May, and just 1 dog on the 7th.
One dog on May 26th was the bloodhound, one dog on the 27th, which was human remains detection dog.
Okay, I'm just trying to stick to bloodhounds. I'm not yet to the cadaver dogs.
Gotcha.
Okay, so bloodhounds, we've got May 26th, was this map that we just went over, defendant's exhibit E. Right?
Correct.
Okay, and you're not sure if one or the dogs went this way, but they both go in this direction here.
Correct.
Now, sticking with bloodhounds, so dogs that are following or trying to track Emily Noble's scent, I want to go now to June 7th. According to your testimony now, it's just 1 bloodhound, right?
Correct.
And this bloodhound is asked to do the same thing, is track Emily Noble's scent. And would you agree with me that this is the route, they go this way down Abbey Cross?
They
The
do.
dog does. And then this way up here?
That is correct.
And then the dogs stop here.
I believe they came to the, through this wooded area and stopped at this driveway as well.
So between May 26th of 2020 and June 7th of 2020, the dogs tracking Emily's scent essentially end in the same place.
Correct.
Different dogs.
Correct.
And sometimes I ask questions that are obvious, but this one will be one of them. The park where Emily, or the wooded area where Emily is found, is over here.
That is correct.
Well, I wish I
Now,
could have seen that.
I want to talk about the cadaver dogs. The first cadaver dog that goes to 46 Abbey Cross is on May 27th, 2020.
Correct.
And a cadaver dog, and it is specifically meant to find, detect, alert on anything essentially that is dead.
Correct.
And based on your training and experience, I assume that you also know that if a cadaver dog were to be at a vehicle, let's just say hypothetically, and a vehicle had a corpse in it at one time, right? The cadaver dog can still alert on the car without the corpse being in the car.
That's absolutely correct.
Because the corpse, if you will, could leave tissues or other things that the cadaver dog will be able to detect.
Correct.
Similarly, you know, if a corpse is on a table and walks away, the dog might even hit or alert on that table.
That is correct.
Or
think
to
the corpse
extend that
walks
kind of
away.
hypothetical, if a corpse were to have brushed against trees or shrubs or that kind of thing, perhaps a cadaver dog could also alert on a tree or shrub, something like that.
Yes.
So on May 27th, Danielle Fate from Cleveland is brought down with the cadaver dogs. And there is 2 dogs that Danielle brings.
I believe she did bring 2. I only remember her having 1 out using 1 dog.
I want to talk about the areas where Danielle took the cadaver dog or dogs. The interior of the residence.
Correct.
And when Danielle is in the interior of the residence, she has unfettered access in that house, did she not?
She did.
There was no one that was saying, you can't go here or can't go here.
Correct.
In fact, you made the call up to Cleveland to bring down the dog because her dogs were good.
I was honestly at that point the only cadaver dog that I could get hold of.
Okay? She comes down from Cleveland and she's in the house, right?
Correct.
And there's no one obstructing the way, and the dogs search the entire residence.
Correct.
And you're aware that there's an attic in the residence?
Yes.
And the dog searched the attic?
I don't recall the dog going up to the attic.
Well, you recall that there was an attic?
I do.
And nothing.
No, there were no alerts there.
And based on your experience, if a cadaver dog, like a bloodhound, well, if a cadaver dog, if there's a hit, the dog actually physically reacts, does it not?
Yes. I've seen different dogs trained different ways. Some were called a passive alert, where they'll usually just sit, or sometimes an aggressive alert, which they've gone away from, where they'd scratch cars, but you're right, some sort of alert.
And the trainer, the dog trainer, knows exactly the alert of their dog and is looking for that to whether or not the dog does that.
Correct.
And then, in addition to the interior of the residence, there were 2 vehicles at the house. There was the Subaru and the Altima.
Correct.
And the dog or dogs also completely checked both vehicles.
They did.
There were no hits.
There were none.
And then Danielle took the dogs along, showing you what's again been marked as Defense Exhibit D. She took the dogs along the bike path, right?
Correct.
And then tell the jurors north, east, south, and west here, so there's oriented.
So this would be north.
And the viewers.
Never eat soggy Wheaties.
I'm sorry?
Never eat soggy Wheaties. So this
Correct.
Is, so this is east,
And so this is west over here, right?
Correct.
Okay, and I say that because you in your report, you give directions as to where every person went. So I want to be clear. And then Danielle takes the dogs in the westward direction. Does she not?
She searched this whole area. I believe we started from the west and headed east and then north along the bike path, but essentially that whole area was searched.
And again, in terms of
Wait, so that's interesting. So the bloodhounds hit right above the W there where he's saying west, and the she was found in the opposite corner, correct? Am I looking at that correctly? And they both went to that driveway. And then she was found in that other corner where they didn't, quote unquote, enter that brushy area that you couldn't get into. Am I looking at that right? Interesting. But that's not where they lived. So that, I think they lived across the street. So that, why would he be there? Wonder if maybe somebody else did it.
the dog or the dogs, nothing.
Nothing.
And you would agree with me that cadaver dogs aren't just sort of slowly walking with their head down and not actually working the area, right?
Yeah, they're usually walking at the end of their leash and trying to get as much scent as they can.
It was a sunny day,
I believe it was.
and you remember, I'm assuming that Monday, Memorial Day, was a warm, sunny day as well.
Yes.
And then 2 days later, you used a cadaver dog again to go to a different area by Polaris. Do you remember that?
I do.
And I only mention it because the dogs were a tool that you and your department were using in your sincere searching effort to find out.
Correct.
And then you talked about on June 7th, employing the Texas EquiSearch company. What do you call it?
Just organization. June 7th would have been their second search with us.
Okay. And they, of course, they searched a number of areas, as you testified to, on your direct.
Correct.
In and around Westerville.
Correct.
And I just want to say, in case any of the jurors are wondering, obviously, the first bloodhound search was on the 26th of May.
That is correct.
And the second bloodhound search, so the scent search, was on the 7th. Is that right?
That is correct.
At no point in time did any of the dog handlers, let me withdraw, ask a better question. As we know from the maps that I showed you, that it's not as if you have to be doing a bloodhound search within an hour. Is that right?
That is correct.
And I know I'm showing the witness what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit E and Defendant's Exhibit F. Again, just generally separate dates by a week plus, and the dogs generally went in the same direction with respect to scent.
Correct.
Of Emily. And isn't it true, and tell me if I misremember, that the way you were giving them the scent of Emily was actually from the miniskirt that she was seen wearing on her birthday?
On June 7th, I know we used a black miniskirt. I don't know that it was the one from her birthday or not.
And on the 26th, you had clothing in Emily's closet and other things that
Correct.
you knew had belonged at one time to Emily Noble.
Correct.
I want to go back through, marking this as Defense Exhibit. One second. G?
He
Were
quit looking
you,
at the jury when she started
tell me,
asking questions.
Were you the one, or were you aware of all sort of press releases or news releases that were made?
I was aware of the press releases and news releases, yes.
Showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit G. Lieutenant, do you recognize this?
I do.
And this is entitled, is it not, for immediate release?
It is.
Will you tell the jurors, and I want to make sure I have, tell the jurors what's the purpose of a document like this?
This is to notify the media of any significant event we have, obviously in this case a missing person, so they can get that out to as many people as quickly as possible.
And the date of that immediate release is what?
May 26, 2020.
And on the second sentence of the immediate release, it says, does it not, and this is issued by Westerville Police Department,
It is.
it says Emily Noble, 52, was last seen around 9 a.m. on Monday, May 25th.
Correct.
And Monday, May 25th, you recall that was Memorial Day.
That is correct.
The same day at around 5:40-ish that Matt Moore called 911.
Correct.
Does this look like a fair and accurate copy of that immediate release?
Yes, it does.
Going back to the searches, because I jump around a bit. Ultimately, Emily's remains were found on September 16th of 2020.
Correct.
And you're aware that they were found by non-law enforcement personnel
Yes, I am.
that were out doing foot searches for Emily.
Correct.
And they were walking, were they not, along Defendant's Exhibit D? There was 3 women walking together, correct?
Correct.
Walking along the same line right here.
Yes.
And it is when one of them, where she is ultimately found.
Correct.
Tell me, because I know you were at the scene, how, and the jurors were there, how many feet would you say Emily's remains were from that side?
Maybe 100 feet in from the wood line,
100 feet from the county line,
from the tree line north.
from the tree line road. Did you ever measure that, or anyone from your department measure it, do you know?
I don't know that it was measured.
In County Line Road, would you agree with me that that is a heavily trafficked road?
Yes, I would.
You would agree with me that, like, right here, there's nowhere legally where I could pull over my car, perhaps, and park it there.
That is correct.
And you are aware, because I trust you are familiar with the area, that this resident in this house right here was home on Memorial Day weekend intermittently.
I don't know whether she was home or not.
Right? And that's part of the investigation that you're not aware of.
Correct.
And there's, if you could orient the jurors, fair to say that there's an electrical box kind of somewhere in that general vicinity. If you're facing the wooded area, it's left of where Emily's remains were found.
That is correct.
Do you know how often that electrical box was serviced?
No, I do not.
Is that something your department checked,
I'm not aware of that being checked.
just to see if that box was serviced at any point in time that summer?
No, I'm not aware of that.
That'd be kind of good to know.
Based on your training and experience, were there not some other searches done based on either vulture activity or smells that individuals called and reported?
That is correct.
And you know from your training and experience that dying, decaying bodies can emanate a smell.
Yes, they do.
And because of that, it's kind of, let me take it into a different analogy. It's like when you might see vultures in a road with what we call roadkill, right?
Correct.
And the vultures can arrive, and sometimes we'll drive by that if our window is down, and we'll smell that smell.
Correct.
And it's a smell that stands out.
It does.
And it was warm, Memorial Day weekend. It's fair to say it was about 80 degrees, if you remember.
I don't remember, but that seems normal.
And May, June, July, August, obvious question, but those are summer months.
Correct.
Yeah, bodies smell.
You were part of
Not smell.
the neighbors or the other individuals that lived on Abbey Cross Road. Law enforcement made efforts to interview those individuals as well, correct?
Yes, we did.
They walked down, knocked, talked, interviewing individuals to see if they knew or heard of anything.
Correct.
And you were part of those efforts as well?
Yes, I was.
You talked about expert reports. You mentioned on your direct that your office received the report from Dr. Agnew in January of 2021. Does that sound right?
Yes, it does.
And does it sound right that in January of 2021, the same month, that you had received the report from the Montgomery County Coroner's Office?
Correct.
And so the jury knows the Montgomery County Coroner's Office, although it's obviously a different county, They are the entity that actually does the autopsies for Delaware.
Yes, that's correct.
And so the remains were sent to Montgomery County. It is only Montgomery County that did the autopsy in this case.
Correct.
Because I thought I heard you say that the remains were taken to OSU for them to do an autopsy as well.
Let me clarify. They assisted with the cleaning the remains and looking at any injuries that may have occurred to those remains.
Fair enough, and I wanted to just make sure that we're clarified. The autopsy is done by the coroner's office.
Correct.
And then the remains were sent by your office in the state to OSU for additional testing.
Correct.
Is that a fair way to say it?
Yes, it is.
And where are the remains now?
I believe they are still with Ohio State.
Do you know where?
I do not.
You also, in January of 2021, received a report, and I just want to understand all the reports that were received from a Dr. Bolte. Do you remember that name?
I do.
And Dr. Bolte also works at the Ohio State University.
He does.
Were you present when he conducted the testing on the branch?
I was.
Fair to say that as part of the state's engagement with the Ohio State University in this case, you came to work with John Bolte.
Yes, I was present.
Bolte.
Bolte.
Yes, Bolte, you corrected me. Bolte. And you asked him, your department, asked him to go out and conduct some testing to see if the branch where Emily was found would be able to hold her weight.
Correct.
And there was an initial visit to the scene, was there not?
There was.
Were you there on the initial visit?
Yes, I was.
And then he went out for a second visit where he actually conducted the testing.
That is correct.
And he, being Bolte, is in biomechanics at the Ohio State University.
Correct.
And the first test he conducted that you witnessed, was it not, was essentially with a crate, and he incrementally added weight to the crate.
That is correct.
And he used a USB cord,
He did.
and he placed the USB cord in the notches, which you can still see in the branch today.
Correct.
He placed it there, he added the weight, and of course, you gave the doctor the information with respect to Emily's weight, so he knew how much weight needed to be added.
We did.
And that first test was called a static test.
I believe so.
And if you recall, was that test videoed or photographed?
They did take video and photographs, I believe.
And the branch, the same branch where she's found where the notches were, the branch held with the incremental weights being added up to 98 pounds.
Yes, it did.
Then after that test, there was a second test where a crash test dummy was used. Is that true?
Yes, it is.
And a crash test dummy where the legs were removed to really sort of mimic the way that Emily's remains were found.
I don't understand with the legs being removed. Can you rephrase?
The branch is 6 feet 3 inches
Did
from
it
the
have
ground.
legs or not?
Remember that measurement?
I do.
I don't know why I was here. I'm not that tall. So the branch is 6 feet and 3 inches from the ground. When the doctor was there doing the testing, a crash test dummy was used, correct?
That is correct.
USB cord, same thing with the notches over the branch where they already were pre-existing. And a dynamic test was done.
That is correct.
To see if the crash test dummy that weighed 98 pounds, if just dropped, could the branch sustain that?
Correct.
And that test was done and the branch held the weight.
Yes, it did.
It did, Dr. Bolte issue a report?
Yes, he did.
And did you receive that report?
Yes, we did.
Tell me, in terms of another expert, was it you or was it Detective Probst that reached out to the University of Tennessee, or what might be called the Body Farm, to see if you could enlist their help?
That was Detective Groves.
Okay. So you weren't part of that?
No, I was not.
And then you talked about Dr. Smock, an engagement with Dr. Smock. Have you worked with Dr. Smock before?
No, we have not.
You at Westerville Police has not worked?
No, we have not.
And his report was issued in May of 2021.
Correct.
Fair to say that he's the last of the expert reports that were received by Westerville or the state of Ohio in this
Yes,
case.
it was.
And up until the issuance of his report, there was no pending indictment against Matt Moore.
No, there was not.
So Emily's missing on May 25th. She's found in September 16th of 20. Dr. Smock's report is issued in May of 2021. And when is Matt Moore charged with the murder of Emily Noble?
I don't remember the exact date. I believe it was late May.
Late May,
I believe so.
right after Dr. Smock's report.
Yes.
I want to go just a few other questions, Your Honor, and then I'll be done. You mentioned about May 24th, and you having information that Emily and Matt went to, is it Bucto, Ohio?
Correct.
Bucto, Ohio that morning. Just generally, tell the jurors if you know, how far is Bucto, Ohio from Westerville?
I believe it's about an hour and a half southeast of Columbus.
Oops. I didn't. Sorry. Oh dear. There we go.
Time, even if you just went to Bucto and came right back, is 3 hours.
Yes, it is.
Blame Carmen.
One moment, Carmen.
I don't have any idea what I did. It's Carmen's fault because she asked a question.
Nothing further.
All right, hurry up, do redirect so we can get to jury questions.
The people that defense was speaking of, will we speak to those people or listen to them? So I just need to know if I need to direct my question to him or are those people directing them?
If you have a question that you would like to ask this officer, feel free to write it down.
Okay.
And if he can answer the question, he will. If he can't, we'll deal with it down the road. Does that cover that for you? Okay. I thought you wanted
Wow,
a
that was a.
You want a restroom break? All right.
That's
Let's take
crazy.
10.
I've never heard just a juror just start to like ask a question to the judge like that. Yeah, sorry I made the courtroom disappear, but you know, when the stream started today, it was magically muted for some reason. So must be little gremlins in my computer today, or it's just frozen because it's freezing in here. Well, he didn't lose his memory like a lot of officers do. So that's good. I don't think he did bad on answering her questions. I want to know what the jury questions are going to be, so I hope this guy's quick. Carmen, way back in the day, I think in like the 70s or 80s, I don't remember. There used to be a Dr. Spock. He was like some big children's expert. Oh, Kim, it was awful. It was like I don't even know. It felt like an eternity of nobody could hear me. I couldn't figure out why. And
Lieutenant, what does it mean to be a general detective division?
So that just means that any cases that come through, whether it be an auto theft, an assault, burglary, they can handle all of those types of things.
Are you familiar with,
Back to looking
for
at the
example, Columbus Police Department?
I am.
And how, if at all, does the Columbus detective divisions differ from what Westerville has?
So the Columbus Police Department is kind of more like what you'd see on TV. Each division of the detective bureaus are broken down between like auto crime, thefts, burglaries, homicide, things like that. We don't have that luxury. We just don't have enough detectives. So they're cross-trained to do everything. And then they have certain specialties that they'll handle as well.
And so there isn't a quote-unquote homicide division of the Westville Police Department where this case would have been assigned?
No, there is not.
We went to a general division detective, just like any other offense that's being investigated by the detective bureau.
That is correct.
You're making me feel old, Kim.
With regard to the test on the branch, you were present when that test was conducted?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall who else was present at the time?
Detective Grubbs was there. Dr. Bolte was there, as well as another doctor that was there. I don't recall his name.
And was the purpose of the test to see if the branch would hold that weight?
Yes, it was.
Was the cord, let me back up. Was there a mannequin that was used?
Yes, there
at one
was.
point in the test?
Yes, there was.
Was the USB cord tied in a knot or just tucked under around the neck of that mannequin?
I don't recall.
Was there, to your knowledge, any effort made to make that mannequin in the exact same setup with the same location of a not or no not as Emily's remains were found?
I don't believe that they had access to the actual knot to be able to duplicate it.
So you didn't share with Dr. Bolte photographs of the scene of exactly how Emily's body was positioned?
I don't know if Detective Grubbs did or not. I do not know if that was done.
But again, the primary purpose of that was to see if the branch would hold the weight, not to recreate exactly what the scene looked like.
That is correct.
Lieutenant, I want to show you again. Defendant's Exhibit D.
But even if you're seeing if it holds a weight, shouldn't the knot be the same? Because that could affect that whole test. It's kind of a bad question for the state to ask.
If I refer to this as the eastern woods and the western woods, we understand what we're talking about?
I do, yes.
So eastern woods, the area from the bike path, western woods, the area where Emily's remains are found.
Okay.
Were you, and Detective Grubbs and Detective Peachy, did you go into the western area of those woods in your initial search of the area when you went out there?
No, we did not.
Were you ever in those western woods prior to Emily's remains being found?
No, we were not.
When you arrived on scene, when the remains were found, were you able to see those remains from the sidewalk?
No, I was not.
Can you describe for the jury what steps had to be taken for you to see where the remains were located?
Yes. Again, like I said, that area was very overgrown. You had to move branches out of the way and kind of duck under some to get even into the woods. And then there was that downgrade, the dip down into the woods. I'm guesstimating that maybe 30 feet below grade from where County Line Road is to even get to where Emily was located.
And even as you walked into the woods, were you immediately able to see where Emily's remains were?
No, not at all.
If you can't see them, that doesn't mean you can't smell them.
The other searches that were conducted by the Westerville Police Department, to your knowledge, was there ever an officer from Westerville who was in those western woods prior to the remains being found?
No, there was not.
And how do you feel about that?
Oh.
Well, I kind of want to know. I don't
I'm
care
sorry,
how
what was
he
that question again?
feels,
How
but I
does he
want to know
feel about
why.
I'll sustain that.
How did that happen?
I believe at the beginning there were some miscommunications about people saying they searched that area when they just searched the very wood line. And quite honestly, I put a lot of faith in that cadaver dog that walked that wood line. The dog walked up to that area. The handler said there was no alert there, and I believe that.
Was that cadaver dog, as you were standing there, did that cadaver dog ever go into the woods?
No, it just went up to the woods.
And so, do cadaver dogs ever make mistakes?
I'm sure.
I think we need a foundation first about his knowledge.
He was asked all sorts of questions about cadaver dogs on cross-examination.
Well, maybe in the record that's the case.
Do you have other experience with cadaver dogs?
This was the first time we had utilized them.
Based on your training experience and the shared experience of other law enforcement agencies, are you aware of cadaver dogs missing things?
Yes, I am.
Are cadaver dogs infallible?
No, they're not. In fact, I'd say generally any dog is fallible at some point.
And can cadaver dogs make mistakes just like humans?
I think we've had the answer.
I have no further questions.
Reed Cross?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Do you remember being at the press conference on September 22nd of 2021?
I'm just going to pause it here real quick because the next time that they are going to have a testimony because a cadaver dog did find something and they want to put it on to somebody else, they're going to talk about how great they are. I don't know. I've heard they miss too. I agree with him, but I don't agree with yeah, well, they missed and I put my faith in that dog. Well, why didn't you just walk in there? Why did you guys not search everywhere? Why did you just walk around? And maybe next time now you know to ask the question, did you walk into the woods or did you just search the wood line? Because we would know then if she was there that first day that you searched. Instead, now we're just wondering, was she? When did she get there? Did anybody just think it was a dead animal? Now we don't know. Did something happen where in that driveway, that house where they went to twice, 2 different dogs? Did you investigate over there? Maybe the jury will ask these questions. That's probably why I would never, ever be allowed on a jury. They'll be like, no, you ask way too many questions. You're thinking too much.
I do.
Emily's remains have been found on the 16th. Fair to say that was about an 8-minute press conference, you and the chief.
Objection, Your Honor, outside the scope of the
It's
hearing.
right direct as to who searched that area, Your Honor. Just want to lay some foundation.
Well, let's get the question then.
Okay. Do you remember, since you were at the press conference, that it was told to the community in the press conference, and I quote, tell me if you remember, we searched, law enforcement area searched that area 3 times, including once with a cadaver dog.
I don't remember saying that at all.
You don't remember, do you remember being at the press conference when the chief said that?
I don't remember if he said that or not.
Your Honor, may I have a moment? Would it refresh your recollection to see the press conference?
Yes, it would.
One moment.
No, I'm going to object this on relevance. He's not the one who made the statement, and he's been asked if he recalls. I'm not sure what matters.
Well, we'll find out.
He's also
I haven't seen the press release yet.
here, sir.
Anything?
Since it's a refresh, would you like me to step aside and show him or play it for him and then call him back up? Tell me how you want me to do it. I have it marked.
I don't have a particular preference.
Okay.
I mean, he just needs to have the opportunity to review it on his own to see if it refreshes his recollection.
Diane, do you want to take it?
Yes, I'll take it outside.
Oh, they're going to take it outside. I mean, they're going to fight. I think that prosecutor would lose if he went up against
We have it marked. Everybody shouldn't take long.
against her.
If you
But it
have any
matters.
questions that are already in your mind, feel free to start writing them out.
Yeah.
I know there may be some more, but just give you a head start.
I mean, it does matter. Did you guys say that? Did you guys say you searched someplace 3 times and you just walked it outside of it? That's quick.
Lieutenant, did you have an opportunity to listen to that portion of the press conference?
Yes, I did.
And that press conference, were you present for that?
Yes, I was.
And now that you've had a chance, does that refresh your recollection as to what was said about that area being searched 3 times,
Yes,
including ones with a cadaver dog?
correct.
And was that said?
Yeah, it was. Our chief of police said that.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any questions?
He was like, it wasn't me. It's a chief. I have a feeling we may get a lot of questions. At least he's not staring him down like that neighbor did. He's still reading them. Well, she's done. Come on, little prosecutor. Oh, whoops. One more. I like how she's the only one that goes up, but all 3 of the prosecutors go up. They not trust that their guy can make the right decisions. Here we go.
Take it, I have a few questions for you, and they're going to be kind of bouncing around, so I'll just kind of give you that
got
warning
a
up front. I'll
lot.
just ask them in the order that I have them here. In the search of the home, was the washer and dryer checked, laundry or hamper by the dogs?
The area around them was searched, but I don't know that they specifically went into the washer and dryer.
You know, it'd look real bad for him right now to lose his memory like they often do with the defense cross-examination of them. Better not do that with the old jurors.
During your testimony, you indicated the bloodhounds went to a house on the west side of that area there. Did you, or anyone to your knowledge in the investigation, talk to the people at the house on State Street?
Yes, we did, and that driveway is actually a shared driveway between two different residences, and I know Detective Grubbs and Detective Peachy did go out and make contact with them.
All right. And as a result of the investigation, did you receive any information about whether any of those folks had contact with Emily Noble or Matt Moore at the pertinent times involved in the investigation?
No, we did not.
All right.
Then why was she there?
And I'm going to ask you a couple questions about dogs.
The dog said
Are you familiar with the capabilities and techniques of the dogs, what they can do, what they can't do?
On a very basic knowledge, yes.
Well, then I'll ask you if you know the answer to this question. I don't want you to guess or anything. If a person is carried or otherwise not walking, will a bloodhound be able to pick up their scent?
Yes, they would still be able to pick up that scent.
Okay, kind of moving around again. Based, again, on knowledge of cadaver dogs, how soon after a person dies does a cadaver dog first have the opportunity to pick up the scent?
I was told that the decomposition starts immediately after death, so they would be able to pick up on that immediately.
Were there, during the course of the investigation, were there any witnesses or information on where Emily walked the night of the 24th?
No, I'm not familiar with any information as far as where she walked on that night.
At your initial entry into the scene where Emily was discovered, was there a stool or any items found with the remains? The question is, in light of the idea, was there anything that would lift her body up to the branch?
No, there was not.
There was testimony that an angel, a little statue, was found in the woods there. Was that tested in any way to see if there was any connection with Matt or Emily?
No, it was not. At that time, in the proximity of where it was, we didn't feel it was related to this case.
Were the bloodhounds brought to search for Emily on the bike path?
So the bloodhounds were brought to the last known location where we knew Emily was. When you bring a bloodhound in, you can't really just go search certain areas. You have to have a starting point where you know that person was to be able to go from there.
Okay, switching gears again. Had a suspect been identified in the report when the report was given or assigned to Detective Grubbs?
No, there was no suspect at that point. We didn't even know what we were dealing with at that point. Whether she walked away voluntarily, a kidnapping, a murder, we had no idea at that point.
And did Detective Grubbs follow the usual procedures in his approaching you and expressing his interest in handling the case?
Yes, he did. That's something that happens quite a bit. Detectives will notice something along their specialty, whether it be an arson or a financial crime, if they see there's that's onto them.
This question is directed to you. On September 16, when you entered into the woods to first investigate and you were involved, did you get any cuts or scratches on your hands or arms going through the brush?
No, I did not.
Did the Westerville Police ever update the missing person report to reflect a sooner, quote-unquote, last seen date?
Yes, we did. That initial press release was the information that we had at the time that was initially reported that she was seen the morning of the 25th. We later learned that that was recanted, and we changed it to the 24th.
Okay, I have two questions that are similar in nature. Your testimony is dogs were taken around the woods, but is there a reason that the dogs were not sent or released into the woods themselves, to your knowledge?
The dog handler, well, I was with the dog handlers when they went through, and they just indicated that there wasn't any scent from there. Do I wish we had done it? Absolutely, I do.
Was the attic ever searched, the attic at the home of Mr. Moore and Ms. Noble? Was the attic ever searched by law enforcement?
Yes, it was, and nothing was located.
Again, taking you to the scene when you first were there, did it look like the brush had been moved or disturbed? Were there footprints where the remains were found?
So when you walk through there, it's obviously very secluded and very overgrown, but when you got to where we located Emily's body, it was a little clearing, maybe 3 by 4 feet, something along those lines. But no, we didn't locate any footprints or anything near there.
And again, going back to your knowledge of the cadaver dogs, if you know, when a dog is on the scent, so to speak, are you familiar with, and the question is posed in the range of the dog, the capability of how far can the dog sense things to take it in a direction, or what type of degree or range does it have in that area?
I don't know the answer to that. I've seen the dogs, they'll work back and forth to see if they get a scent, but as far as how far away they can smell, that's outside of my scope, unfortunately.
Fair enough. One last question. There was testimony that Emily, or that the branch was 6 foot 3 inches off the ground. Do you know how tall Emily was?
I don't know specifically. I know around, I would be guessing. I'm sorry, I do not.
That's fine. Okay. Understood. Understood. All right, thank you. Does that raise any questions for the state?
Thank you.
Defense.
Just one. As a follow-up to the question about releasing the dogs, the dogs lead the handler. Is that right?
That is correct.
And so the handler, as you observed, fair to say, it lets the dogs lead the way.
That's correct.
And so if the dogs had gone into the woods, right, or wherever they had gone, the handler follows the dogs.
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. May I call your next witness?
State of call Detective Leckie.
Another detective. I don't know that he helped the state's case either. He left a lot of unanswered questions. I mean, they're starting to get into their big witnesses and nobody's done. Well, I mean, he's the first one, so. But he didn't convince me of anything other than that they didn't look good enough.
Sir, can you state your name, spell your last name for the record, please?
David Leckie, Leighty.
Okay. You'd agree with me, it sounds a little different than how you spell it?
It is.
Okay. I'll try my best to remember it, but it's only taken me a couple years to figure it out, right?
I went to school with a guy that
where are
spelled
you
his
currently
name like
employed?
that.
I'm
and
employed
said
with
it
the City of
like that.
Westerville Division of Police.
And what do you do for the City of Westerville Division of Police?
I'm assigned to the investigation unit as a detective.
Okay. Do you have a job title?
Just general detective. I do other things as well.
Okay. And what types of job duties do you have as a general detective?
Investigate crimes. Other job duties include mobile forensics on phones.
Okay. And
No,
do
she
you
was
sort of
not.
specialize in mobile forensics with phones?
For the division, yes.
Okay. And I guess let's take a step back first. What type of training or experience do you have to be a detective?
I attended the basic police officer
actually
academy.
forgot
Graduated
about her.
from that. Then I also studied criminal justice at Youngstown State University. I'm still working on my degree right now. And I also have taken numerous classes over 21 plus years in law enforcement.
And that was going to be my next question, is other than being a detective, do you have previous law enforcement experience?
I do.
And can you give me an idea of how long you've been in law enforcement and what positions you've held?
Roughly over 20 years. I started out as a reserve deputy with the Wayne County Sheriff's Department up in Worcester. Moved to a full-time position with the Doylestown Police Department. I left that position as a canine handler and a sergeant. And when I came to Westerville in 2007, I was a patrol officer. And in 2016, I moved over to the Detective Bureau.
Now, you mentioned that one of your specializations is computer cell phone forensics?
Cell phone forensics, yes.
Cell phone forensics? Can you give a general overview to the jury of what in the world that means?
I attended a training that's put on by Cellebrite. It's a company that has software and technology to perform forensic extractions on cell phones. My training was a week-long training that goes over how to extract the data and then also how to analyze the data and look at the data. That training I attended in March of 2019 in Indianapolis. And then
Oh, he came to Indy. Well. I'm sorry. I know maybe the training doesn't take very long, but if my life is in your hands, I kind of want you to have more than a week-long training session to be considered, an expert at something. That's just me. Some people might be good, but I kind of really want you to have a little more than a week, maybe 2 weeks.
and I've taken several other classes in the area of digital forensics that have to do with social media as well as other cell phone stuff.
Cell phone
so
stuff.
How many classes roughly have you taken regarding cell phone forensics?
I would say between 6 and 10.
Okay. And how long have you been working on cell phone forensics in cases in your position right now?
Since March of 2019.
Okay. And do you only handle cell phone forensics for Westerville Police Department, or do you also get utilized with other police agencies?
I have done forensic extractions for other agencies as well, but primarily for Westerville cases, yes.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about, well, I guess let me ask you this. Did you become involved in a case back on May 25th of 2020 involving the disappearance of Emily Noble?
I did.
And as part of your involvement, at least in part, were you asked to do cell phone forensics in that case?
I was.
And do you recall how many devices were you asked to perform a forensic analysis on?
The first one was initial device on the 26th of May on Emily's device, an iPhone 8 Plus.
Okay. Other than Emily's phone, were there other phones or devices you were asked to do
Yes,
analyses on?
There were several.
Okay. Namely, at least in part, 3 cell phones?
Yes.
1 belonging to Emily, 2 belonging to Mr. Moore?
Yes.
So let's talk a little general about cell phone forensics. You're given a cell phone from a detective. Is that normally how it starts?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. Once the phone is given to you, or once you have the phone in your possession, what's your first step?
I want to make sure that the phone is in a secure mode and powered on, and also in airplane mode to preserve the data that's in the phone. If the phone isn't connected, if the phone's connected to a network, if you don't put it in airplane mode, remove a SIM card, and it's connected to a network, the owner of the phone could possibly remotely access that device and possibly remote wipe the device.
So by putting it in airplane mode, taking it off the network, what is the hope? Why are you doing that?
To preserve the data that's on the phone.
Okay. After you do that, what's your next step?
Next step is make sure that there's either a search warrant or consent form to perform an extraction on the device.
Okay. And assuming there's a search warrant and you have the permission from the owner to do so, how do you go about then extracting, or how do you go about your next step?
Sure. If it's an iPhone, what I will do is we use what's called UFED.
Can you spell that for me, please?
UFED. It's for PC. It's a program developed by Celebrite, and I will plug the phone into that program, and the computer basically walks me through what steps I need to do next to perform a forensic extraction on that device. It'll tell me if the device is supported. Sometimes newer phones aren't up to date yet with the software, so sometimes it takes a little bit of time before that gets up to the newer phones. But it'll tell me what options I have to perform an extraction, what data I possibly can get from that phone. And it's basically just clicking the button and letting the computer do the work. It could take half hour to 4 or 5, 6 hours to do a complete extraction from the phone. After that extraction is complete, I take the data that was copied from there and I place that into what's called Physical Analyzer. Physical Analyzer parses out that data and puts it into a nice program that makes it easier for us to read.
So when you're talking about the extraction process, does that put it in a form that now becomes searchable by either yourself or other detectives?
It does.
And what's the purpose of extracting that data and making that searchable as opposed to just searching it on the phone itself?
Can you repeat that again for me?
Sure. When you extract that data, that's the data of that extraction that you're then search going forward, correct?
Yes.
Or run reports on going forward?
Absolutely, yes.
Why would you do it on that extraction as opposed to the physical phone itself?
If you would do it on the physical phone, then you're changing the integrity of the phone and you're adding more events and stuff to the phone. So you want to use the extraction, which was the preserved evidence that you had.
Is it fair to say it sort of takes a snapshot of the phone and what's on that phone in that moment?
Yes, it does.
And then allows you to search based on what was on the phone once it came into your possession and you put it in airplane mode?
Yes. Sometimes detectives will ask me specifically to go through it because they're not comfortable with the physical analyzer and kind of tell me what type of case they're working on, and I may be able to search for them a lot easier. Sometimes detectives preferably like just to look through it themselves. If they know the case better than I do, I'll just provide that data back to them to review.
Now, you've mentioned Physical Analyzer, and I think I sort of derailed this a couple minutes ago, but can you explain what Physical Analyzer is?
It's just a program, again, that makes it puts that data in, I want to say, human readable form. It allows us to understand it and puts it in different type of applications that you can click on and open up, and it can show you anywhere from the chat messages to the pictures to the videos to call logs. It shows you all kinds of data and makes it easier to view.
And are there different types of phone extractions that can be done?
There are.
Oh, and what are those?
There's a logical file system and then a physical.
Okay. And why are there different types?
Because there's different operating devices, such as an Apple is an iOS operating system, which is iPhone operating system, and then there's Android, which like your Samsung Galaxy or something like that. So there's different operating systems, and there's different types of, like the physical would go more towards the Android, where a logical and file system would be more towards an iOS device.
Okay, so in some respects, it might be dependent on the device itself.
Yes.
In some instances, are you able to run multiple types of extractions?
Yes, you can.
Okay. And again, is that dependent on anything in particular?
It depends on the phone itself. What the device, what's supported on through Celebrite.
Okay. Again, when physical analyzer is being run, is that being run on the device itself or the extraction that you had just testified about earlier?
Physical analyzer is running on the extraction itself, not the phone.
Okay, and again, why is it the protocol to run it on the extraction?
Then you're not changing the integrity of the device.
When you run an extraction, does that pull everything off the phone, or do you sometimes have to go into the phone and manually search for other items?
Sometimes it's hit or miss. It doesn't generally pull everything off the phone. Sometimes or I ask detectives to manually go through the phone. Sometimes you can go through a device and screenshot if it's allowed, if that phone's supported for screenshots or chats with different apps it has on the phone. But it all depends on the device, what's supported. Sometimes I ask detectives just to, if they don't, to thumb through it to see if they see anything else.
And you mentioned earlier, sometimes detectives ask you to search it yourself, maybe if you're involved in the case, or tell you about the case. Is that one aspect of things?
It is.
And in other cases, is it fair to say you're just asked to run the extraction and give it to another detective?
Yes.
Regarding the case that we're here for today involving the disappearance of Emily Noble, were you asked to take the 3 cell phones we mentioned earlier and run extractions on those?
I was.
Okay. And as part of that, were you able to successfully extract the data from the phone?
I was.
And those being, again, Emily Noble's phone and 2 phones belonging to Mr. Moore?
Yes.
Okay. No errors, no issues when you ran the extraction process?
Nothing that I saw.
Okay. And once you're able to run the extraction, were you able to pull that information up?
Yes.
Okay. And again, just review it to make sure there are no errors or issues?
That's correct.
Once you're able to run the extraction on those 3 devices, what then did you do with the extractions in this case?
I provided extractions to Detective Grubbs.
I don't know what all this is going to show us because she didn't take her phone with her.
I'm sorry, may I approach? Yes. Detective, I'm going to have you look at what has been labeled States Exhibit 13, 14, and 15. You could flip through those. I know they're multiple page documents.
I mean, I guess maybe if there's text messages, but even that would be, you'd really have to be piecing something together. I mean, they think they have something or they wouldn't have brought it in.
And those 3 items, can you just identify what those items are that I handed you?
Sure. The first one is an extraction report.
That's 13, sir?
Yes, sir. Number 13 is an extraction report that I completed for case number 2020-12540.
And let me stop you for a second. When we're talking about an extraction report, can you explain what an extraction report is?
Yeah, when you complete an extraction and move it to physical analyzer, then what I do is, after it's in physical analyzer, I generate a report for the investigator or myself. The report is, it can be a PDF report, Excel report, HTML report. It moves those over, and that's what generates for the investigator to look at. So they're not getting a physical analyzer, they're getting what's called a reader report. So they can't go in and change anything to that or anything, mark anything. But
So they can't go in and change anything, but is it a more user-friendly way to review the material that was taken off of the phone during the initial extraction?
it is.
The other two exhibits there as well, can you identify what those are?
Yes, State Exhibits 14 and 15 are also extraction reports.
And specifically, were those 3 extraction reports that you created as a result of your dealings in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, as to publish State's Exhibit 13, 14, 15 to the jury.
Any objection?
Detective, I know you just testified a little bit about this, but I want to make it clear what we're looking at here. So this is State's Exhibit 13. I know you're familiar up there, so feel free to mark on the screen if it makes sense, but this initial box here, I'm sort of squaring off the top part. Can you give us a general idea of that area, the types of information provided in there?
Absolutely. It's creation time of the report. It also provides Celebrite physical analyzer version at the top. And then I put it as I'm the examiner. I examined the device. I did the extraction on the device, and I provide it to whoever the investigator is. I'll put their name in there and then the report number as well.
And as we work down to this second box that I'm drawing on the screen now, what type of information is usually contained on that part of the report?
It shows the extraction start time and end time. What it also shows is what the phone was there. It's an iPhone 8 Plus, and that's the model number there listed. And it shows what type of extraction type was taken. Here it shows the file system extraction.
And looking at the bottom, I'm going to flip the page, but there's an item there labeled device information. Is that fair?
Yes.
I know there's a lot of information here on page 2. I'll zoom out a little bit. Can you just give us a general flavor of what we're looking at here on page 2?
Absolutely. Here it's just going to be, right here's it's an iPhone, so here is the Apple ID account or email associated with the account. What I'm always looking for is this number right here, the IMEI number. How I compare that is a VIN number to a car. Every car has a specific VIN number, so each phone has a specific number that's its VIN number, we would say, or IMEI, International Mobile Equipment Identifier number, and that's what that stands for. So that's specific to the device. And that MSISDN number is the phone number that's on that device. And here it tells a little bit about it as being, again, an iPhone 8 Plus.
So this little square here, MSISDN, you said that's the phone number that's associated to the phone?
Yes.
Is it fair to say the report sort of outlines or continues to go down and just give general information about the phone?
It does.
I'm going to take you now to what's page 4 of 6. Now we're on this section called contents above. Help if I could draw a better circle. Contents, that's even worse.
I can see it.
There we go. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What types of information are we looking at here for contents generally?
Here we're just showing what I look for is what was deleted there, deleted items. Also, it's telling cell towers if it's that data is turned on, they can see where it hit on cells. I'm also looking at chats or messages. This is iPhone. I could have iMessages that went through. And then calendar, if they keep a calendar on there and have specific dates or anything, and say they have a birthday for someone or something on the calendar.
Would you agree with me that this is sort of the meat of the report?
Well, it is. Go ahead with your next question.
What would you call this part of the report?
Detective, the items on the left, in this sort of left column.
Call it the meat.
What types of things, if anything, can you do with those items, those columns?
Those columns, you can it breaks it down of what's on that report. And if you look down and say Facebook Messenger, 153 items on that report, or Instagram, 40 items included in that report. Twitter, Snapchat, whatever that phone, whatever the extraction has pulled, it generates on this report.
Now, just as an example, we'll say chats recovered 1745, for example. Does this just give me a number, or is there a way to then look through those chats themselves?
You can actually look through those chats. When you pull up Celebrite the reader portion of it. It opens up to a nice homepage, and you can just click on that tab, and you can open up and sort chats.
And is that something that reader, something that you provide, whatever detective asks you for, to do those searches?
I do.
And did you do that in this case?
I did.
And who did you provide that information to?
Detective Grubbs.
Once you're able to provide him with the extraction and that reader, what does that allow, in your experience, what does that allow Detective Grubbs to do?
It allows him to look through the device report. He can sort data. He can review different types of data just by that homepage on what areas he's looking into.
This guy seems very, very serious. I mean,
This is still State's Exhibit 13.
it shouldn't be, but dang.
Page 2. I talked a little bit about this earlier, but directing you to this line right here, can you identify again what the MSISDN is?
That is the phone number that's assigned with that device. It's generally pulled off a SIM card. Sometimes it'll have a couple MSISDN numbers that were past numbers on that device, but this lists the one there.
Okay. And I believe that says, does that say last used?
It does say last used.
Have you look at State's Exhibit 14. Can you identify again what State Exhibit 14 is?
That again is a extraction report that is provided through Celebrite of a device. It would be a device, the report number would be here at the top. I did the extraction, provided for that investigator, and it has my extraction start date and end date there.
And was there a specific device that was identified or that was extracted from?
Yes, it was a Samsung device right there, and it shows what type of extraction was completed in Advanced Logical.
This report is 7 pages in total. I'm going to flip to page 5 of 7. And looking at this page, again, what types of information is located here in the middle of the page?
It's showing me again the MSISDN or phone number attached to that. It's providing me the model and the make of the device as well.
Can you read what's the MSISDN number on this extraction?
It is 702-884-1010.
And now pointing back up, State's Exhibit 13, page 2. Can you read the MSISDN number that was identified on that extraction?
Yes, it's 1-702-884-1010.
State's Exhibit 14. I know we just walked through the extraction on State's Exhibit 13, but is it similar? Did you run it the same way or a different way than how you ran the phone in State's Exhibit 13?
Similar way.
Okay. And would the report read in a similar way with that same information that you just identified in State's Exhibit 13?
Yes.
Showing you now it's been labeled State's Exhibit 15. Can you identify what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 15?
Again, I ran extraction provided to Detective Grubbs. Here's our case number. Here's the start time, end time of extraction. It was an iPhone 8 Plus. That's the model number. And it was a file system extraction that was completed.
Again, is the report itself presented in a substantially similar way as the other two that we've talked about?
It is.
And flipping to page 3 of 9. From looking at page 3 of 9, you're able to identify a telephone number that's associated with the cell phone that was extracted in this exhibit.
Right there is the cell phone number, 1-614-562-8814.
And you mentioned earlier Apple ID. Is there an Apple ID identified on this page of the document that you're able to extract from the phone?
It is. Here's the Apple ID that's associated with it. And also here's the IMEI number. Oh, I crossed it off. That is associated with that device. Sorry about that.
Here, I'll have you do that one more time, please.
Let me be up here higher. There's that IMEI number, like I'm explaining, it's similar to a VIN number. And here is the Apple ID.
And what's the Apple ID associated with this phone?
It looks like enoble265@yahoo.com.
States Exhibit 13, 14, 15, do they appear to be true, accurate copies of the extraction reports you did in this case?
Yes, sir.
Again, after you completed the extractions, put the reports together, who did you provide those to?
Detective Grubbs.
Other than the cell phone extractions of these 3 devices, were you involved with any other cell phone related activities?
Yes, I did extractions on the persons, the ladies that found Emily.
Okay, the 3 individuals that located Emily Noble?
Yes.
Other than doing the cell phone forensics, were you involved in conducting any search warrants on any residences?
I was.
And what can you tell me about that?
Did a search warrant on Matt Moore's residence.
Okay, do you remember when that search warrant occurred?
On the 27th of May.
Okay. And when a search warrant is conducted, what are, when you walk into the home, what are the first things that you do in preparation of the search warrant?
Just make sure the scene's secure and there's no one inside the house. So when we're processing the scene, nobody can get hurt.
And what types of things do you do to process the scene or process an area that you're searching?
First, we take overall photographs of the scene.
And generally speaking, when you are taking photographs of a residence, how do you handle that?
We make sure everyone's out and we try to let the photographer get in there and take all their photographs.
Detective, may I have you look at what's been labeled States Exhibit 16 through 62. Can you take a moment to flip through those?
All these foundational things I know have to be done, but they're the worst.
Yes, sir.
States Exhibit 16 through 62, what do those purport to be?
I'm sorry, sir, what was that?
What do those exhibits I've handed you, what do they purport to be?
They look like photographs of the residence, Moore Noble's residence.
Okay. And you were involved in that process, correct?
I was.
Okay. And to the best of your knowledge, those pictures appear to be true and accurate based on the pictures taken from the scene that day?
They do.
At this point, we ask to publish States Exhibit 16 through 62 to the jury.
Please proceed.
Detective, you talked generally about search warrant taking photos of the scene. I want you to walk the jury through some of the pictures that were taken that day, okay?
Okay.
First, what's been labeled States Exhibit 16. Can you identify what we're looking at here?
We're looking at the entry door on the west side of the living room.
And when you enter a room in the residence, what are you trying to do when you're taking pictures of that area?
You're just trying to get an overall of the area at first, unless you're seeing evidence that then you'll focus in and move in on that evidence and take photographs of.
Do you walk into a room and take one picture, or how does that process work?
You take several photographs of the whole, so you can get a different perspective from every angle of the room that you're at. And then once the room's done, then the detectives can come in and start processing that room.
States Exhibit 17. What are we looking at, States Exhibit 17?
It's a different angle. Now looks like Detective French was taking the photographs. His back's against that door area, and now he's shooting a shot out into the living room. And you can see the master bedroom door on the right there in the kitchen area.
And you can draw on the screen if that makes it easier too. I'm going to show you what's this B that's labeled on the floor there in the middle of the room.
We put down placards that label each room, to identify each room.
States Exhibit 18, same question.
Yes, sir. Again, it's a different angle of the camera where he took a photo, and here's master bedroom, and you can see a partial of the kitchen area here.
State's Exhibit 19.
It's another shot of the living room area. This time the camera's pointing more south. And here is a enclosed porch area, I would say. Master bedroom would be here, and then the entry door would be over in this area.
State's Exhibit 20. Same question.
Yes, sir, it's just another angle of that living room area where you're seeing a partial to, I think I would call it the guest bedroom right here on this side.
Similar picture, but State's Exhibit 21.
Again, a different angle of the overalls, and now you can see living room, guest bedroom door, and I would call it a guest bathroom, I would say.
I touched nothing. Didn't do it.
State's Exhibit 22.
Now you're seeing again the guest bathroom, and then we're moving more towards the kitchen area. Here's a dining area with a bookshelf.
State's Exhibit 23.
You have the kitchen area, and then you're leading out into the laundry, which would also lead into the garage.
State's Exhibit 24.
Another photograph of the kitchen area. You can see the kitchen area, and then laundry area, again, leading to the garage, a different angle.
State's Exhibit 25.
A different photograph of the kitchen area. Looks like more of a facing south.
State's Exhibit 26.
Photograph facing east through the laundry room into the garage, which is marked G out there. Laundry room marked F.
So again, no placards that we noted on an earlier picture?
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 27. Similar picture to the previous exhibit, is that fair?
Similar, yes.
State's Exhibit 28. What are we looking at, State's Exhibit 28?
Yes, sir. Your back's towards, looks like the laundry room area, and the photography is, the camera's pointing towards the kitchen area and the dining room area, and then you can see the guest bedroom and living room over here.
State's Exhibit 29.
Appears to be the guest bathroom, placard D.
State's Exhibit 30.
E, it's room E, and it looks like it's maybe a guest room or just a room to hang out in, I guess.
State's Exhibit 31.
Again, it's room E, a different angle. You can see the desk area in there and has a chair, a couple chairs.
State's Exhibit 32. What are we looking at, State's Exhibit 32?
It would have been the prior room as well, just a different angle of that. Looking at a sofa, and then you can see the bathroom off the guest room there.
Is that the same bathroom that you notated in an earlier picture?
Yes, guest
I
bathroom.
wonder
I
if
would
his
say.
son didn't have a bed or if they just got rid of it after he exited.
State's Exhibit 33.
That'd be the
Surely he
same
didn't
room
sleep on the
as noted
couch.
before, just a different view. Now you're facing north into, it looks like a closet area.
State's Exhibit 34.
Now we're back in the living room area. Looks like he is now done with that area, and we have a photo of a fireplace and some shelves. It looks like there's a handgun and magazine and, I don't know, the purse or something there, flowers on that shelving.
And just sort of tying pictures together, does this appear to be the TV in the main
Yeah.
living area?
It does appear to be the same, yes.
It's weird he would go sleep in there and sleep on that couch. I just figured he would
It's
go and sleep
Exhibit
on his
35.
bed.
That is the master bedroom area.
State's Exhibit 36.
Again, master bedroom area, different angle, and you have placard C for master bedroom in there.
I think that was his room. I agree with him that they've taken his stuff out.
State's Exhibit 37.
That would be the walk-in closet in the master bedroom as you're looking north.
State's Exhibit 38.
That would be the master bedroom bathroom.
State's Exhibit 39.
Looks like it's a photograph of an angle from the bathroom of the master bedroom shooting out into the master bedroom, the bed area, and then that big window.
State's Exhibit 40.
Again, it's a different angle of a photograph that was taken from about the bathroom area shooting the southward way into the bedroom.
State's Exhibit 41.
Photograph of the master bedroom area shooting west into the apartment area.
Looks like there's a door over here on the right side of the picture. Where, to the best of recollection, does that door lead?
That leads to the living room would be right over in this wall. It would be on the other side of this wall, and then to the right of that would be the kitchen area, and then straight on you can see the entrance. I believe it's the guest bathroom.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 42. Is that a better picture of the picture just previous?
Yes, sir, it is.
State's Exhibit 43.
That is the master bedroom area. It looks like a nightstand to the right of the bed.
So this area sort of on the left side of the screen, that's looking at the bed on the right-hand side or on the left-hand side?
If you're at the foot of the bed and facing it, it'd be to your right side.
Did that
Now,
one
State's
book
Exhibit
look like
44.
it was like
This photograph would be if you're standing at the foot of the bed and you're looking at the left side of the bed.
Thingies on there?
State's Exhibit
Deposit
45.
That everything you need to
That's
know.
the enclosed porch.
I'd be curious if those were her books and what they were about.
State's Exhibit 46.
Another angle of the inside of the enclosed porch.
State's Exhibit 47.
That's another angle of the inside porch facing west.
And State's Exhibit 48.
That'd be the inside of the porch, and those are the sliding doors that would take you into the living room area.
Moving on to State's Exhibit 49. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 49?
Photographs of the garage. You have the Subaru here and looks like a Nissan here.
State's Exhibit 50.
That's another
It can show.
photograph
It
of
can
the garage.
tell you a
You're
lot
facing
about
east,
them.
and the garage here close
What
to
their
the door that
interests
would
are,
take you
what they're
into the
looking at.
laundry room area.
State's Exhibit 51.
You're outside the garage shooting in.
Moving on to State's Exhibit 52.
Again, you're outside down on a driveway shooting into the garage area, and then you can see this would be the master bedroom area.
State's Exhibit 53.
That is the enclosed porch area.
And are you able to see the front door, sort of where these pictures first started?
The side door here.
Okay. And just so we understand, where would the garage be in location of the screened-in porch there?
It's over here on the other side of these bushes. There.
Looking at State's Exhibit 54.
Looks like a missing persons flyer that was located in the residence.
Now, other than taking photos of the rooms and sort of spinning in circles to get different angles, what other types of things are you taking pictures of when you're processing the scene?
We take pictures of documents, handwritings, evidence, anything like that.
State's Exhibit 55.
Looks like a handwritten note. It's dated here 10/27/19. Would you like me to go down through it, or is that?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Mhm.
State's Exhibit 56.
Looks like page 2 of another handwritten note.
State's Exhibit 57.
Those appear to be receipts from Jimmy V's. Looks like dated 5/24/2020, and maybe 1/5/24. I can't read. Looks maybe a 20.
State's Exhibit 58 is not a picture taken from the scene. Is that a fair assessment?
That's fair to say, yes.
Okay. Generally speaking, what are we looking here on page 58?
We're looking at crime scene log of what detectives or officers or whoever came onto the scene and entered the crime scene area.
Is that something that's typically done when a search warrant is conducted?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of that?
To keep integrity of the scene, to see who's in and out and what their function was.
State's Exhibit 59?
It's a scene sketch. It's just a basic drawing of the inside of the house where we put the placard, so the investigator knows what room is what. And if there's any evidence taken, we'll put maybe it was taken from room A, and we list room A, and then that
All right. The description for the book, Everything You Need to Know, but Have Never Been Told, says, how could everything you need to know but have never been told does not refer to all that people need to know in terms of information and knowledge. How could you put that between two covers? Religious books claim to do this, but they are works of self-delusion and perceptual imprisonment. Everything you need to know, in this case, refers to the information necessary to open entirely new ways of thinking and perceiving reality, both in the seen and unseen, from which everything else will come. This book is a start, not a finish. It is written in layers with information placed upon information that together reveals the picture by connecting the parts. The parts are fascinating, but the picture is devastating. Prepare for a perception reboot. I wonder who was reading that. That's a lot. Yeah, right? That's a lot. I wonder which one was reading that. It does sound bizarre, Kim.
investigator. I don't know what room A was.
Oh, I hope she asked which side of the bed.
So the letters that we're
Emily
seeing
slept
here
on.
are E, B, A. Those would match the placards that we've seen during the photos that we just walked through.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 60?
That would be from G, which was the garage, I believe. There you have two pairs of shoes.
State's Exhibit 61?
It's just yeah, looks like here's the shoes, just taken back from a further back angle.
And lastly, State's Exhibit 62.
That is another photograph of the garage area, and this is where you would enter to go into the laundry area and then the kitchen into the residence.
Well, there was a lot of pictures to go through, but is the hope to get pictures of the residence in various angles in the manner in which you walked into it?
Yes.
The photos that we just walked through, again, do they appear to be true and accurate based on your recollection walking through during the search warrant and photos being taken?
They do.
Okay, just one moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ask
No further
about the
questions at this time. Thank you.
books.
I need a few minutes. Thank you.
He's from Vegas, Kim. That's where he moved from to Ohio when they got married. But yeah, he lived in Vegas. That's why he would have that area code. Just ask about the books. Really want to know. I couldn't see the other one well enough to see what the title was. No problem. I just remembered them saying that he'd moved from Vegas. Apparently they knew each other before and dated and broke up, according to one of the witnesses this morning. So I don't know where they met at.
Detective, how are you?
Good, and yourself?
I'm okay, thank you. Diane Ashley. I'm a bit confused because these aren't all the photos that were taken of the residence. Is that correct?
There was other photos, yes.
So I'm trying to find those photos so that we can go through all the photos together. So I'm a little unprepared, but we'll.
It's in book one.
Oops, again? Does the state not give her something?
I'll start with the photos as State's Exhibit 17. I just want to make sure the jury understands that the placards on the floor do not indicate any items of evidence there. Those are just marking the room.
Yes, ma'am.
So someone can say, in location B, this was found, and we would know where location B is.
Yes, ma'am.
And every room, including the laundry room, had a different location, did it not?
I believe so.
Fair to say that the execution of the warrant, when it was executed at 46 Abbey Cross, the scene was cleared
Yes.
and secured so that, as you said, the photographer and the officers, law enforcement can come in and the area wouldn't be disturbed.
That's correct.
It was a surprise. It's not like you let Mr. Moore know that you were coming, right?
That I can't answer.
So just want to go through showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 23. I will find some closer up photos, but now, for now, Detective, if we could, do you see all of those pink cans right there?
I do.
And you were in the residence, obviously. Fair to say that those are Rheingeist Bubbles cans?
I'm not a nurse, so I can't answer that question.
Okay. Those were all just on the cabinet then, or countertop?
Yeah, there are some cans on the counter. I can't tell what they are by the photograph, though.
And you remember, or do you remember those cans were empty?
I don't recall.
Okay, well, that doesn't mean she drank them all in one day.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 25. The light comes across horribly. Just so we can zoom in, those are, do you see a vodka bottle in that picture? There's like 2 bottles of soap. Have you ever seen that Mr. Castle soap?
Is there any way you can circle that for me? Because
Sure.
I don't know
I'm
where
sorry.
you're looking at.
Right here.
Okay.
Are you familiar with that brand?
I am not.
Fair enough.
Sorry.
That's okay. Are you familiar with this? Looks like sparkling water bottles.
I'm not.
Okay. All right.
Seriously?
I'm gonna just go through
Those
things
are
that
everywhere.
you always, as you're preserving a scene and you're thinking of things that might have potential evidentiary value, are you not, as you go through a house like this?
You are?
This is a rug right here,
Yes.
pictured in State's Exhibit 26.
I'm not exactly sure what exhibit it was in, but...
I'm showing you what's been marked as 26.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And that rug, also depicted in State's Exhibit 27, that I'm showing the witness, Your Honor, is in what we call the laundry room,
Yes,
right in front of the washer and dryer, correct?
that's correct.
Showing you what's been marked as 28, and let me know if I need to come in and show you any closer. Tell the jurors if you see an ashtray on that counter at all. I'm happy to approach if you want to look at it. Sure.
Please.
If I may approach with State's Exhibit 28,
Yes.
and I'll probably do this, just ask you to look at every table or countertop
Thank you.
for an ashtray.
I don't see one on here.
Thank you. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 29. You identified this as the guest bathroom. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, there's a rug there.
There is.
And like the rug in the laundry room, it's white, is it not?
Appears to be the same color, yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 30. Depicted on the couch there is a pillow.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct? And then I want to, showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 31. This right here is a sheet, is it not? A bed sheet, the white item?
It appears to be a sheet, yes.
I have another viewpoint of it that I can get in just a second. And then State's Exhibit 32, let me clear this so I can zoom in with you. This right over here appears to be some bedding as well, does it not?
It does look like bedding, yes.
And I want to zoom in a little further. Do you see these shoes right down here?
Yes, ma'am.
Those, were those collected in evidence?
I'd have to look at the evidence sheet to see what was collected.
Okay, and this is State's Exhibit 32. Showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit. I think we're on H.
Oh, I know. And you can never figure out where she's going. Or at least I haven't been able to yet.
Those shoes that I just showed you in 32, State's Exhibit 32, those are right by that couch, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And they appeared to be tied. I know that they weren't collected in evidence, but do you remember seeing them?
I don't.
I want to show you what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit H.
Maybe, Carmen.
Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, ma'am.
This is one of the photos that was taken at the scene,
Yes, ma'am.
but was not in the stack that you were identified on direct.
I believe it was.
It was?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. So I wanted to zoom in for a purpose here. Based on remembering at the scene, do you remember those shoes being there in the garage?
I don't.
Do you see, let me clear it though. This right here and how these shoes are tied. Do you see that?
I can.
And we know from the placard that these were in what location?
A G, which is the garage.
Here we go. State's Exhibit 33 is a better view, is it not, of that, the sheet on that chair?
Can you zoom in? Thank you.
Yes.
It appears to be a sheet, I believe, yes.
That's State's Exhibit 33 for the record.
Son's closet looks pretty cleaned out, so
Showing you what's
I'd
been
say
marked
they
as
got rid of
State's
this
Exhibit
stuff.
37. Let me zoom out. Do you see, and it's hard to see what it is, but I'm just directing your attention to the general area. There appears to be a black item right there on the shelf. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 38. That is the, should we, if I called it the master bathroom, does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
This is, we're looking at here, the master bath, are we not?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a walk-in shower. Yes,
And this right here is another white rug
it is.
and a white towel
Yes, ma'am.
and a white towel here.
Appears to be, yes.
And I say this because of your experience and expertise. You understand that fibers and trace and hair, those can often be found on materials like rugs or towels or sheets.
Absolutely, yes.
And by trace evidence, I want to just see here in the bedroom, if we could, and let me know if you want me to come up with a picture. But do you see an ashtray on that that nightstand there or that dresser?
I see something on the left that looks like a big rock, and I don't know if that's an ashtray or not.
Can't tell what it is either.
Let me zoom in on it. When you said the big rock, 'cause these will obviously, you mean this right here?
Yes, I don't know what that is.
And then I want to ask you about the,
She's
showing
usually
you
pretty.
State's Exhibit 43. An ashtray there.
I don't know if that's an ashtray or not. It's hard to tell. I can see what if you're talking about this. Oh,
Nope. May I approach with State's Exhibit 43?
I can't tell if those are ashtrays
Or
or
any cigarettes
not.
anywhere.
I want to see the books again.
that just looks like some rocks to me in a circle. Or,
Thank you.
They kind of look like rocks.
And
hello,
showing you
Bree.
46 or 47, if I may approach, Your Honor. This table just next to the chair on the attic, as best as those photos are, do you see any cigarettes or ashtrays?
Maybe her point is there isn't any
Hopefully it's on
cigarettes
these photos now.
or ashtrays in the whole house.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All I know is I could never have white rugs in my house with 3 Great Danes and a German Shepherd. Oh, and a husband.
Oh, one moment, Your Honor. It's just a lot of
They'd
photos.
never stay clean. And Herod probably carry him outside anyway.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 55, and I'll get to 56. It says Matt's goals. Do you see that? 10/27/19.
I do.
No more Valium. Sleep through the night. Do you see how things are listed and then have a check mark by them? Some of them.
Yes.
See? Guitar, smoothies, cook, help clean the place, those are all checked, are they not?
Yes.
And there's a no alcohol until Emily gets home, and that's 5 p.m., and that's checked.
Yes.
Positive thoughts, meditate, not checked.
That's correct.
It says what is checked is also breathe, deep breaths.
Yes, ma'am.
And remember Emily, and so many people love Matt with a heart. You see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you cards, no rush. Try the gym. That's not checked either, is it?
It's not.
And then page 2 of that same notebook is marked as State's Exhibit 56. And the list goes on, is draw, call important people about new phone, have positive experiences, movies, golf, talk to friends. Do you see that?
I do.
And those are checked.
Yes.
Get Emily a new phone, heart, 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 that's checked.
Yes.
Lose weight, well, that was checked by someone. It appears, is it not?
Well, it was loose weight, now it's lose weight.
It's, yes.
That's correct.
It was fixed.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
Deposit checks, toast with rainwater, and I missed one, made progress on mom's estate, mailed letters. Do you see that?
I do.
And then showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 57. These receipts that were found at the house, do you see there the dates on those receipts?
I do.
And what are the dates?
On the one on the right, it's 5/24 and it's got a 0 at the end. I want to say it's 2020, but that's what I can see on the screen. Another one is 5/24/2020.
And you would agree with me, it almost looks like they're the same receipt, just 2 copies of it.
Yes, it's guest copy and then whatever the other receipt is, however they print out.
On State's Exhibit 58. This is essentially this is the log that you testified into direct, where you make note of any person that comes into the area so that you have a record of it.
Yes, ma'am.
And I just want to note here that the canine dog, Danielle Fate, is noted as time entering as 6:30. Do you agree with me on that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then,
Just canine.
once the individual leaves the house, they must note their exit time as well. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so the canine dog with Danielle Fate leaves the house at 7:02 p.m. according to the log.
That's correct.
And I trust as an officer in the importance of this exercise is that keeping, signing in and signing out is important.
Yes, ma'am.
So the math on that is the dog is in the house from 6:30 to 7:02 p.m.
Yes.
It's a long time, because that's not a big house.
I wouldn't say not necessarily in the house, but within on the property.
Is on
Within, that's past into the driveway area and into my crime scene area, yes.
Okay, so good distinction. You had the crime scene tape up.
It wasn't, but I was outside for scene security, making sure no one else entered that area, entered the residence at all.
So fair to say that that would have included that driveway up to the garage?
Yes.
The garage cell?
Yes.
The 800 or 900 square feet of living space, right?
Yes.
And it's within that area, that general crime scene where that dog is from 6:30 to 7:02?
Yes.
I'm on Defense Exhibit HI, I believe. I'm on I. Yes, thank you. Is that right?
Yeah.
There was a photo in the stack of a sliding door on the attic with a sticky note. Do you remember that?
I don't.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit I. Now that I show you that picture, does that look familiar to you?
It does. I don't think it's on the attic, though. It's on the porch. Screened in porch.
You're right. I'm thinking of, you're right. It's on the screened-in porch.
Yes, ma'am.
There was a slider door, was there not?
There was.
And there was a sticky note on it.
That's correct.
And was this sticky note in the original stack of photos you were shown?
It was not.
Oh, and so I just want to zoom in here. Do you recognize this photo?
I do.
Fair and accurate of one of the photos that was taken at the scene?
It is.
And the note says, I went out looking for her on my bike. I'll be back 9, stick around. Do you see that?
Yes.
I want to show you a series of photos, if I could, of of the Ultima, because there was a number of photographs taken of the Ultima. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And I'll just mark this series, if you don't mind. As J. I'll mark this as J1, showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit J1. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is it?
That's a Nissan that was parked in the driveway.
Showing you J2, Defense Exhibits. Does that appear to be the trunk of the same car?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know that she's
The
going
interior
anywhere. I
of
think
that
she just
car was photographed, was it not?
It was.
getting the
Showing you what's been marked as J3.
pictures that they didn't put in, that the state didn't put in.
And the lighting's so bad, but if does it look? Do you remember that this right here is this folds down? Does that look familiar to you?
Yes, that's the rear seat, and then to the left, you're looking into the, I believe, the trunk area?
And so this right here is kind of, if it wasn't folded down, the seats would meet up together.
Yes.
And there appears to be like some sort of debris, if you will, right, in the car.
I would agree.
Okay, and this is a toolbox in the trunk,
Yes, ma'am.
and a spare license plate, it appears.
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you what's been marked as J4, Defense Exhibit. This is the front of the Ultima. Would you agree with me on that?
I would agree, yes.
And showing you what's been marked as J5. This is the interior trunk of the Ultima. Would you agree with me?
Yes, ma'am.
And appears obviously golf clubs here.
Yes.
There's like a pair of golf shoes over there. Do you see that?
I can see the end of them, yes.
Okay. And there's that toolbox to orient the jurors right up there that we saw from the other angle.
Yes, ma'am.
J6, interior of the Ultima.
No, that's...
Oh, I'm sorry, we moved on to the Subaru.
Yes.
Interior of the Subaru.
Yes, ma'am.
J7, other shot of the interior of the Subaru.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you agree with me, this is like there's almost a pad on the seat, which a driver would sit on?
It looks like a pillow, couch pillow or something.
J8 is the passenger seats of the Subaru. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
J9 is the rear of the Subaru, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then at some point, was there a picture taken of the interior contents of the Subaru?
Yes, there's the trunk area.
Showing the witness what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit J10. Contents of the Subaru, there's some bags here. Obviously, this sort of looks like some kind of book or a box, and there's some miscellaneous items in the box, or in the back.
Yes, ma'am.
And this right here, it's one of those kind of collapsible covers that you can extend on a trunk. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Where when the lid is down and this is pulled, you can't see into the trunk.
Yes.
All of those pictures that I just showed you, those were taken by your department?
They were.
Fair and accurate copies of what you saw that day?
Yes.
Since I labeled all the car photos J, I'll do Defense Exhibit K. Just to orient you, it's a closer photograph showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit K. Did those appear to be the same tennis shoes that were in the photo that you had seen previously?
Yes, they do.
And just to orient for the photo, there's a yellow book next to those?
Yes.
Thank you. Moving away from photos.
Okay.
Thank you for your patience with us.
Yes, ma'am.
I thought I heard you, but I want to make sure I understand. I know there was 3 women that were searching the area and found Emily's remains. Did I hear your testimony right that you did extraction reports of their cell phones
I did extractions of their devices, yes.
for each of their devices?
Yes.
And you would have given those extractions to Detective Grubbs?
Yes.
And when did you do those extractions?
I believe the night that Emily was located.
And were there pictures on those phones of the remains?
I believe so.
And so they would have been the very first people to see the remains as the people that found them.
I can't answer that question.
Okay. But you were asked to do extractions of 3 phones.
That's correct.
Well, they'd be the first people you had proof of that saw the remains.
With respect to cell phones, the initial extractions you talked about in States Exhibit 14, 15, and 16, those are of 3 separate phones, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
2 iPhones and an Android, does that sound right?
That sounds right.
Just want to make sure, showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 14. The extraction start time on 14 is June 22nd of 2021. Do you see that?
Yeah, that's what the report shows. That's source extraction. Can you go to the top for me?
I absolutely can. I can also approach if you ever need me to.
Nope. Yes, that's what it shows.
And then it shows that the report is created on 1/19/22.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is States Exhibit 14. I want to show you States Exhibit 15. Do you see the extraction date and time for 15?
I do.
And that is 6/10 of 2020. Do you see that?
I do.
And the report created is 1/24 of 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
And then, I'm sorry, I went in, I should have started with 13. I didn't do that intentionally.
That's okay.
States Exhibit 13. Extraction date there is June 5th of 2020. And then the report is 1/25 of 22.
Yes.
So it looks as if States Exhibit 13, which is currently being displayed in a very fuzzy way, is the first extraction. The second extraction is States Exhibit 15 on 6/10 of 20. Do you see that?
I do.
And then the third extraction is States Exhibit 14, which is June 22nd of 2021.
Yes, for
See
3
that?
devices, yes.
Couple of questions I have here. The iPhone that you talked about with respect to the Apple ID. Just 1 second. Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 15. You indicated for the jurors that the Apple ID on this phone is eNoble 265.
Yeah, that's the first Apple ID listed. I see on the report must be a backup. I can't answer technically how that responds, but looks like there's a second Apple ID on there as well.
And that's why I asked this. There's actually a second Apple ID, and can you read that for the jurors?
It says, looks like me first please 303 at yahoo.com.
Thank you. And that's States Exhibit 15. Fair to say that there are times when you get cell phones and you cannot easily access the phone because they're password protected.
That's correct.
And in this instance, you had the passcodes for Emily, for each of the phones, did you not?
That's correct.
And those passwords, if you know, were provided to law enforcement by Matheau Moore.
I believe so, yes.
There was a subject workup that you did in this case. Do you remember that?
That I had done?
That you requested be done?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you put in that request on late May or early June. Let me know if you need me to approach. But fair to say that it indicates that the subject workup was completed and forwarded on June 4th of 2020.
I'd have to see exact dates to...
If I may approach, would it help to refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am, it would.
If I may approach. just to refresh.
This guy is so serious. I don't know that he ever smiles. Not that he's had a reason to in here, but he just looks so serious. And he's kept his memory for the most part. So good on you.
And tell me if it doesn't look familiar. I just see your name on it, which is
Yeah, I see my name on it. It doesn't look familiar to me. I don't recall this.
okay. But am I wrong that your name's on that?
My name's on it.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. That's why I was going to ask you questions about it because your name was on it.
Yes, I've never seen, I don't remember this document.
Okay. All right.
I take what I said back
And
about
I
his
think it's your
memory.
first and last name, is it not?
It is.
Okay.
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor, while I go over my notes. Nothing further. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Redirect?
Really? What are you redirecting? You looking at more pictures?
Detective, just very briefly, when we're looking at these, this is State's Exhibit 13. You were asked questions just about the extraction start date time as well as the report create date time or creation time.
That's correct.
Okay. If a report is run from the extraction that you originally took, would that signify the report create time?
No, that could be done from the reader.
Okay. If you were asked by counsel, either for the state or for the defense, to rerun a report, would there be a report with a different creation time up there?
Yes.
Okay. Were you asked to do that in this case?
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
As those areas.
That's quick.
Oh, 1 second, Your Honor. No, thank you. No, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
All right.
Any
Is the jury
questions from anyone here? All righty, we'll collect your questions.
seriously? I'm kind of surprised. I honestly didn't know if the jury would have any questions or not for him.
Outside the
Oh,
presence of the jury, all
no.
parties, including the defendant, are present.
No. Don't kill me, you guys. Please don't kill me. I cannot believe I did that. I got us back. She got us back pretty quick. I agree, Kim. That was like torture. That's not nice, Bree. You have no idea. You have no idea unless you were here at the very beginning. How much it's been a rookie sort of day. I thought Monday was bad, and then there was today. I just wanted to be able to go forward 5 seconds, not back 8 hours. I'm almost scared to touch anything. Because I had... Okay. If I whisper, it can't hear me. There's quite a few questions from the jury. That is shocking. Thanks, Kim. I have had a horrible start to both streams this week. And today was just totally unexpected. Well, I mean, Monday was too, but I couldn't figure out the problem. I just started talking, and all of a sudden Carmen's like, can't hear you. And I was looking at everything. I'm curious to see what these questions are going to be because there was a lot.
When you were providing security for the search warrant, did you go into the structure itself?
I did.
And do you recall if you smelled cigarette smoke while you were there?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Ooh.
I have several questions, and I'll probably have to go through these as I find them, but you did the extract.
All right, Kim and Bree, if you weren't here, earlier today, the neighbor that lived across the street from them at the time, I can't remember his name, doesn't matter. He claimed the day after Emily went missing that he went over to the condo and it smelled like cigarette smoke, and that he knew then she wasn't coming back because she did not allow smoking in her condo. His name was John. You think I'd remember that, but so it was kind of suspect because he really does not like Matt, and it seemed like he was trying to really just kind of put a lot of detail in there that may or may not have been truthful. But so that's why they're asking this question, and that's why Carmen thought that's where they were going. Was she was asking the pictures about the ashtrays and the cigarettes, if they were going to say that, yes, those were ashtrays. I don't think they were. I think he's right. They were probably rocks. But yeah, I think the defense attorney asked him, she either objected to when he was answering or something, but it was a huge stretch. Like, why in the world would you think just because Matt smoked, the neighbor smoked, he smoked outside, and Emily used a vape. So he's saying the house smelled like smoke, but I hate to tell you, I think most of the time, this guy, the neighbor, seemed like he smoked for a long time. And I don't know that he would just pick up on smoke, right? I know when people quit, they can really smell it. But, obviously if you're not a smoker, you can really smell it. But if you do smoke, a lot of people don't smell it on themselves. So I don't know that I believe he would have even smelled it when he was in there. If it was there, and if it was there and he thought she just walked away and was mad, my question at the time, well, did he do it to piss her off? I think it does dull your senses, Kim. So I don't know. He really just seemed like he was just trying to just kind of get stuff in there. But that's why they're asking that question.
Actions and turn information over to Detective Grubb, correct?
Yes.
Did you view any of the information that you could testify to now that you gave to Detective Grubb?
I reviewed some of the data, yes.
Okay, well, I'll ask the questions and you can tell me if you can answer those or not. And these questions may bounce around a little bit too, because I'm just not thinking of any particular order. The extractions that you took, are those from Matt's phone, Emily's phone, and the three women who found Emily?
Yes.
All of the above, I think.
Does the extraction show any deleted calls or messages from the phone or deleted apps?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Was Matt's computer searched?
I don't know that answer.
Was Emily's iPad searched?
I can't answer that one. Okay. I don't know.
And I understand. Okay. Does location show up for messages or calls? Specifically, was Matt's phone location shown night or morning of 24th, 25th?
Location for phones, for phone calls? It can show location data, but it's certain apps. If a photograph's taken on your phone and you have location data on and you take a picture, it's going to give GPS coordinates where that location, that photo was. But as far as
the extraction, did that have an indication through GPS where the phone physically was located on the 24th, 25th?
I don't remember.
Okay. were emails searched on Emily and Matt's 2 phones?
I didn't search them. I'm not sure.
And I assume that to be the case. Okay. And again, you may not be able to answer these. Were any messages on Amy's phone of importance from Durbin? Somebody named Durbin.
I don't recall.
Okay.
Wait, did he say he searched
And
Amy's
this goes
phone?
back to the search of the location. There was an electrical device on the top of the cooler discovered by Matt on the AM of May 25th. Amy shows now it was not on the cooler. Do you know why it was moved since Matt felt it was unusual?
I don't.
Okay.
That wasn't. I think it was an extension cord, wasn't it? Just wrapped around like a way to hold it so it could be hung up. Yeah, that question said Amy, but did they search Amy's phone? Why would they search Amy's phone? She was in DC. I think they meant Emily's phone. I don't know. You would think they would correct it, but why would they search Amy's phone? And Durbin, was he a neighbor at one point? That was somebody Amy talked about. I don't know. That's confusing.
You may not know the answer to this, but I'll ask anyway. When did Detective Grubbs first review the details of the phone extraction?
I don't know the answer to that.
That'd be for him to answer, I guess. Again, do you know what the last date and time of Emily's text messages and calls were?
I don't.
Okay. Do you know what date Matt's phone was taken from him to have the data extracted?
The first device was taken on the 27th of May.
27th of May?
Yes.
Was that part of the search?
Yes.
If there is a way to show if things are deleted or erased, can you still find them on the phone?
Sometimes.
Sometimes, okay. Can the extraction be run for specific dates and time frames?
Yes.
And we're back to the search. Were blankets ever pulled back on any bed to see if there was anything on sheets or bedding as far as evidence?
Yes.
Was the bed in bedroom, I believe E, a pull-out couch?
I don't know.
Here's a better question. Was it ever pulled out and checked?
I don't know that answer. Yes.
Do you know when Emily's phone was last used on 5/24/20 and how it was used?
No, sir.
Why was there such a delay in searching the Samsung device?
If that was the second device,
I believe you had 2 devices searched 1 year and then one a following year. I think that's the one the question's posed to.
that device was searched after the arrest.
Okay. Can you tell if anything was removed from the phones between 5/24/20 and the time of extractions?
If it show up on the report as deleted data, you possibly see that, but I don't know without looking at the data.
I don't
I
think
agree.
you can
I
answer this, but I'll ask it anyway.
Didn't think about it.
Were the photos of the residents taken during the search compared to the body cam footage by Officer Hollis, specifically the bedroom closets?
I don't know. I can't answer that.
And do you know, I think you maybe have answered this already, did you know if the defendant had advance notice the search warrant was coming?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Yes.
Questions from the state?
Just to clarify a couple of things, Your Honor. This is going to take a long one. Detective, we talked about 2 phones from Mr. Moore.
Yes.
When was the first one, the iPhone, collected and then analyzed?
The iPhone was collected on the day of the search warrant on the 27th. I don't remember off the top of my head the day it was analyzed, and then I believe the second device, the Android device, was collected on the time of his arrest.
Okay, so there's a delay between those two?
Yes, sir.
And again, you were asked about specific messages, location data, last time Emily used her phone, questions of that nature. Is that because you extracted the phone and then provided it to Detective Grubbs to review that substantive data?
I did, that's correct.
No further questions, thank you.
Follow up on one issue. You mentioned how apps on a phone can track your location. Do you remember saying that? Like, I'm sorry, if you took a photograph and the photo saved in with your phone, the photo could track your location when the picture was taken. Does that sound right?
If you have location settings on for that, yes, ma'am.
So to follow up on that question, apps can act in the same way, right? If you allow location in your settings, that could also track where you are.
Yes, ma'am.
For instance, when we're talking about apps, like if I'm on Google Maps and I have that app and I type in a location and I arrive there, that could track my location as well.
Yes, Google tracks your location, yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
Google tracks everything.
Appreciate your testimony. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm advised by counsel this may be an appropriate time to close for the evening. I think any additional witnesses would carry us a little too further on and we wouldn't be able to finish them. So
go home. So if you remember her sister's testimony on Monday, he had to turn his phone over on the 27th, and so he got a new phone. And he got a Samsung. I knew he had switched between a Samsung and an Apple, I just didn't know which way, because his sister-in-law, he contacted her to tell her that he got a new phone, and I think she made reference to she had gotten a new phone, like a different phone, went from, I assume, Apple to Samsung or something, because she was helping him to set that up. So it wasn't like he had two phones on the 27th and they just took one. They took the other one a year later, but they had already taken one. So, I mean, the guy probably had to get a phone because most of us don't have a landline anymore. So it's not like, I don't believe that he had both those phones on his, they would have taken both of them if he had them both at that time on the 27th that they took his Apple phone. So unless he pre-planned this, hid that phone, gave his Apple, had already transferred the data, but then you're risking that because when they pulled your data, then he said sometimes deleted data can be recovered. So that's not a fail-safe. So I believe he got the phone after they took his phone because he needed a phone. I mean, who wouldn't nowadays? So I don't know. So far, and again, the state is only into their first two detectives, other than the officer that was, well, he wasn't a detective, but so we had the one officer that was there after the 911 call who did that body cam. We saw that body cam footage Monday. I saw nothing on there, nothing out of place, no signs of struggle. Everything was just as clean as those pictures that were taken on the 27th. So, and again, nobody's made any reference to it smelling like anybody's been cleaning with bleach or any of that normal stuff that people clean with. And I haven't seen anybody yet be able to commit a violent crime and be able to clean it all up without leaving something, a speck of something somewhere. I've never seen it happen. Not saying it hasn't, because I haven't obviously seen it all. Maybe I need to read that book. things you didn't know or things you should know, but no one ever told you. I don't know. That was that. No thanks. I'm good. Uh, I haven't seen any evidence of a crime at his house. I'm a little suspect of how much investigation they actually did at that driveway that shared those two houses, because they had already, from the first detective that was on the stand today, just listening to watching the police body cam and reading that officer's report, that was their guy. I mean, he pretty much said that. That was our guy. So why would they have asked? I mean, how odd is that for two dogs on two different days lead to the same exact spot that is a diagonal from where she was found? Yes. You leave stuff behind and take stuff away. There's no way not to. So obviously we're probably never going to hear from those people in that house, because if they were involved in any way, they're not going to incriminate themselves. I mean, that, you know, I don't, if he did it, he didn't do it at home. If he didn't do it at home, how'd he transport her? The dogs found nothing at his house. I would assume they ran the dogs around his car. And how'd he get her? And was she in that spot the whole entire time that they finally found her? Because were the dogs alerting and the handlers were misreading it? They were right there. But the detective admitted himself, we didn't go in because basically it was hard. So we walked around. And the dogs weren't alerting. Well, maybe they weren't. Maybe they were. Maybe you guys didn't want to see it because you didn't want to go in there. But if he's describing it accurately, the guy could not have put her in there and not gotten scratched and bruised. No way. So I don't know. I don't have anything yet, but we're just on the first two detective people that, you know, we got a long way to go, I'm sure. We have Detective Grubb. Then we'll have the ME. But I think the defense is calling the body farm people. And their own, I can't remember which person they said they were calling that is the only person that can determine the cause of death, which would be the ME. I know the state's is calling that Dr. Smock. I don't know. I don't think they're in great shape right now, the state. I think she's done a great job of cross-examining all the witnesses. This guy was a little tedious, but they got to get the stuff in. So I don't know. I don't know what you guys think. If I had to vote right now, I wouldn't convict him with what I have. But I don't know what's coming. So on that note, Friday, we will do at least part 1 of day 3. It's divided into 2 parts, so I'm assuming that it's long, and I haven't looked to see how long they are yet. So we will hope, we will hope and pray that when I hit go live on Friday at 10:30 a.m. Eastern time, that that's exactly what happens on both Rumble and on YouTube. And bonus, you'll be able to hear me. Because that would be awesome if I can be seen and heard. And then hopefully I don't have any problems with the law and crime stream, because that's the only one I haven't had any problems with yet. So this week. So let's hope they behave. But anyway, thank you for joining me today. Please like and subscribe, share. I am really bad about that, asking, because I don't like to, but I have to have it because that's what YouTube wants. So yes, there is a lot to look forward to, Kim, and I am very curious on how they are going to get us to where they want us. And I think the jury's doing pretty well on their questions. I think they're doing okay. They asked good questions of that last witness, and I didn't think they would really have any, because how do you not kind of zone out? If this room I'm sitting in wasn't freezing cold, I probably would have, but I'm about to freeze to death. So, all right. I have 4 hungry dogs I can hear running around that are waiting for me to go give them their dinner. And then I'm going to go eat dinner with my dad and my brother and my husband. It's Oh Charlie's night, free pie. So see you guys Friday, 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time. At least part 1 of day 3. I may do part 2 on Saturday. We'll see how Friday goes. And I need to kind of see how next week's going to go. Again, I want to be done by the time either Sarah Boone or Courtney Clenny start, should they both start on time. So yeah, so we'll figure it out. I will see you all Friday. Have a good rest of your night and a good day tomorrow. And we will, I'll see if I can even end this stream right, because it won't surprise me if I don't. Here we go. Alrighty.